DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we on
when I met you in the club that night. The moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for
Don't stop till the
more.
morning light. We together make me feel alright.
I know what I'm
It's all the way up, we're gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we're gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the clubs, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and stone with the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and stone with the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hazy. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and style with the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette. Hush, hush, to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We're sure that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. Of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサインエフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサインエフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも 髪がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules.
had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just to lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side.
亲爱的观众朋友们，没想到吧？观赛指南真的周更了！不是阿南我内卷，只是不知不觉间，夏季常规赛已经过半，再不加更，怕是得做观赛指南亚运会特别版。阿南我可不想到时候像多多与谷谷老师一样痛失网名。本周末比赛的第一个看点来自周五 UP 与 LNG 的对决。尽管两队的实力目前看似不在一个等级，要知道春季赛 LNG 就因为输给 UP 一个小局而痛失复活甲。朋友，你相信血脉压制吗？也许曾经的 FMVP 已经不复当年之勇，但若我使出书之力，试问阁下又将如何应对？大叔近来意气风发，二叔同样不甘人后。周五的焦点战 TES 遭遇 JDG， 两支战队本赛季有着相似的轨迹，都在首轮失利后连胜至今，未尝败绩。昔日的旧将经过好好调整，已经整成了 MSI 冠军。不知 TES 在这个夏天能否兑现桃粉的期待？在6胜 BLG 之后 ，JDG 会不会再收获新的囚徒？本周六同样有一场强对话，7点整 WBG 将对阵 BLG。两队上一次交手时 ，WBG 被对手3-0横扫。尽管历史上不占优，可 WBG 还是有取胜的信心。孔明都被我们零封了，一个孟获还拿不下你。再次输给 JDG， 无疑给 BLG 火热的连胜势头泼了一盆冷水。但即使调整后的 BLG， 依旧代表着如今 LPL 的顶尖实力。对于藤甲病与帅哥的又一次较量，阿南我只有一个疑问：面对 The Shy， 为何推线？因为不怕。为何不怕？不怕，就是不怕。哼，哦，此 TP。来到周日，最受瞩目的当然是 EDG 对阵 RA 的比赛。也许粉丝们为物资的付出写好了无数美妙的剧本，可 EDG 目前的形势并不乐观。几场比赛看下来，除去黄昏见证了 Fofo 这位虔诚的使徒，其他人都有无神论的嫌疑。比如上周比赛，李崇勇选手用斗战胜佛对简自豪选手用维稳天宫时，由于终极技能快乐生长没有释放于正确的对象，最终对手拿到了简自豪选手的积分。如今 EDG 若想稳稳进入季后赛，且拿到一个更好的顺位，这场对决可谓势在必得。总而言之，随着赛况升级，观赛指南也将始终陪伴在您身边。看在我如此勤奋的份上，去给阿南买瓜子儿去。
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are at the final day of week number 4. Sorry, 3, 4? I'm not quite sure. We'll get there eventually. One of the weeks. We're sprinting to it. I am Just Oshin. I am joined by the notorious Nainera as we're going to be bringing you our first series of 3 today. Later on, you're going to have, I believe it's Jamada and Munchables taking over from us a little bit later, but again, Namera, how the hell have you been? We are sprinting through this season, and we're honestly almost done. Genuinely, we're over the halfway point.
And I have to say, like, the amount of games, like, there is a certain level where it kind of takes its toll. It's like, oh my word, there are so many games which I've watched recently, but the quality of gameplay has kept it really riveting. I haven't sat through a day of LPL and gone, oh, I wish this was over. I've always been there going, that's really interesting. Even the lower tier teams have been showing us something to get really excited about.
Absolutely, and again, it's going to be our last day on 13.11. We are moving to 13.12 tomorrow, so going to be interested to see how the teams do adapt, but we do have some highlights from yesterday, as we did have ourselves a little bit of a kind of a long day. Poor Jamada went the full 9 out of the 3 series, but again, kind of like, I wouldn't say the unexpected results, but definitely not the expected way to get there.
I mean, this was the one which was unexpected, if any, because Team WE, I think there were some realistic hopes for the team, and, I mean, TT a team at 1-7 really took it to them in a way which I particularly wasn't necessarily expecting. And I think, yes, I think for the rest of the day, I'd very much agree with your wording of it. While it might have been the expected results, not all results are achieved in quite the same way.
Yeah, and I think the big one here as well for AL, obviously getting themselves a second win on the board. Again, like you said, maybe the slight surprise there, but these are all such incredibly close matchups when you look at the standings of these teams. There's not really a huge amount in between them, so decent to see kind of AL bouncing back, especially for someone like Xiaohao, who's had such a good season so far, just haven't had the results. And then we had this absolute banger of a barn burner that was between Weibo and BLG.
Born to win, baby, but not quite the series. But they did take a game. Weibo, the phrase which keeps returning to me about this team from spring and into summer is they play to the level of their opponents. And BLG play at a pretty damn high level. They did manage to show up and really start to give them some questions in the way that very few teams have done in the LPL so far. And I'm really hoping we get to see some more of this level of competition from Weibo against our top teams. They've taken a game off of BLG. They took the only series which JDG have lost in summer as well. If that can continue through this split and then into playoffs, I really hope it opens the questions for some upsets later on.
Yeah, full 9 game day yesterday, and I hope for all of our sakes we get a full 9 again, because it's always fun to see these teams kind of duke it out and get themselves nicely kind of
no one's on for all
up.
3 series this time, so we can ask
exactly.
For it this time.
No one's struggling that much, at least. If we get all 9, it's definitely a kind of a good sense thing, and that's the thing as well. There are no easy matchups here in the LPL. There is always someone looking to try and take away an advantage from you, looking to try and kind of maybe turn their seasons around. So you've always got to keep your eye on those kind of teams, especially the ones below you. You never know what they could be lurking into. But obviously we got the results from yesterday. BLG did take the win. Great to see them now 8-1. They are now up atop the standings, 1 and 2 between JDG and BLG, only separated really by the game difference, and of course the head-to-head as JDG do own that with a 2-0 victory. And we're starting to see a couple of divides. We're seeing a couple of kind of like sections develop here within our table.
We have like a very solid top 2. We have JDG and BLG, and reminder, we've got a number of teams which go to Worlds. Those two are likely going to be kind of putting their early ballot in and saying, yeah, they're pretty up there. But then you look at the group below that, and it's going to go so tight towards kind of the second tier of the LPL, and we get to take a little bit of a break from that kind of game for today. But we do have LNG, I suppose, amongst that bracket up against IAG, hoping to stomp their authority later on.
Absolutely, and the thing that I'm looking at right now is that you might be looking at this kind of going, oh, these aren't as big matchups as I was expecting, but Ultra Prime, RNG, both 4-4, RA, EDG, both 3-5. These are massive matchups in their own right because of the way that these setups or the league has kind of set itself up, that a win now kind of almost counts for double. It's a win for you and a loss for them, so all of a sudden you're kind of creating like a 2-game gap between yourself and people you are fighting with.
Absolutely, and it does add in that kind of extra degree of tension, because revisiting the points that we do say around these matchups, you only play each team once. It is a single. Now that we are over that halfway point of the split, or getting very close to the end part of it.
Absolutely, and we gotta have the team straight away. No messing about, no waiting around. We are jumping straight in here. And for Ultra Prime, we were having a little bit of a discussion just before we came live. They are 4-4, definitely a lot stronger at this half of the split than we anticipated. However, they have a bit of a run now. This is kind of the last quote-unquote easy game they've got for the next 5, and it's not gonna get a lot easier. They need to start picking up wins now.
So, yes, next match after this is EDG, who, despite the fact that they've had some struggles even with Uzi coming into the lineup, that's probably the easiest one of the matchup, because the 3 after that are JDG, OMG, Weibo, and then you have Top Esports after that point as well. There is an absolute marathon coming in for this team. This is your safe harbor. This is your campfire before you go further into the abyss.
Yeah, get yourself, stock up and make sure you're able to kind of continue on with your journey.
When you're on like those various like subreddits, and they'll have like the Dark Souls campfire. It's like, take a break here just before you go further on. This is your campfire.
I like that. I've always been a fan of that as well, but we'll see how they're able to do. But for me, honestly, RNG, kind of the surprise coming into this one here, because very much a changed up roster. Obviously lost Xiaohu coming into the year, Gala gone as well. This is a team, and Ming, and this is the team that kind of, was very kind of falling to the wayside in a lot of people's eyes, but they've been coming back in and really having a decent show of it.
I think, there are multiple ways to view this. You either view it from how are RNG doing compared to preseason expectations, and then kind of spring and post-spring expectations. Start of the year, they're still RNG, even though they'd lost Xiaohu, and that brought some questions. They still had a very solid core roster, and with players like Angel and Tanguan stepping into that mid lane. We expected something of them. Didn't really manage to meet that in spring. And then we came from spring and the roster changes into summer. We thought, okay, so you don't have any more of those MSI winners on the roster anymore. What's up with that, guys? And they've done a lot better than I think a lot of people will give them credit for, especially given the fact that they traded with LNG for the AD carries. It felt like Gala going to LNG was going to be the big move. RNG had made more than a meal of it, though.
Oh, absolutely. RNG have definitely been able to kind of work with these pieces they've kind of left themselves with. And I think it does kind of come down to the fact that the likes of LP and Lumao I've been pleasantly surprised, to be perfectly honest. It feels like these two guys have been able to adapt and build together very, very quickly. And especially on this roster that was already so established. Yes, you still have Way and Breathe up in that top side, but it did feel like we were kind of looking at a complete rebuild. They're still very much in the conversation for playoffs at a 4-4 scoreline. Very much still on track to kind of get up to a, you know, potentially 8-8, 9-7 kind of setup and bring themselves to a top 10 finish.
And I will say, if that happens and they make a dent in the postseason of summer, a lot of that has to go towards Way. Way has been so consistent and high level for this team, and you know, you consider even in their MSI win last year, Way was still kind of, he was the person who would follow Xiaohu's lead, and he was the person that would kind of play as a mid-jungle duo, but he was kind of being piloted by the other player. He was a little inconsistent. He kind of needed certain picks to do really well. Yes, if he had the Viego, it was awesome, but that was, you know, there were some limits to that. Now he has a really in-depth champion pool. He's the one that's calling the shots, and he's molding this new, almost rebuild team very effectively. So you look over on the side of Ultra Prime, you're looking for someone to kind of step up and be accounted for, because this still should be a close matchup if you look at the results on paper. I'm wondering who really is going to step up from the side of Ultra Prime and bring that to the likes of Way, who's reached new highs.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to kind of look at it, is that, you know, the jungle matchup between these two teams of Way versus Ning, both international champions of their own right in their own tournaments, but definitely teams, or definitely players have seen better days and better teams, to be perfectly honest. But these are two guys that are integral to how they play the game, how the team kind of plays around them, and the fact that they, you know, you can have such a wildly different experience, especially for Ultra Prime, depending on if Ning gets something he's comfortable on, is something to kind of think about. It is something to kind of bring in, as we can get some French fans, French fans there for Doggo, having some international audience here in the crowd. Always great to see. But yeah, again, it's important to see where these two junglers kind of land, and I'm going to hopefully see a lot of emphasis between these two junglers kind of fighting for those priority picks.
I can't remember who it was I was having a conversation with recently. I think someone said, oh, Ning is so washed up, what is this player doing? I think Ning has had some really good results for his team, considering the fact that he's not always had the strongest lanes, particularly when Ning has been on something like Sejuani. You were talking about the comfort picks, right? I think it's Sejuani when it comes to Ning. He still somehow, even after all these years, even though he's been on some rosters which have struggled, still manages to get first blood and gag all three lanes within like 2 to 3 minutes and get into the fray of things. I'm really interested to see if he can make a mess of RNG, because RNG on the other side have had pretty solid early game plans too.
Yes, they have, but we'll see how it all kind of lays itself out here as we jump into picks and bans. The Milio now taking the title as the most banned or picked champion presence within the LPL, sitting at 99%, and I don't think it's going to change because he is busted. We'll see if anything kind of changes with 13-12 tomorrow, but for today, still on 13-11, and again, just kind of highlighting the fact that we're seeing these jungle bans coming in, the Wukong, the Vi, the premier bans that you always generally see already taken off the board.
And of course, Milio had that counter pick in the Blitzcrank, but even our top team, I just had to, man. Even our top teams can't consistently.
Too early for these shenanigans.
Start as you mean to go on, Ashin. Much like we are seeing this LeBlanc being taken off the ban list as well. That's a good way to stop. That static shiv buff has been, it's not through on, well, I mean, it gets even stronger on that next patch, but it's still been very prominent across a number of our regions now in pro play. First pick, what's it going to be? We have stuff like the Yuumi left open, but the Zeri being down means that the primary carrier of that champion is kind of down. Jace first pick. I didn't necessarily expect that, but that is, now you're expecting someone like a Maokai to rise in priority pretty high at that point.
That's the big thing, is that you're kind of looking at this Jace. The Maokai obviously is something that you generally see paired up with it. We are seeing a lot more AP top laners kind of creeping back in. Of course, the Gwen and the, excuse me, the Kennen, something that we can see them. Not something that Harry has necessarily played. He's definitely been kind of the Gnar player here for Ultra Prime, but We'll see if they want to try and go for here. It looks like RNG, though, want to try and get LP and Lumao some nice bot lane synergy. And like you mentioned there, Nymera, the Maokai kind of creeping up in priority to try and maybe pigeonhole Ultra Prime into a situation they don't want to be in.
Maokai is the best jungler at defending a range advantage, and Jace being the longest champion range in the game because Shock Blast is... Did you ever see that advert, The Long, Long Man? If you haven't, go watch that. It is a surreal experience. But even with all that said and done, the Maokai is going to go through towards the Jace. I am a little surprised that Wade didn't go towards the full takeaway on this. However, Wade on the Kha'Zix has had some good results before, and it'll give you a little more early pressure to bully out the matchup.
That's the thing, gives you a little bit more pressure, gives you a little bit more priority to kind of maybe go for something a little bit more aggressive maybe. We haven't seen the Annie kind of come in yet, but obviously I would imagine that the Annie would be a priority here for RNG. Interesting enough, not going to go for the Maokai.
Well, so the logic here is, RNG say, we could take away the Maokai away from Ning. Wait, hang on, it's Ning. He's going to pick Sejuani. So they just think that the Maokai's not going to go through the draft, at least that's the way that I read it. They pick up that Kha'Zix, which will have some vision control ability, especially since you get the Umbral Glaive early into the game. However, you do now have double melee synergy when Jace goes into hammer form, and then, of course, the Renekton towards that top side. This is a very top side early pressure draft from Ultra Prime, with some scaling even involved from that Jace.
There's the Annie that we did mention previously as well. Hell of a lot of burst available for RNG via that Kha'Zix Annie combination. And yeah, I understand the logic. I totally get where you're coming from here, but I just feel like this is such a... I don't know, I just feel like the Maokai gives you so much kind of disengage as well, and then if the Annie flashes in and you can try and get away, kind of stop her advances and stuff like that. Lots of different things. Either way, it is locked in regardless of how I feel about it. And now we get to see RNG kind of ban away things from Doggo, get rid of the Lucian, potentially get rid of the Xayah as well. Things that can go toe-to-toe with the Aphelios and maybe force the Aphelios Jinx matchup if they want.
I wonder if Ultra Prime wants to remove some tanks towards the top lane. That is exactly the champion I wanted to see removed, because as it stands, you're likely locking in an AD carry bot lane. I don't think that there are any mages in the bot lane that Ultra Prime are likely to go towards, especially against Nephelios. So he can really run you down with the right support matchup with that, which means that you would be full AD going into a hyper tank towards that top side. Ornn is also very hard to dive. And now you have to wonder for Breathe, what are you going to be able to pick that can survive a potential Sejuani Renekton combo? Maybe you remove the Scion as well, even though the Scion is not the best versus this combo. It's just removing another one of those hyper tank options. I think that's what Ultra Prime will be looking to take off the table.
We'll wait and see. So far that the RNG kind of happy to keep throwing in bans towards that bot side. They get rid of the Lucians. That means the Lucian Nami's taken off the board. They get rid of the Nautilus. Something that can maybe go aggressive into what Ultra Prime want to build. And actually the Nautilus ban to me indicates that Luma wants to go for Rakan. He wants to pick up that thing, kind of break up that Lovers duo as early as possible. And we'll see if he ends up kind of going for it. But I would think that that would be the big kind of setup for him here. Or do they wait to see if the Lovers duo gets locked in for Ultra Prime themselves?
They're looking for the support counter matchup, looks like, and Gragas, again, on a similar tier list of champions that are just really hard to dive. Gragas has a bit more wave clear to make sure that waves don't get pushed into turret uncontested. See that Costanzi was removed, who is another one of those champions in that kind of bracket. So, Doggo, sort out what you got for us. This is looking like quite a top-side focused draft right now, but it feels like it's going to need a bit of ability to keep going forwards. Having a Rakan and the Xayah, they're stable on their own. The Rakan can join in the fun on the top side as well. It's a solid lock-in. You called it. Now you have the support counter pick available for Luma, but what can you do against this? Are you just going towards last pick Yuumi?
Maybe that's what it is. I'm not quite sure exactly what the logic would be behind it, as the Yuumi is still very, very powerful in her own right, but I definitely feel like you could go for something a little bit more, I suppose. I was just about to say a bit more enchantery in the sense of like the Yumi's great in certain situations. I just think with the Aphelios, the Lulu's just hands down better.
I saw the Renata hover and I looked at Ultra Prime's comp and I went, wow. Hostile Takeover has so much value if they lock that in, and it is good into the Rakan as well, but they go back towards that Lulu. The Lulu, of course, being very important in terms of just giving that extra healing, shielding, and the move speed very early on into the game. It gives you good ability to fight in lane, not that Renata wouldn't have at that point. However, it's a very standard combination now. I do think early game priority goes to the side of Ultra Prime. I think Ning, if he's on the same page as his laners, can do a lot of damage in this early game.
We'll have to wait and see, but again, good composition built up here for Ultra Prime to kind of just, as you say, get that range distance with the Jace, but then kind of all in, to be perfectly honest, use that Renekton Sejuani combination to get the CC down as quickly as possible, and then maybe kind of follow up with the Rakan to see if you can burn somebody down. But there's a hell of a lot of burst here for RNG. So many things you have to be wary of here if you are Forge or Doggo to try and make sure you just don't blow up in an instant.
I will say, this is something which I've talked about a little bit, and you know what, we'll get into this when it comes to that time as well. You have a Renekton and a Sejuani on the Rift. That's awesome for diving top lane. It's also one of the best Herald fighting comps in the game as well, despite the fact that you have a Gragas and an Annie ult to throw around that 8-minute mark. Ultra Prime, I think if they manage to get some early dives topside, get a good Herald fight, this is a very strong composition to roll over the game with those advantages.
We'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds. We are jumping onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. Both teams on 4-4. Both teams want to try and get their second half of the split going with a win. But unfortunately, as the way things go, only one shall be leaving victorious here from today. And it could be a huge momentum swing here for either of these sides. They both have some pretty big lineups coming up in the future. And it's a pretty big moment here to see where both these teams should be ending up at the end of the split.
Flash is traded.
Very aggressive from Sword Art. We'll take a huge chunk of damage back, but honestly, this early in the game, not going to be that big of a difference. But yeah, flash for flash. Might see Ning maybe look for something aggressive down his bot side after the fact that he knows it is just not something available now for the side of the RNG bot sider. Bot sider?
So,
bot laner.
Bot sider.
It's early.
I don't really have
it's
anything to
early.
add to that. It is. It's early into the game. It's early into the day as well. You do have Hex Flash on Sword Art, and of course you don't have that on an AD carry. Very rare to see that rune picked up for the old AD carries. I think there was a point where like you had Zoe in bot lane and she could occasionally take it. I've never seen an AD carry take that though. Still, having that Hex Flash and no mobility on the side of Aphelios in terms of abilities to get away from that W. Potential for some explosive plays, and Ning starting on the bot side with red buff. There is the chance of a red buff into something cheeky going on bot side, but good ward from RNG in both exits to the river. So it'll be quite hard for Ning to make something happen in bot side.
Also, congratulations to Lumao. 500 games in the LPL. It's a milestone not many get to hit, showing how his consistency has done him well throughout the years. Great, congrats to him. Always good to see. I always like to kind of build up a little bit of hype around some of this longer standing players, especially the supports.
Especially with Lumao as well, you know, he was one of the real standout players on the LNG roster, which was went into plans at Worlds. I'm trying to think it was Worlds. Was that 2020 or 21? It escapes my mind.
2021, I believe.
21, yeah. I believe that was it. Forge, gonna get ganks in the mid lane though.
Yeah, he's going to flash on Wei because Wei's already flashing on him, but auto attack's not going to be enough now. Wei in a lot of trouble, and you've got this artillery from the side. Ultra Prime's Ning in the right place at the right time picks up first blood.
And Wei, in a very uncharacteristic moment, is the one to get caught out of position and to get red on the map early. Ning, we said he had the ability to be on the same page of his laners and make a mess of things towards the top side of the map. That one's kind of handed towards him. But with the way things are going right now, that's a big step in the right direction for Ultra Prime's comp.
And again, this is what we were talking about, is that Ning has been playing fairly decently so far this split. I think it was, maybe not the most standout player on the side of Ultra Prime, but definitely someone who's not been kind of losing them games, too often. And this is kind of plays that he's able to do, just being in the right place at the right time. They had full vision of this, so they kind of knew that he was going to be around here somewhere.
Still, it did feel like Ford was still caught out a little bit out of position there, but he stood on the mini wave. He's not isolated. I think maybe he was fishing for level 3. That might have been the play from him. Would have been needed much more of the wave to get to that point, though. Level 3 junglers, level 2 laners. Ning, great combo up with his lane to get the top side ahead in the right positions.
Really, really well done there by Ultra Prime, just to make sure they pick up themselves a kill and keep their pressure going. And that means that Ning, the thing is that Wei will have the advantage over Ning for the first few levels and the first few kind of minutes of this game. But slowly but surely, Wei just kind of becomes irrelevant against this Sejuani. It's not really going to be able to take him down or burst him out. So this is kind of the moment here where Wei needs to be a bit more aggressive into the Sejuani if he wants to take that kind of 1v1 setup.
In a 1v1, you're absolutely right. This is where the issue is, though. That became a 2v2, and now you don't have flash on Wei. Ning managed to keep his. If you go towards a 2v2 with the Jace, or even worse, the Renekton, Wei is going to be in for an absolute world of hurt. He's putting down some vision. at least gets to track Ning a little better to give RNG some advance notice. Of course, the early passing of Ning has been his standout, as it always has been. He's always been strong at his early aggressive plays. RNG, though, already kind of had to weather that first blow through a kind of a fault of their own. Really don't want to get Ning involved in the game anymore, so.
Well, Ning knows his award there, so he's not going to walk and give vision. He doesn't actually know that he has been spotted, so it's always kind of the, do you know that I know that you know that you know? So he's been kind of fully confirmed now on this bot side, so it's kind of just figuring out where his next path will take him, and RNG will
I
use
love that
this
super, by the way.
Yeah, why?
Because he catches one of the 4 wards in bot side for 5 minutes down from RNG. I was like, oh, do you know that I know? Haha, I found your 1 ward. No, there are 4 wards towards that bot side. Gets at least one of them.
Gets at least one of them. And a reset coming in from both sides. We're actually going to see, I believe Ning is starting up that dragon right now, which is a little bit risky, but nobody checking it just yet. Now we're going to see the Lulu kind of moving down towards it, as you can see on the mini-map. So just seeing if he can maybe be a bit of a nuisance. And yeah, Ning is got to be careful. He's taking a fair bit of damage. He's looking to try and burst this down before he can leave. And there's going to be a fair bit of damage back. And honestly, this could just be a trade-in because, yeah, thanks for the leash. There's not really a lot you can do. Just a really unfortunate timing there for Ning. I feel like he maybe went for that a little bit too early when his bot lane had already reset.
He was really looking for that cheeky dragon. Maybe it works if you have your bot lane there a little sooner, but I don't think they were ever realistically getting to the point where they could take that dragon. So a bit of a misread from Ning, despite the fact that he had the run on the map a little earlier through Wei's early mistake. Am I going to take a bit of a heavy trade there? And it's, wow, awkward trade.
Very, very heavy trade down to Luma, who does flash away. LP has to kind of stand his ground, and without that Gravitum activated, you can see just how long of a cooldown it's on. Now we're swapping over to red and white, so they want to fight. They're going to see an immediate flash from Doggo. Huge respect from the Ultra Prime bot lane, because they knew if they get caught out there, the burst from the first strike from Wei would just be too much.
And especially with LP going for the 3-weapon trade, really strong DPS there for a second. Mid laners trading HP against each other. We see this a lot from Annie, where sometimes Annie realizes that she can't kind of roam away from the lane, but she can stop the enemy later roaming by just chunking half the HP out, especially getting value off of that first strike as well. So, Tanyuan getting something out of Forge, stopping Forge from getting involved in the map too early.
You see little moves there as well. Tang Yuan just kind of pushing the Tibbers up towards that top side, making sure if Ning was in the vicinity, he would have found him out. Ning going to use this now after knowing that Wei was in that bot lane to get himself, ooh, close but no cigar. Get himself a little bit of a red buff steal. Sword Art unable to stop the recall of LP.
See towards that top side as well. While all this is happening, we have seen Dragon go down towards this bot side, of course. We saw that one. We are seeing a CS lead start to build up in favor of the Renekton. Renekton is now getting to the point where they are reaching the strongest opportunity for them to impact the game, which will be around this Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Very interested to see if RNG even contest it at all. Again, in Pro, I think you just don't fight around the Renekton Herald. He gets like 2 or 3 empowered abilities. You don't get to burst him out like you would do in a late game team fight because you don't have the items yet at that point. Most of the time it's better just to avoid him. And as it seems, it looks like RNG are not setting up for any kind of Herald. Wei is instead getting some farm towards the spot side instead.
Yeah, Wei's pink ward is getting so much value right now, just constantly giving them information about where this, you know, kind of Sejuani could be, and Ning kind of focusing on the objectives so far this game. It is going to be a Rift Herald. No one really in a position to contest this one here. We haven't even looked topside for a very long time, as it's just a Renekton versus a Gragas. Now we're going to see Doggo and Sword Art know that Wei is here. Wei's going to jump over the side of the Krug camp to make sure
the pink ward.
Yeah, he moved the pink ward. He moved the pink ward. Flash in on the Doggo, who doesn't have ult or flash, and they want to try and burst him out. One more Q, one more auto. Finally goes down because he's got himself the Calibrum. Your favorite combination of colors there, Nymera. There will be an accelerated shock blast coming in here, but it's not going to do a lot else. And this is honestly devastating for the bot lane of Ultra Prime.
If I had a coloring book, those would be the colors which I choose. And so does LP at that point as well. Gets the value out of it. And the pink ward does, in fact, get value again. It's not the same pink ward, but Wei really controlling this bot side of the map, while it does feel like this Renekton is kind of a no-go zone. At least RNG getting something, and particularly getting their Aphelios ahead against what is a fairly short-range composition with the engaging members of Ultra Prime anyway. LP, if he gets ahead, is going to be in a really good spot. They're maybe looking to counterpunch here, though.
Oh, that cleanse was clean. Tried to flash in with Sword Art, but they could get turned around on this very, very quickly. They will have Doggo coming in, but again, no ultimates available for the bot lane of Ultra Prime means they can't turn this one around. But LP, that was a clean cleanse.
You'll love to see a good, clean Captain Jack. Works out well. Now Ning doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. Still skirmishing towards this bot side, though. Forge is here first on the roam.
Forge is here first, but now that he loses pressure in mid lane, it's that push and pull that we always love to talk about, is that your one action leads to an equal and opposite reaction, and that's going to be Tang Yuan just kind of pushing this wave in, trying to deny a little bit of pressure here from this mid lane. And honestly, for the moment, it's still Ultra Prime with a little bit of a gold lead that kind of comes from the Sejuani being so far ahead for the moment. But again, it's just very much feels like it's RNG's game to kind of dictate where things are going, how they want to play.
And that really shouldn't be the case, because Ultra Prime, with these champions, with Renekton Sejuani, with the potential of the Jace Sejuani as well, you feel like Ultra Prime, they need a lead. This is a slight lead. It's not enough to really justify this kind of composition right now, though. If you reach 20 minutes and this is the same kind of gold lead, you are feeling pretty awful about things. So this Herald, it has to get value for Ultra Prime. I really need to see them start snowballing at least one of these powerful solo laners ahead if they can do, or at least try and stabilize this Xayah.
And that's the big thing. The Xayah is going to start hurting right now. Already nearly 10 CS down, a kill as well. We'll see maybe if Breed wants to go for a bit of a fight, and he will. No tower aggro onto Harry, but he's in a lot of trouble already. And yeah, you can see that burst coming out right now. Will flash, but a jump straight back in on top of him means that it is secured by Breed. Very nicely done here by Wei. And this is what you were talking about when you said that Wei's been having such a great split, is that even though he makes a little bit of a mistake in the early game, he doesn't let it phase him, and he gets himself a nice little trade back kill in that top side.
Does, and now he gets himself his top lane into a good position as well. Renekton should not be losing these fights in the early game. If Renekton is dying in 1v2s, something has happened wrong in regards to how the junglers are playing around the map. Ning doesn't turn up towards top lane at the right time in early game to get an important dive off. Still hasn't really managed to get huge value out of this Sejuani that early. Had that one gank in mid lane, but that's really been it. At least there's a dragon going over to the side of Ultra Prime, but RNG with that kill towards topside, I think they've got to be feeling very happy about how this early game's gone now.
Absolutely, and considering that they did lose that early first blood as well, it definitely feels like they are, as we mentioned, just kind of more in control, feeling more confident. And with that Umbral Glaive already picked up for Wei, they're kind of keeping up to pace, you know, kind of making sure there's a lot of darkness for the side of Ultra Prime to deal with. Because the thing that the Umbral Glaive is, it's an exceptionally powerful tool to use in the early game, because you don't have a lot of money to try and throw at wars or throw at kind of, you know, vision in this early stages of the game.
And typically in the LPL, I've really enjoyed watching Kha'Zix with stuff like Ornn, Rakan, Annie. And of course, we see the Annie and the Gragas, which are engaged champions in their own rights. But in this game, I think it has a secondary value. Instead of just enabling your engaging champions to play around more Fog of War because you've cleared more wards from the enemy, it's also going to stop someone like the Rakan or the Sejuani Renekton coming out of their own Fog of War so much, because they don't feel as safe around their lesser vision as well.
Well, nice trade there from Forge, and keeping himself safe for the moment. Got the Dustbladed Drakkar as well. Very powerful item to be having in this early game, but Tang Yuan kind of building up towards his first mythic as well, or his only mythic, as waiting in. It's kind of been a weirdly... It's been there's been a couple of kills, but it's a slow burner of a game. 13 minutes in, 3 kills, 2 dragons that kind of went a little uncontested, to be perfectly honest. The first one for Ultra Prime definitely felt a little sore if you're an Ultra Prime fan, but for RNG, they're happy with this game state for the moment. First item's kind of being completed now by a couple of different members on the side of both these teams. You got the Kraken Slayer first item for Doggo. You have the Sunfire Cape here for Breed, so it is going to be that tank Gragas in the top lane. You're kind of just waiting to see where these teams kind of really want to fight. I imagine it's got to be in about a minute's time around this Rift Herald, because I feel like that second Rift could blow open the game, especially with that mid lane turret being so low.
Exactly. This helps now a little bit. Ult goes wide though onto Tang Yuan. Swing and a miss from Ning.
Well, they're still chasing in on top of him right now. Now we're going to see if they can try and jump in on top of the Annie, who tries to flash away, but it has the stun right at the last second. And that's going to be the cue to finish it all off. Wei in a lot of trouble, though. He needs to try and maybe flash out of this, but no, had already used it, so didn't have it available to him. Lu Mao is around, so they're trying to see if they can maybe catch out this Annie, but already Breed kind of coming in here. Got to see if he can maybe try and catch out Ning, who does have flash. He should be able to Arctic Assault his way out around this red buff and should just be fine.
So, topside skirmish kind of goes fairly even. It does mean, though, that Harry has been left alone on this turret. So that's a flash in onto Ning.
He's flashing in with the knockup as well. Ning trying to get over the wall, but he just can't make it. Really nicely done there by Breed to recognize he had the damage, even though there was a flash available for the Sejuani.
That's a heartbreaker for Ultra Prime because, as you said, they put the first Herald down into the mid lane turret. If you're going to put one Herald into mid lane, you don't tend to take the full turret on the first Herald. You need the second Herald to then finish off the turret. They're not going to get that second Herald now, probably, because Ning is going to be so late out onto the map. Have to see if there's anything Ultra Prime can do to maybe delay RNG its window of time onto this Herald. I don't think they have the positioning, though, so that is a very, very, very important kill from Breathe to make sure that Ultra Prime could take the second Herald uncontested.
Sword Art is around, but doesn't really have many people around him. That's going to be a pretty easy secure there for Wei. Take out the ward as well on his way out. That's how good he is. That's how efficient he can be with that item. But yeah, let's look at the replay again, because it was a long one, and it took a while for the damage to really come out here for Ultra Prime.
Once again, we see before one of these important plays, sometimes the Annie doesn't just have the choice of, oh, I'll drop my Annie in the team fight. Just say, I'll drop it on my opposing laner so they can't get to the fight in the first place. This time, though, he gets caught out a little bit by Ning. Ning, though, on the Sejuani, said it was a comfort champion for him. Really does a lot of damage on this champion early on. You remember that Sejuani has really high base damages. Sadly, though, not enough to get himself completely out of the situation. It's an extended chase, maybe trying to head up towards Harry. Harry doesn't respond to this. I wonder if he's communicating with Ning, saying, Ning, oh, you'll be fine, you have flash, blah, blah, blah. Not sure what the communication was like, but the jungler going down at that point, very awkward moment.
This has kind of been the story for Ultra Prime a lot of this season, to be perfectly honest. Yes, they've picked up a couple of wins, and it's great for them, but it does feel like when they've gone up against, you know, maybe slightly more, I suppose, tougher opponents, if you will, they have not really been able to kind of find the same success as they had against the people lower down the pack, and now it's about 1,000 gold lead, a little bit more than that. RNG kind of building that momentum, and with it being a Mountain Soul, you would love to get that on the side of Ultra Prime. You have so much beefy guys to kind of frontline with here, especially people like the Renekton just benefit so much from having not to be able, you know, not willing to or needing to build up so much armor because they get it so passively. And ooh, right between the posts, that's going to be 3 points. A flash away from Sword Art's ultimate means that he is sacrificed straight away. TP coming in, that's going to be the Gravitum to lock them all down. And can Forge and Ning get out? That is the question. No flash available, but Forge into the wall. Is he just about going to get out of there? He needs to get on top of the blast cone, and he will just about. No!
Oh, Leandries!
The Leandries burn is torment for the side of Ultra Prime. The mid lane is going to drop down the Rift Herald, so we're going to see LP go back to try and deal with that, but this is just RNG kind of slowly dealing with this one here. Now LP does have a cleanse, but he's already dead. Lumao gets caught out as well, and that one was just a bit of a head scratcher here from RNG. Will they be able to secure this dragon? That is the question. Ning now coming in. There's a teleport here.
Teleports?
They're trying to see if they can go for this one. Jump away. The leap is now down. You got Harry going to try and make this one work for him and his team, but finally the Sejuani goes down. Now it's a 3v3. Wade thinking about what he wants to do and decides, you know what? I don't want any part of this because there's another TP coming in on the back of this play, which is Forge trying to see if he can secure some kills. And Nymera, this game has just gone to absolute heck.
Stranger things have happened, but not by much. That was a very odd sequence of events. Wei is not going to have himself caught out in his brush, going to tentatively start his recall again. Surely he saw that blue trinket being put down. Forge, he's isolating himself right now. This is a straight 1v1 as it stands.
This is a straight 1v1 for the moment. You can see now they're trying to get it on top of it. I was just going to say, I don't think Wei wins this. He's waiting for the rest of his team to kind of come in and help him out there, but definitely maybe just trying to save out the tower, try to be a bit of a nuisance if nothing else, but odd moments for both these teams. But at the end of it all, dragging to RNG, a couple of kills back to Ultra Prime, and the gold swings right back into their favor.
I don't even know where to start with that. RNG walk away with a fair amount of gold and the dragon, but they give up more gold than they got. They're now at the gold disadvantage. I don't quite know why they thought they should be able to overstay in that mid lane. That felt like the turning point with LP and Lumao getting really caught out of position. And we're going back to that replay, see what happens here. This is after the big fights happened. Flash invested from Ning. And as we said, it feels like Ning's Sejuani just does more damage than other Sejuanis, and does more than enough to split the kills with his AD carry 1-for-1. Sadly, can't get the objective afterwards. Wei at least manages to secure that, but it is still a really awkward moment. Both solo laners are here, and yes, you get to get the kill on the Sejuani, but you're outnumbered, and Doggo is the remaining AD carry, the remaining DPS engine room for one of these teams, so RNG just gonna have to sit and watch the members go down.
This is the kind of problem that RNG have also been kind of having for themselves as well, is that get a bit too complacent, get a little too comfortable with how the game state's kind of going, and give over some very, very unnecessary kills. We are coming back into live. We are starting to see 2 items now picked up for a lot of the different players and carries on the side of both these teams. So this is getting to a point now where one big team fight, one, kind of mistake that leads to 3-4 kills, like we just saw there for Ultra Prime over RNG, can lead to a hell of a lot more. A Baron, an inhibitor, something that can actually be more tangible to help you win this game. And speaking of little small mistakes like that, Sword Art just finding himself just on the wrong side of that play. And now Forge, he might be in trouble. Flash in, flash away. Does he have the knockback? That is the question. The heal is good. Forge looking for a 1v2 and comes out with it. Dustblade almost gets him out on time. But Lulu will be picking that one up there. Now it's 2v3 in this bot side. The Lumao trying to run away as fast as he can because he knows he's all alone in the world. Run, little Lulu. Run like the wind. You need to execute. That's the only way you can survive. And I think he's going to try and go between the towers. He is. They're actually not going to go for him. They're going to try and let him go away. He's going to get out.
That is so ridiculous. I'd call this a moment of madness. It feels like a minute of madness, longer than that even. RNG getting lost in the sauce a little bit. Wei, despite all of our praise for him, is currently sat at 1-3 after getting a bit over-adventurous with some of these map plays. As it stands, Breathe is still going to get a top lane turret, and mid lane is still getting shoved in. So LP manages to keep Doggo from turning up to one of those plays. And the takeaway from this now is the fact that RNG have that top side turret down, which will help them approach this Baron a bit more readily. Very interested to see now how Vision will follow on from that top lane turret going down.
Kind of take stock about how this game has gone right now, and honestly, I think it's been a bit chaotic to say the least. As we see, Tang Yuan did pick up a Void Staff, sold it, and went straight back towards a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. And this is something that we've seen a little bit happening for the Annie. They're not moving towards burst. They're going towards the HP and having that little bit of a slow. So prioritizing the survivability more than anything else as they look to try and just, deal with the Jace maybe in a side lane.
I think as soon as you tag anything on, especially with the Leandri's Tibbers as well, it means that whoever Tibbers has stood on basically is out of the fight. And now, wait, he's caught out again.
Yeah, does have to use his ultimate there, so no unseen threat for him for the moment, and that means that he's going to have to be a bit more careful about how he kind of approaches the next few fights. In 20 seconds, there is a fight that will put RNG onto Soul Point. You can see it's turned into a little bit of an ARAM right now. Screw the side lanes. They're on an equal footing. Neither is pushing, neither is pulling, so might as well just go mid and see what we can do.
We'll call it a dynamic equilibrium in the politest of terms, because it does feel like both these teams, when they've gone towards those side lanes, have kind of struggled to make the most out of it. It's gotten very messy, and Doggo's caught!
Oh, Breed almost getting the combination out, but not quite able to do it. So that's his flash ult down. LP had to cleanse as well. Ning trying to have a little bit of a 1v1 at the moment here with Wei, and they're going to flash in. Harry trying to see if he can catch on to Tang Yuan, and the Tang Yuan HP is still not going down. This Rylai's Crystal Scepter is paying dividends right now for the side of RNG, and everyone just kind of backs away. There is a TP available here for the Annie, so they will be able to go back, reset, and come back into this fight.
Doesn't have the flash, but will have the HP to fight once again. You're absolutely right. The extra HP on the second item, it's making some extra value. But now Wei is again caught out of position.
He is, but Doggo has to use the ultimate there. I think he maybe thought there was a trade back opportunity there. Wei maybe trying to go for a 1-for-1, but Wei keep himself alive. And after all that's said and done, it's actually RNG who have the inside track now to the mid lane. They're trying to see if they can take this turret down, and the Dragon. It's a little bit of Benny Hill right now, everyone running around the map, but at the end of it all, it's still RNG with the turret, RNG with the Soul Point, and RNG with the advantages.
I really hope there's a method to the madness, but either way, RNG are the ones which are coming out the better for it. Wei, I thought he was caught out of position towards the end of that, but I think with Doggo being such low HP, just about gets away with it, wins the mind game, and buys the Xayah ultimate, which is kind of signaling the end of the fight for Ultra Prime. The fact that they do end up, though, keeping their AD carry alive means that RNG can't immediately head over to something like that Baron. RNG do get themselves Soul Point. That's going to be very important. It means that Ultra Prime, they don't really have an option but to fight for that next Dragon in 5 minutes. So if this happens again, that might just signal the end of the game. Breathe. Now, in the Dragons versus Renekton matchup, you typically expect yourself to be kind of like a secondary character in this game. Breathe has had some pretty big moments already, though. Forcing Doggo to such low HP makes it very hard for Ultra Prime to have a good damage profile beyond the opening seconds of this fight. You see that Doggo, at this point, he has to just back off knowing that LP steps up one more time. he can't really do that much. Tangerine lucky to survive with his life on the other side of it.
Absolutely, having that, literally that extra couple of 100 HP was all that he would needed to stay alive, and that keeps the fight in the favor of RNG. It means they come back out of this, you know, with a dragon, tower taken in mid. We're building up very, very nicely here for RNG as they go themselves on the soul point. Still only a 2,000 gold lead, still plenty for Ultra Prime to kind of work with as well. You look at the items they're now building up, finally getting up towards that third item here for the Xayah. They're gonna try and put this. There's no idea. RNG have no clue about this, and they're actually not even going near it. This is just straight up a...
Oh, RNG.
How? This is criminal, RNG. Ultra Prime, just take it right from under you. You didn't have a clue.
That feels so lazy from RNG. You've just been fighting over this mid lane, over this top side of the map for God knows how long to try and set up for this Baron, and it feels like they take their foot off the accelerator just one bit. They had the teleport from Breathe. They could have teleported up towards that pink ward, but they just caught napping and it goes.
Criminal, and oh, we're gonna see a flash in to try and get the ult down. LP though just gonna walk away from this one here. Like the idea here from Ultra Prime, they're trying to keep everything kind of fast and loose for the moment, but not quite able to execute on the last few, last little details they needed to try and catch him out.
Closer and stuff. Way on the side, going to be using his W for that poke. That's an Infernum, which misses, unfortunately, but LP's still going forward.
He's looking for something here. Doesn't have plans for the moment. We are going to see Harry getting a bit impatient and trying to make something work. Stairs Gauge does get popped. Forge moving forward as well. Harry, Nameira, what is going on right now? This isn't League of Legends. This is League of Throws. Everyone's just throwing as best they possibly can. No matter what your advantage, bet you I can get rid of it.
I mean, is this the new 2v2v2 game mode? Are we previewing that? Because it feels like it's a bit of a battle royale. I'm not exactly sure who's on which side. Harry gets completely shut out of that fight by Breathe. Once again, one of the MVPs in that fight punts him back into the fray with a cask after he'd used all his mobility. But this is just after Ultra Prime had done all the hard work. They're just taking the Baron, and that engage in mid lane could have sealed the deal, but they just completely end up misplaying it. And it feels like it's one step forwards, two steps back.
Yeah, like, I'm going to see Forge now. You're dead,
Make
buddy.
that 3 steps back.
Yeah, make that 3. So, that is just a really unfortunate time right now. You still have a Baron buff or 2, but it's just not going to be that worth it. You're down 700 gold. That means you've lost 2,000 since you've taken the Baron. And what was a stroke of genius, honestly, from Ultra Prime. Just impatience that really punishes them here. Look at Harry. He just wants to go in, and then nobody's willing to follow him.
I mean, Harry is sat here. He puts his ult up. He's got his empowered abilities available. He slices in, dice out, and now he has no mobility. Breed says, awesome. Can't really dodge this then, can you? Parry this, you casual. Goes straight into the fray, down again.
And look, if you're RNG, if you're an RNG fan, you're delighted with the way the state of the game comes back after that. No pressure on your towers. You get to keep your bot lane. Actually, will it go down there? I'm not quite sure. Yes, it will. And it will just about get taken by the minions, but you get to keep a hell of a lot of what you've been able to kind of go for, as this is just kind of a little bit of a fiesta, if I'm being totally honest. It's a little bit of a fun game.
I'm gonna throw out some words here. Are you, perchance, also failing to find words to describe this game? Because I'm feeling like that right now.
Look, I'm just saying, when you go from like Weibo, BLG, this is the duality. Oh, I'm gonna stop myself as we do see an ultimate coming out from Ning to try and catch out Wei. He has to kind of back himself away. But when you have teams like Weibo, BLG, JDG, it's the duality of the LPL. You've got incredible talent. However, you are a 17-team league. So you are bound to have some not so great games, not so great teams. That's just how League of Legends work, and League of Legends in general works. But Explosive Cast is going to force Doggo. Oh, that Gravitum ultimate was huge, and they're going to be able to clean up all the fight there. Finally, RNG now realize how they want to fight these fights, and it's LP absolutely decimating everybody. What a play. He was done with this game. LP was huge in that fight.
Does LP have the stream on in the background? I think you heard you talking some smack there, buddy, because he absolutely ends the game. Uses a huge Moonlight Vigil again, sets up the route for his team. Call that one a Moonlight Varus the way that one looked out, and they're going to take home this game 1.
That was so... It literally looked like LP just got impatient and said, all right, you know what? If you're not going to engage, I'll do it myself. Picks himself up a massive amount of kill participation. 3-1 and 5. Huge fight there to end the game.
Holy moly, that one was a back and forth. It did feel like as soon as the early game didn't play out to As soon as it didn't kind of play out to what Ultra Prime needed from the early game combinations with the Sejuani Renekton, never really finding anything in that early game, you could see the issues that kind of composition had, right? Where you were quite low range, and despite the fact that you had some playmaking opportunity, you really needed a little bit of extra gold in your pockets to make sure you could really hit those engages hard, which of course they couldn't.
In the right engages at the right times, not really finding the ultimates with the Sejuani. Harry was kind of a ghost, to be perfectly honest, was a bit invisible for a lot of the game. And when you're on a Renekton, you mentioned it right at the start, it's like we need to be seeing the Renekton Sejuani. You have such a powerful combination. And yes, it's a Gragas, very, very slippery character, but early on, you have to try something with it. And unfortunately, for the side of Ultra Prime, they did get first blood, they lost the first dragon, that stopped the stacking, which they clearly wanted to try and force, and then bit by bit, little by little, it devolved into chaos, and RNG just kind of thrived within it.
They did. Not that it was completely one-sided. I do think that Ning still had a fairly good game. Great counter gank in the early game. The great rush on the Baron as well, which was more of a team call. You can't just kind of put that just on the jungler. And then I feel like if that ultimate hits onto LP just after that Baron take, I think that probably ends the game. There was no cleanse. There was nothing to stop that Aphelios from getting taken down at that point. The teleport was well-timed. Feels like it was some minute misexecution, which kept RNG in that game and allowed them to, again, make the better of that chaos, which they then thrived in.
Absolutely. I think the big thing as well is that you come in and you make those plays, or you try to make those plays. And this is the thing. That's why I always say there's never an easy matchup here in the LPL, because if you do not make that play, if it doesn't happen, you're down a flash, you're down a teleport, you're down an ultimate. These little small differences all of a sudden kind of take away your pace. And a team like RNG, honestly, any team in the LPL is going to punish you for it. And you can see just how spread the damage is between RNG. That's how chaotic it was. It kind of, apart from that last fight, it was kind of a lot of like semi kind of odd-numbered skirmishes rather than full 5v5s right up until the end.
I think a lot of that is because of the way that particularly Ning and Wei were playing the game. They were kind of looking around the fringes, running into each other a lot, playing around vision, playing around side lanes. So it wasn't necessarily, up until we started ARAMing, more about that 5v5. And even then, the actual engage options from either side, it felt like they were a little limited, I suppose, especially when cleanses were available. Either way, RNG walk away with that first game, and that was not as clean as they would have liked it to be. I think we've seen RNG be cleaner with these kind of compositions as well. And you look at the way that they had to make that work. It had to come out for some heroics and some different players, right? LP had some great ults across that game. And then, of course, we had Breathe with some awesome casks as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely seeing some decent kind of setups there. And look, I have to call it out as well. I think Doggo didn't really step up like he needed to right there. I think, I saw in the last graphic, did less damage than Sejuani, never really in a position. We constantly saw him having to ult away, get away from Breathe, flashing off of the side. It didn't feel like he was really kind of setting himself up for success in that regard. So want to see him step up and want to see him be a little bit more active, shall we say, in this next game.
Well, it got shut down early enough as well. Forced off his turret a number of different times, which kind of sucked for him. And when you go for the Navori Quick Blades build, it means you have more ultimates, which means you can throw them out a little bit more often. But not having something like a Gale Force, I think, really hurts in this game as well. Because, again, it's very hard to reach a lot of those carries you're trying to do damage. And it stops you from really impacting the game, which you needed to.
And for RNG, they win, but it was very, very chaotic. We'll see if they can clean it up just a little bit into our second game. But before that, we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
you'll see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm diamond in my own right. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just coming off of an RNG win. It was chaotic. It was close right up until it wasn't. I am still just Ushin. He is still the fantastic Nymera, and we are going to be bringing you our second game. But before that, we got to talk about our MVP from game number one. It was Breathe on this Gragas. His Gragas barrels constantly keeping Doggo under pressure. It meant that the AD carry was a little bit null and void.
I think that honorable mentions go to LP on that Aphelios, some great ultimates himself, but Breathe, impact from beginning to end of the game, had some important pickoffs onto pretty much everyone on the side of Ultra Prime. One of the first ones was onto enemy jungler, just as the kind of like the top side 2v2 had happened around that Raptor buff. Gets a great pick onto the Renekton at points, and of course just make sure the Doggo can't have any sort of a clean fight. And especially doing that in a losing lane, one of the hardest 2v2s to play up towards topside as well. Renekton Sejuani feels like it's almost unbeatable. The fact that he managed to have that kind of impact says a lot about the kind of performance he had this game.
Absolutely, and you can see a lot of the time here, it's just kind of backing himself, believing in his own kind of value and saying, look, I know how I want to try and fight this, I know how I want to go here, and especially in this one, yes, he's not really a part of the fight, but he's keeping Ning away. Ning isn't going to be able to put pressure here onto anybody, which means the rest of RNG can kind of do whatever the hell they want, and this was the final fight, I believe, that kind of led to this massive Moonlight Vigil that just set up everything.
He's just occasionally just sitting at the side of these fights and they're just dropping a care package in, just saying, okay, cool, got my ult, awesome, walk away with that game. I also love the way that LP is using his ultimates as well. A lot of the time with the Aphelioses, we see the Infernum ult being dropped down, the Mega Infernum Bomb as I like to call it, but he used the rooting ultimate a lot. He used the Gravitum of the Moonlight Varus, which is also one of my favorite ones, which is really underutilized in current meta because it feels like, especially when you just need to hold someone in place for everyone to DPS them down, you don't need the splash damage of the Infernum. Sometimes the Gravitum will do.
Absolutely. It kind of sets up, you know, when no one else will be your engage, be your own engage. Be strong, independent AD carry that can engage, dive, dash, do everything. If Elios is a little overtuned.
That does not mean you go in 15, folks. You did not hear that.
No. You take whatever
my
meaning
friend,
you want.
You are an AD carry player. Be careful what you say.
True. I'm not a very good one, though. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle now for Ultra Prime. I definitely think they had some decent times in the early game, but it does feel like, especially like a team like Ultra Prime, it's a little bit formulaic. Like we saw a very early Dragon, which Ning likes to go for, get kind of thwarted very early on because of just a good read from RNG. We then saw kind of, you know, little movements just not really working out in the sense that you would want them to. And for Ultra Prime, that's a little bit of a tough situation to be in because when you start to become formulaic and you're not really used to these different things, it's hard to try and build them back. It's hard to try and, you know, get yourself into a new kind of setup when you've already built in so many hard habits.
And it's been a feature of Ultra Prime and of Ning and the composition which they played as well. So it's a triple whammy where it felt like they needed to get things running very, very early on. And they just couldn't make it work. And now you don't even get the Sejuani for Game 2. It's just been banned away by RNG, so I'm very worried now for Game 2. What do you have in the toolbox for Ning to get into the lanes in the same way that he tried to do in Game 1 and was largely successful, but couldn't quite get them over that early game finish line?
Yeah. It's see how this one goes. Of course, for RNG, they would love a clean 2-0. Like we said, both these teams on 4 and 4, but to RNG to go up to 5 and 4, then get themselves a +4 game score would kind of leapfrog them ahead of NIP as well. Put them up to, like, you know, 7th, 8th in the standings, which is definitely not a bad place to be. And actually only one loss behind Weibo, so not a million miles away from maybe a top 6, top 5 finish if they really kind of pulled it together. I didn't know what champion that was for a second. I completely forgot that the updated
Haven't
Splash
played much
came
Civ
out.
recently? Yeah.
No, I have not. My lord, I was like, who the hell is that? But not going to be picked, so I'm not going to kind of freak out about it
anymore. The way that I keep up to date with that is by playing Loldal every single day, and it's really
like
good for
League of Legends Wordle.
Yes, it's exactly that. It does like splash arts, it does like guess the champion, ability icons, it does a whole lot of stuff. It's actually very good trading to keep yourself up on top of your game because you don't always play every champion under the sun. These champions, though, we've seen these so many times in professional play. I could probably recite everything about them with my eyes closed, which isn't really that like necessary to recite things about a champion, but I'd do it just for the effect.
That's very fair. Well, we'll see now. RNG actually going to swap out their Wukong ban for Sejuani, and now they're going to pick up the Wukong for themselves, and they're happy to take out this combination. We've seen it a million times, and we'll probably see it a million times more. Wukong and Annie, very powerful 2v2 in that mid kind of combination. The Cyclone and the Tiber is just exceptional AoE to drop down on someone, and they've got the Jinx as well. So RNG kind of already building themselves a very bog standard 13-11 team comp.
Yuumi gonna get passed up. That is a big change though, because when you're playing a game of outrange AD carries, Nocturne doesn't really care. He just gets on top of your AD carry anyway. Now RNG, they're gonna have to figure out a way to try and keep Jinx as safe as they possibly can when you have a cask coming in from long distance in the way that Breathe showed in Game 1 for the side of RNG, and of course the Aphelios throwing down the Moonlight Vigil as well. Ultra Prime suddenly have a lot of very good follow-up kind of pile-on damage.
That's a dive here for Ultra Prime to try and get on top of this Jinx. Again, RNG have already built themselves a comp that very much wants to try and, you know, go in, so the Jinx might be a little bit isolated if that does end up happening. Now I see banning the Tam Kench, wouldn't be surprised to maybe see banning the Braum. Braum is becoming a little bit of a fancy support for people to try and dissuade super dive comps. It looks like both teams happy to try and throw bans now into the AD carry position. I would love to see RNG ban away the Lulu, just kind of keep this Aphelios honest in that bot lane.
I wonder if you want to ban away the Nautilus instead, because I'm just worried that if things get rolling very early and there's so much engage, especially with the Braum band as well being one of Nautilus's biggest counters, you know, it counts a lot of things, but it mainly encounters those engage supports in lane. I think the Nautilus is probably the biggest takeaway. I think at that point, maybe it's a fourth lock of something like the Lulu as a takeaway. Save your solo lane for counter pick last.
We'll wait and see what they want to try and go for right now, but RNG taking their time with this last ban. They want to try and make sure they get the right decision. And no, they're going to go for the Yumi. So both the Lulu and the Nautilus both available. They could pick up the Lulu. They could be going for a little bit of a trade back, to be perfectly honest. Kind of saying, look, we'll take whichever one you don't want, or we'll take one we feel is going to be better in these matchups.
So they went for support. Well, so RNG went for support counter pick, like last pick in game 1. We don't see that as much nowadays. Tends to be a bit of an earlier pick. We might see ourselves a Thresh Phelios. It's a takeaway from the Jinx as well. So you banned away 2 of the Warden peeling supports, and you picked away. Oh, you did. Scratch that. It is the Nautilus. That's the one that we were talking about in regards to maybe ban that away. Does mean, though, the Thresh is available for Luma if he wants it, but Thresh into Nautilus, not the easiest matchup as of recent patches. Has felt like Nautilus gets the best of that hook versus hook matchup.
Definitely has a bit of a better time of it. I will say for Ultra Prime, you've got the Gragas, so flex between mid and top. So keeping that one close to their chest for the moment. It's going to be the Cassante, who has been kind of falling down in priority of the last few games, I suppose. It does feel like teams are kind of leaning away from the absolute mega top laner that can do everything, can do it all. Lumao kind of hovering an old favorite of his, the Leona. Something he's very, very prominent on in most of his previous careers, and he's going to lock that one in. So finally getting something slightly different here in the bot lane. It still does a very similar job to something like the Nautilus, but has a little bit more brightness to it, shall we say?
A little bit, and has some good ability to kind of just stun the Nocturne up as they're looking for the engage. I mean, you don't get the Jinx to safety by pulling them out with a lantern, but you stop the person from attacking them by just CCing them for forever. Herika has himself the last counter pick, though. It is going to be the Nara into the Cassante. It's not going to be something like that. Gwen was wondering if that would be the case, but as you pointed, not necessarily the most prominent champion in Harry's champion pool. Ning is on the Nocturne as well. Very different from the Sejuani gameplay, which we see from him very normally. He's going to have to wait until level 6 before he can really impact this game, which, to be honest, is not something which I typically put towards Ultra Prime. They normally love to have Ning involved very early on, so this could be a departure from their comfort style.
See what they want to try and work with here now. Both teams get locked and loaded. Harry, again, like I said, very powerful on the Nara, has had plenty of decent performances on it, but now Ultra Prime find themselves on the back foot and they need to go in. We talk about the Nocturne being such a great dive champion, paired up with things like the Gragas, and the Nautilus has so many ways of creating, you know, kind of good dive potential. However, on the other side of this one here, if you're not able to kill the Jinx is just going to have so much range advantage over everybody in this team fight. So curious to see how Ultra Prime deal with that, and if RNG are able to kind of weather that big dive storm.
Well, you don't really get to play range advantage if you've been bot by a cask, hit by paranoia, and then something else lands on you. You're pretty much out of the fight at that point. You're going to have very limited shields, very limited heals coming in from the rest of your team. So it is going to be on LP to position well and his team to make sure that the people who can threaten that Jinx don't ever get in range to do so.
We are going to jump onto the Rift now for game number 2. RNG 1-0 up in this series. Ultra Prime trying to bounce back, trying to keep that momentum going. 4-4 is a good scoreline, but 4 wins does not a playoffs make. And now they need to start racking up some of these wins. They need to start taking down some of these guys ahead of them or even equal to them if they want to have a chance of a postseason. For RNG, though, they're looking to keep this as simple and clean as possible. Get the 2-0, get your game difference score up, and keep pushing towards a playoffs, because we're not used to it, but the likes of RNG and EDG very much fighting for those kind of, 7th to 10th positions. And that's something that, there's only a couple of places. You got to be able to try and push yourself as hard as possible.
Even in spring, we saw RNG and Top Esports both under threat of not making playoffs at all. Top Esports much more solid in summer. EDG, though, couldn't match that from their spring performance. RNG, like you said, though, kind of in a similar position. Again, Ultra Prime, they would love to be putting their name in towards that playoffs bracket, though, start to change the accepted order of things in the LPL.
We shall wait no more. Onto the Rift and let the Gyos roar.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Aw.
I didn't hear an LGD there. I was wondering if we would
No.
go towards the LGDs again.
I was a little sad we didn't hear an LGD, to be honest. Little part of me was just like, "Aw, not gonna get the like LGD being like the TSM chant of
Yes.
China." It's unfortunate sometimes. It's a little sad sometimes when you don't get it, but
You know, one
it
day
is.
we're going to end up in one of these crowds, and we're going to start bringing like I know that like our shared sport is rugby. I feel like we need to bring like some of our rugby mates around and just find a crowd chant to start doing in the same way that we had when we were in London. We had a couple of football chants going. I feel like we can diversify the way that crowds interact with League of Legends.
I feel like it's an interesting one, right? Because I feel like football chants, in my opinion, are like S tier. They're so
the
good.
best ones are. They're very witty. Yeah.
I remember I watched one recently of like it was like a League 3 or like League 2
Yeah.
or something like team or something like very low down, but it was all they were chanting because they were a terrible team. All their fans were chanting was like, you know, we have the ball, and then when they'd lose it, we lost the ball, we lost the ball. I'm just like, how do you come up with this? Why is this like so infectious? And it's like. I feel like we
love
can
that.
definitely be a little bit more creative here in the LPL space to be a bit more, you know, have a little bit more fun with it.
I'm a big fan of whenever anyone walks towards an objective, just start screaming, flip it, and sometimes it just you can manifest that kind of thing. That can be very important. What we're trying to manifest here, though, is a bit of a cleaner early game from Ultra Prime, especially since they have less early game tools to play with. Ning is not going to be on that Sejuani. Forge will be able to survive in this mid lane. Zagragas, very hard to take down that solo lane. Ning really needs to get towards level 6 before he can have the impact on the game which he had in game 1.
Yeah, you can see him already just kind of hyper farming up towards this one here. That ward will just die. And that is actually kind of key because now Wei finds himself up by this red buff. And Ning is none the wiser, so we might have a little bit of action coming in right now. He'll see that Ning kind of went off, and he goes, cool, free red buff. I know you're taking the Krugs, so I got myself a couple of free seconds.
See how quickly he can get this done. Of course, red buff so important towards early duels. Wei doesn't have himself a ward to put over the wall. He is level 3, has access to all of his abilities. How quickly is Ning going to get towards this? He doesn't have the ward either. Now, red buff to no red buff. Still don't think you want to fight once that Nocturne's connected to the Q.
Yeah, Dustbringer just gives so much bonus AD, the extra movement speed as well. Just so many little advantages that you just do not want to try and fight off in this fight around, I should say. But Ning now kind of having a realization of like, damn, I'm without a red, so that feels a little bit bad for the Nocturne. He's gonna try his best to avoid vision. This is the thing I love seeing teams do as well. I love seeing teams kind of be creative with the vision they have, because RNG knew that Tengyuan got caught kind of putting down that ward, so they kind of said, well, if Ultra Prime know this, then they're not going to try and show, so they're going to go this way and then that way, and little small differences that can kind of, you know, adapt yourself to how you want to play this game and how you want to play, you know, around your own vision.
Especially in the early game, you're able to kind of put that early game on rails because there's much less variance in the early game compared to, you know, like 25, 30 minutes in. You can play out the early game multiple times and learn from it, so you tend to learn a lot of these tips and tricks. Wei is going to get himself the rest of his camps to farm up. You're going to trade scuttles across the map, and because of that camp steal on the red, Wei will be slightly ahead in farm once he completes his first route.
Slightly ahead. It's not going to be the end of the world, but maybe he wants to go for a little bit of a move, and oh, Harry, he may have to flash here, yeah. Going to have to hop, and then he's getting some decent hyper procs, though, so decent enough angle for him to try and move away. Doesn't lose anything, but decent movement here from Wei in the early game, trying to keep himself relevant around the map. And because of the fact that he knows that the Nocturne has to be kind of pathing towards his bot side can play a bit more like safe, as you can see here. They're just kind of pushing in to try and make sure that nothing, you know, too terrible happens to this Jinx and Leona. And again, it'd be very difficult to dive them anyway.
Ning's going to get himself onto a Raptor Steal, even up the Camp Steal, which happened earlier into the game, at least in terms of farm. Dragon, it's up. We saw that Ning really loves to go towards those early dragons. Not got the best ability to do so in this game. Maybe has an option to do so because Forge has the wave pushed in for now. But as we said, level 6, very important towards this Nocturne, so going to go back towards that farming so he can hit his power spike.
Back towards it. Wei now going to use his priority to try and steal away a couple more camps. And this thing, Wei is just kind of keeping Ning under wraps right now. And actually got to say as well, kind of comes down to the mid lane priority he's able to kind of garner away from Tang Yuan, because Tang Yuan's just kind of keeping Forge underneath his tower at all times, constantly harassing him and making sure that he's just not able to go for any kind of roam, any kind of protection here for Ning. And the funny thing is, despite all this camp stealing, Ning is actually ahead on levels. Ning is level 5 to Wei's level 4. I don't know how jungle XP works anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. Unstoppable, hit by Breathe, has himself level 6. He's about to go mini.
Oh, he is. Very close there, and he knows that once he goes mini, he's just such a small and feeble little Gnar, so he has to flash away. And again, just small advantages kind of being garnered in every single role here by RNG. Mid, top, jungle, all building up their own kind of setup. And this is the early dragon I was talking about. Ultra Prime love to go for this, and they've made a habit of it. RNG have called them on it.
Okay, Tang Yuan has himself level 6, has flash. That's the big play.
He is looking for something here. There's going to be the barrel thrown out. Lumao taking a hell of a lot of punishment here, but hasn't gone down. That's going to be the scuttle secured by RNG. But now there's no smite for Wei, so I'm not quite sure how worth that is. We do see the dragon kind of reset. I will say it is a chem dragon, and one of the harder dragons to tank up this early on in the game. And this is what I was talking about for Ultra Prime, especially for Ning. He's very formulaic in how he wants to play the game. This early dragon is something he very much likes to go for, and you can see already just how easy it is for RNG to kind of call him on it and force that he's not going to get anything from it.
You can see the difference between Ultra Prime having that Sejuani and the Nocturne, though, because while you do have the formula of, look, we're going to go towards this early objective, you don't have the same kind of versatility to really flip some early plays like you can do with that Sejuani's early damage and mobility. Not able to do the same thing. So anyway, not necessarily able to impact the way on this Annie as though we potentially could have seen, though. That first tip of the game was looming around that dragon, but RNG don't pull the trigger. And it does mean that RNG haven't got themselves a sizable advantage before that Nocturne level 6 has been hit. Have to see really now whether Ning can start taking over the game.
And the thing is that that vision on the scuttle is actually so massive there. You can see Ultra Prime really wanted to try and hard force it. They didn't know about the smite obviously being down. It's a little bit unfortunate they had, you know, again, it's impossible to really tell when a jungler has smite or not. You kind of just have to assume he does, but it just meant that they couldn't really move forward onto it. They couldn't look for an aggressive play, and now with level 6 being hit away, he's kind of looking to be a bit more aggressive on this bot side. Level 6 for Ning means a reset should come in, and you can already see Harry kind of going for a reset as well. It's very curious to see how both these teams are kind of working right now, especially Ultra Prime, trying to get ahead of the play.
So Ning gets himself to base just after he hits level 6 as well, so he's at the strongest point of power he can be right from that level 6 mark. He's also got himself some ability haste with that Kindle Gem built up, which means that if he, it means even if he casts his ultimate right now, he's going to have it off a cooldown a little earlier than if he hadn't based just beforehand. So we are in for, hopefully, a bit of a cataclysmic fight coming at some point. I don't really know whether this is going to be like a big team fight engaged from Ultra Prime though, or whether they're going to use their kind of point-and-click ultimates of the depth charge, which will be coming up soon, and that paranoid to catch someone out of position. Either works for Ultra Prime if they can get in towards a Herald as well.
Wait to see where the real kind of pressure is going to come in from, or where the teams will feel like they can get the most out of this game, because right now it does feel like RNG are kind of dictating where this game goes, how it's being played. Forge in a little bit of trouble, going to get cycloned. Yeah, has to flash there. Doesn't mean the cyclone is down now for Wei, but no flash on the Forge, and he's already getting caught out again. Flash in, gonna get the damage down. First blood over to RNG, and that means that all this pressure that you've given up to this top side means nothing for the side of Ultra Prime.
That is an awkward moment for Forge. Thinks that he's out safe, just doesn't pay attention to the second cast of the Cyclone, though. Ning wasn't in range to flip anything, and that means now suddenly around this Herald, you don't have a cask for now. It's not going down particularly fast. There's a chance for teleport back in. Ultra Prime, I think there is still an angle for a contest if they want it, especially with level 6 being hit on sword out.
Ning wants it 10 seconds, a couple more seconds to the Unleashed teleport. So now we're going to see them go in. They're going to try and flip it off, and they're going to try if they can get the smite down. He will. Wei does not get the smite, but now Ning loses his life, and he picks it up. Got to appreciate a man who commits to the bit. Ning was like, you know what? I'm done giving up these objectives. I'm going to get this even if it costs me my life.
But that's kind of worth it its own way, right? Sure, you give a kill over to RNG, but you stop them being able to break open the map. It means that you get some extra structure damage down. The gold is almost secondary to the potential opening of the map in your favor, as opposed to it being used against you. Particularly when you have the ability to force on the wider map. You really want to be doing that on your own terms rather than answering a Herald push. So Ning, I mean, make the most out of this, Herald. Sure, you got to ask for that, but I think this is still a fairly important moment for Ultra Prime. The amount of cojones it takes to make a play like that. I could appreciate that. Get you a jungler which burns his flash in his life for a Herald steal.
I mean, I get pretty upset too of the way I'm you know, my formula has been gone, my routine has been set, you know, kind of behind. I wasn't allowed to take the early dragon. You know what? I'm taking this Rift Trail. There's nothing you can do about it. They are going to try and burn down this dragon again. Not the fastest one in the world. You still have Flash and Cyclone in a couple of seconds. TP going to be coming in. That's going to be the... Oh, nice little steal coming in here from the jungle of RNG, and now the real fight can begin. The Paranoia comes out to try and stop this Leona from escaping, and it will be just that, but nobody's on the Jinx, who's kind of coming in now with a little bit of low health bars and a little bit of excitement. Harry trying to go into Mega, will be able to get it, but look at the Jinx, just free hitting. LP is doing so much. It's the battle of the AD carries. It's Doggo versus LP, but it shall be LP who comes out on top. RNG get the dragon, get the fight, and they've blown open this game.
Herald might have gone against them, but it wouldn't happen twice in a row. Wei returns the favor with the steal, and the fight afterwards goes the way of RNG. 3-0-3 for the Annie in the mid lane, 2-0-3 for the Jinx down bot. Tangyuan and LP so happy with the way that fight plays out, and now suddenly Ultra Prime, despite the fact that they had that Herald, despite the fact that it felt like they'd managed to get themselves an important play, that amount of gold against them now is going to make this composition quite hard to play out. Wei comes out of invisibility, takes that dragon. There are a couple of things about this fight which obviously go a little bit awkward for the side of Ultra Prime. You don't have the big ultimate onto someone like LP. Even though LP is separated from his team, he's not the one eating up the Paranoia. And Harry, despite having Mega Nard being charged, can't get onto the targets which he needs to either. I mean, yes, you're stunning up Breathe for an amount of time. He's not the one doing damage after this point. LP, Tangyuan are doing that. Doggo, despite his good fight at the end of this, can't really make up for the misused ultimates before.
The thing is, as well, is like, yes, LP became the focus right at the end, but it did feel like, ooh, Gale Force has to be used there by Doggo, who was a little bit in trouble if he had landed. They're actually not going to get any charge off it either. Way in the right place at the right time, but as I was trying to say in my last point, Tangyuan was kind of forgotten about and just kind of kept throwing out damage. That's still an Annie. That's still a hell of a lot of damage to be going to throw it out and deal with, so... Definitely feel like Ultra Prime kind of tunneling in on the Jinx a little bit too late. Maybe you should have focused towards the Annie to try and kill her off. And yes, you probably still lose the fight, but you're definitely coming out a little bit better, or better than worse for wear. But yeah, that's an unfortunate time. And that Ning tried his best so hard to kill.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like, he paid for that in his blood. He paid for that in his blood, Ultra Prime. You couldn't have made more of that.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate there for Ultra Prime. They're now down 2,000 gold, and honestly, RNG are kind of happy the way things are going. LP looking exceptional. Tangyuan with 3-0-3 already got himself up to the Leandries. So again, this is just really good play coming out here from RNG, and this is the kind of thing that's just not going to be easy to break. You're going to have to try and find some great Paranoia combination with one of these kind of other dive tools to try and kill off LP and Tangyuan before a fight happens if you really want to have a chance.
You might be able to get a good Paranoia combo if you can dive one of these outer turrets without RNG's whole team there. It's going to be a lot about your macro. Where can you get these numbers advantages? And can you push anyone into making mistakes beyond that point? But Ultra Prime, they're in a really awkward situation now because they're down so much gold against a lot of these carries where you can't really let them get that free space. You've got a Cassandra and a Wukong who are going to do enough of their own damage in these big kind of melee team fights if you have everyone diving into melee range, which of course Ultra Prime have a lot of. But the Annie with Leandries built up, the Jinx threatening resets, you can't really give them that much free space. This has become a very low amount of mistakes left on the tally board really that Ultra Prime can make.
Yeah, we'll see. Ning was hovering towards the bot side, but then realized there was a reset coming in here for the RNG bot side, bot lane, I should say, and that will be a nice little kind of just
The
reset
bot
now.
sider, as you coined it.
The bot sider, yes.
bot
It's like a
sider,
dark
yeah.
sider.
Yeah, dark sider, or like, was there a game which was other siders or something like that? You know what? There are
I
plenty
think,
of ways.
I think there was an actual game called Darksiders. I think
Dark
there was
Siders.
one.
Yes, that's the one. That might be the
Yes.
game I'm thinking of. Actually, it's not one I've played, but if
I think
anyone
it's
has played that,
yeah, I think it's a good game. I know a couple of people have played it and are pretty
I
pretty
hear
big
video
into
games
it.
are pretty good. I've heard.
I mean,
video
I know
games are
I know
okay.
certain video games that are pretty terrible as well. Like the new Gollum game looks awful.
Oh my God,
You know,
it
it's
does
not
actually.
always a thing. You know what? Actually, you know what? It was an interesting
Yeah.
one. I got back into Cyberpunk because obviously that
Oh
release
yeah, I've
was
heard that's
awful,
done pretty well.
and it's actually really good now. So
Yeah.
If you guys
In the
if you
same
wanna
way
go...
that No Man's Sky has apparently recovered
Yeah,
itself
exactly.
fairly well.
It finally got to the point that we all thought it should have been at release.
It's,
Put it that way.
exactly. This is why pre-orders get so weird, man. Good stopwatch down there. Does mean, of course, that is the one use active, so not going to be useful on that Annie beyond that point. But I mean, you can't exactly defend this turret now. Forge, you're gonna have to deploy
Forge.
your flash, putty.
Yeah, he's gonna flash, and yeah, he's dead. That is unfortunate for Forge, and this is becoming a bit of a running theme here for Forge on the
Yeah.
Gragas in this game. Just kind of forgetting that once he uses his explosive cast, he doesn't really have a lot of else of disengage.
I don't know, man, Forge. I don't know where he downloaded his internet browser, but Flash is no longer supported on it. We'll have to deal with not having that one.
You know what?
Wait.
I'll give you that one. That was good.
This is my goal now. Once per cast, at least, I need to get that sentence from him. At least. I'm working on it. I'm going to start stocking him up. I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night. That'll make a sheen laugh.
appreciate that one. That one was decent.
I have to see.
Just-
but,
I like dad jokes that are like unique. You know what I mean? Like those kind of
Yes,
bad dad
right.
jokes that are like you don't just say the same one that all the times. They're just they're overdone. But I'm glad to see you kind of coming out with a bit of originality here. And
Thank
looks
you.
like
I really needed that today.
No problem, man. I know you strive specifically for my approval at all times. Speaking of approval, I don't know if Sword Art approves of this engage that's coming in. He's gonna have to flash away. He doesn't support flash either, and that's gonna be the Dragon for Rift Herald traded. And that's Harry finally finding himself down the spot side. And this thing, Ultra Prime seem a bit scattered, a bit all over the place. They're not quite sure where they want to be, how they want to try and do it. Going to force the Mega out of Harry now for the next few seconds. And that means that, while this is happening, you can see that the top side being pushed in. Bot lane still needs to be kind of reset by them. There's a couple of small I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed.
I mean, you can really see Ultra Prime starting to struggle. When you see a Nocturne, you have to see them be proactive. And Ultra Prime, they're just not being proactive, are they? They've been kind of under RNG's thumb for most of this game, under Way's thumb particularly. He's been making a lot of big plays. Now Breathe sees the option to go for an individual play, goes unstoppable.
Yeah, no flash, no way out, and no way out from the all-out, and that's a solo bolo in the top side. And this game is starting to become hard to watch right now. It's objective bounty is going to be activated here for the side of Ultra Prime.
That is quite telling. Only 18 minutes in. Ning is finally shadowing one of these side lanes. There's no stopwatch here, but he's trying to clear out the wave so it doesn't hit turret. That's so much damage.
Yeah, that Rylai's with the Leandries is definitely doing a hell of a lot. Now, that's the thing. You just said right there, Ning was just about to look for maybe a dive on a tiny one. They know there's no stopwatch. Great opportunity potentially to come in. And Harry just gets bursted out. Like, what can you do there as Ning? There's not really an answer to that, and it just feels like it's these kind of mistakes that are going to keep holding back Ultra Prime if they keep having to kind of, cover for these side lanes.
It's imprecise, isn't it? This one is much more precise from the side of Breathe. But of course, this is kind of working off of the good work done under the bot lane out of turret, which Way and Tenuen did to force away the flash from Forge. Now we've got to fight towards top side. Paranoia was just pulled.
Yeah, well, looks like Way went a little bit too far forward, and right between everybody, the Super Mega Attack Rocket does go. LP doesn't have a huge amount of mana right now to put out these rockets, so he's just going to try his absolute best. Forge still does not have flash. Harry's looking to try and get Mega and maybe keep himself alive on this one. Sword Art goes down as well. I am just so perplexed right now. They did everything so well, and then they just decided to not disengage. RNG pick themselves up. 3 kills for the price of 1, and all's well that ends well here for RNG fans.
Turn off the cameras. It's a murder. It's not safe for broadcast. Ultra Prime, they pull out Paranoia, and it's their own downfall. Ning just about gets away with his life, but it's not achieving anything again. Ultra Prime, we asked them to be proactive. It's not been able to be achieved, and once again, you just have to look at the way that where these plays are happening on the map. They're all on Ultra Prime side of the river. It's not anywhere near RNG's carries, and neither of the carries of RNG have died this game. They are slaughtering Ultra Prime in the gold lead.
I mean, even just looking at, regardless of their gold and items, stuff like that, 2-level lead between the Aphelios and the Jinx, a 2-level lead between, you know, the Gragas and the Annie. This actually comes from LP wanting, yeah, I mean, honestly, for Ning, I'm all cool for this. This is fine, because what else are you supposed to do?
Maybe make this play in a better position 5 minutes ago, or a little bit closer to your first Paranoia of the game. Feels like at this point, RNG, they're making sure that they're not playing on too many lanes. I think that's the mistake you can make with this composition, right, where as soon as that Paranoia is pulled in, maybe LP is alone there, or he's not close enough to someone backing him up. RNG, they're playing on 2 lanes. They're not going to be split apart too differently. It's just a bit of a disaster, isn't it?
Yep, pretty much. And Ultra Prime almost got themselves a nice little pick, and this wasn't to be. And now double buffs onto the Jinx makes it very difficult for her to run out of... oh my god. Okay, he has Flash. Does he have to lose it? That's the question. Yes, he does. Explosive Cast going to bring Breed back into the turret. He'll take a couple more shots, so not the most ideal of trades, but, I mean, Forge has probably spent more time without his Flash than with it.
Maybe he has to update his recommended browser settings. That'd be, well, we'll talk about that one at another time. I don't know. I'm not sure he can really revisit that while he's in-game.
Oh, God.
League clients up. Wei feels so emboldened at this point going towards his second item that he can just walk up and be someone a bit more on the side. He has more mobility to get away from that Paranoia. Baron is up now. One more mistake like this from Ultra Prime, that's game over.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Point in 30 seconds as well. That's going to be an Infernal Soul as well. So you're down 7,500 gold. It's not ideal, but you got to go for some kind of a fight. And this is the thing, when you have a dive composition, when you have something that wants to try and be aggressive, jumping in on top of the Jinx. Again, a very low mobility Jinx. Without her Flash, she only has the Gale Force to kind of protect her. It feels like you needed to be a lot more proactive. But honestly, and on that same vein, RNG have been fantastic at saying, cool, the only person who can actually displace our, you know, AD carry or our mid laner is Forge. So they've just been hard focusing him.
I think that adds some extra levels to how RNG have been playing around the map as well, because the plays they've made on side lanes have been removing gold and tools and opportunities from Forge. So that Gragas, which was MVP material from Breathe in Game 1 from the top lane, it's just not been able to have the same impact in Game 2 for Ultra Prime.
No, not really, and it's unfortunate here for Ultra Prime, but they have to continue on. They have to try and find some kind of way back into this one. Remember, they still have an Aphelios with 2 items. That's still a fair, decent chunk of damage that can come out. Won't do anything into Breathe until that Lord Dominic's Regard is done, but a flash for a flash. Doggo has to try and get himself away. Breathe is still Cassante, so he's still going to be able to kind of walk himself out of this with absolutely no problems whatsoever. And RNG burning that flash off Doggo means that he only has that Gale Force to escape. And Wei looking over the wall.
Angle.
Not quite able to get it there.
Got it.
Zap not going to be used. LP does go aggressive, but now no real kind of damage to be said of. That's a Moonlight Vigil, and just really only peppers them out right now. And the Super Mega Det Rocket does a hell of a lot more. And RNG, they kind of defend themselves, drag Ultra Prime all the way down to the bot side, and then can turn straight back towards that Baron. There's no vision.
And I gotta say, maybe I was a little bit wrong about something I said earlier. I said, oh, the carries from RNG, you know, this Annie and this Jinx that they're doing so well. Look at the Cassante. He's another carry too.
Yep.
2 items, 5-1-4. Breathe, not just content with that MVP from Game 1. They're going towards this Baron now, but with the ult and Gale Force down from Doggo, what can they do?
I mean, this Baron down to about half its HP. We're going to see Breed getting jumped on by Forge, but again, Doggo is taken down so low, and he's already dead. A lot of your damage is now taken out of this fight with Forge going down very soon. I imagine all of it will be taken out, and now RNG can start to shred through Ultra Prime. It's been a struggle for Ultra Prime this game. They have not found themselves any kind of a foothold, and RNG are having fun.
A slight smirk there on the player cams, but Doggo, without that flash, without that ultimate, the Gale Force could only do so much. Tanyuan, you know what? I had a lot of pretty negative things to say about the mid laner from RNG earlier into summer. When we saw him on that Annie, he was missing Tibbers, he was caught out of position, he was getting crushed in lane. He is currently almost flame horizoning his opponent. He's 3-0-9, he's killing the AD carry. He's had a good series here.
And again, just look at Tanyuan just able to kind of keep himself in fog of war, and then once Doggo's presented himself without a flash, he's dead.
Sits on the control ward. Doggo maybe should have been behind Sword Art. Maybe it should have been someone else walking up, but the mistake is punished. RNG walk forwards. LP doesn't even have to put down that much DPS in that fight. And when the AD carry doesn't have to put down a DPS, you know you're in just an awful situation, don't you? LP walks away with 1 kill towards the end of it. They didn't need 4 of their kills before that 5th kill came in.
Yeah, that's also a death cap now for... Oh, not quite able to stop the reset there from Swordart, but death cap for the Annie. That is, Forge hasn't even finished a 2nd item. He's still scraping to try and get his Zhonya's up for himself. He is just nothing in this game. I'm totally honest with you. This Gragas has just not been it for the side of Ultra Prime. Really has been hard focused. 2, 6, and 2. 60 CS down. Just incredible. Now we do have a replay. What happened here?
Dragged onto the traps and dies, I think. That's awkward moment. So the paranoia is... Yeah, but leaving a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and that's going to be another one that's not really going to be engaged on anything just because Ning knows he's going to be dead if he does. So that's going to be the base broken open here. 26 minutes. They're not going to land the dredge line. Little by little, brick by brick, they are taking down Ultra Prime. Nothing to be done here. It just feels like the composition is just too solid for RNG. It's too safe. You've got your front to back. You've got your damage from both carries, if not all 3. And it's just becoming nigh impossible here to really see how Ultra Prime can come back into this.
Okay, there are 2 items on way as well. The Black Cleaver, Sundra Spike from the Wukong is absolutely disgusting to play against as well. It's near enough 14 to 15,000 gold lead. And one thing which is becoming very apparent about this Ultra Prime team is when Ning is not on an early game jungler, their mid game is so imprecise. They need huge early game leads to find themselves serious victories, it feels like. And yes, they stood at 4-4, but this is one of their, I suppose, bigger tests coming into kind of later weeks. RNG and Ultra Prime, both of them have hard strengths to schedule. But if Ning has to have Sejuani or something early game and can't go towards something like the Maokai, which we saw passed over in game 1, or can't succeed on this Nocturne, Ultra Prime, they're going to have some very difficult drafts in the future.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Here we go, flash in, but that's Waze clone already. They're going to try and go in with the Paranoia stopwatch as well. This isn't bad from the side of Ultra Prime, but you can see just how far behind. It doesn't matter if it goes well. There's just too many things for them to deal with. Even Breed kind of moving forward here with the Gargoyle Stone Plate, just able to kind of be aggressive. He goes in 1v5. He wants an all-out, but I don't know if he really wants it. Now realizes the error of his ways. Breed finally gets a shutdown on top of him, and Doggo picks that one up for himself. We'll have teleport to come back in 45 seconds, but honestly, for Ultra Prime, this is a perfect situation, but they're losing their base to super minions. I don't even know if they can defend this, this dragon take.
Well, they don't have ult or flash on Ning. Tanua is going to just kill off the jungle, and that's game. That's it. Soul's gone, fight's gone. Yeah, Soul's gone, fight's gone. Do they even need the Soul? That is the question. Do you know what Forge doesn't have? He doesn't have a flash. That's a double kill for Tang Yuan. 5, 0, and 9. Honestly, been exceptional this game. LP will pick up a 6 just so he knows that I have a better KDA. But, I mean, this is just such a moment right now. Flashing, cleanse a little bit too early, but he's got a stopwatch. Doggo goes down away. Leona picks up the last one there from Lumao on 2, 1, and 6. And yeah, RNG clean 2-0, and they will get themselves up to 5 and 4. If you are playing against the Nocturne and your carries don't die, your mid lane and AD carry have a clean sheet of a game, something has gone incredibly right for you and incredibly wrong for that Nocturne. I think Ultra Prime, they walk away from this series giving, sadly, a pretty brutal blueprint of how to deal with them as a team. You remove early options from Ning and he struggles to impact the game. RNG on the other side, I think there were some particularly standout performances from Breathe in both those games, but also the other solo laner for RNG, I think Tenuan, has had a very good series today, which is not something we've always been able to say about the mid laner of RNG. He had a difficult spring, had a difficult start to summer, but if he starts to again find his place within this team and find himself with stronger and stronger games, that bodes well for RNG and then their late split push. And again, just kind of really, really good plays coming out here from RNG, just kind of cancelling out everything that was really done from the side of Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime kind of, again, very formulaic, very much a team that's set in their ways and very easy to read. Multiple times we saw them go for that dragon, and multiple times RNG were just ready to come back and take them. For sure. And you know, we highlighted that jungle matchup at the start of the day, saying, okay, well, maybe Ning can do something, but Wei has been on really good form. I think RNG, as on the whole as a team, I think they just had a very good day today, and they need to keep up that run of form. As we said, both these teams have a difficult strength of schedule, really, to close out this split.
Yes, they really do. We can look towards kind of Ultra Prime for the moment because I think they obviously would kind of start with them and they say like they got EDG, which in fairness are a bit of a mid to bottom table team. They are not on a good run of form, but JDG, OMG, Weibo, Top Esports, those are a lot of big teams. And on the flip side of this, for RNG, you've got yourself, you know, a fairly okay run for the next few games until you hit a bit of a gauntlet at the end. You've got AL, TT, NIP, WE. These are very winnable games here for RNG. So if they can start to build up momentum after their 2-0 win over EDG, they've now 2-0'd Ultra Prime. This is a team that is starting to feel like a playoff caliber team, a top 10 finisher in the split.
There's something very satisfying about a team kind of making what is quote unquote a losing off-season move between spring and summer. You know, they parted ways with their bot lane, the last pieces of the 2018 MSI winner roster, but they bring in LP, they bring in Lumao, and they somehow make themselves into arguably a stronger team than they were in spring. So I think for RNG fans that have remained faithful, they are being rewarded for that right now.
Yeah, they really are. And look, for Ultra Prime, 4 and 5, it's not the worst place in the world, but I mean, I really do think that this team is going to start to really struggle right now. They're kind of being dragged down into the likes of, like, you know, Rare Atom, FBX, TT. That's when these losses start to stack up. It's like, at the moment it's 5, which isn't that bad, but if you take 2 more losses, then it's 7. All of a sudden we're kind of going, ooh, okay, your best scoreline can only be a 9 and 7. That's not ideal coming into the last few weeks of the season. And again, like I said, we're into end of week 4. We only have 3 weeks left. It is a sprint of a marathon right now, and these are the kind of games that you can't be dropping too often. And again, if you drop them too much, you're just going to end up, you know, falling too far behind to do anything about it later on.
You speak so much sense. I have heard that 5 and another 2 is in fact 7, and that is actually a very
boom, baby.
I've heard that. The facts, the maths, the facts, the scary win-loss record. It's all there. It's all there for you to see. And in this game, you can see that once again, those carries of Tango and LP having a very solid game. If your carries survive versus the Nocturne and they don't die in that game, you've done something incredibly well. And I think particularly with Way and Breathe kind of playing chaperone to their carries the entire game, I think they did a very good job of removing the teeth from Ultra Prime's aggressive plays.
I like that you put it that way as well. They kind of neutralized them, brought them down, and just did an exceptional job of it. But we're going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with Lumao for the winner's interview.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Lumao, the support for RNG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Before this matchup, you ranked almost the same place in standings. You got 4 wins as your opponent, Ultra Prime. So how did you guys prepare for this matchup against your opponent? 欢迎绿毛选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 RNG 在今天的这局比赛中2-0拿下了对手。那么其实，在赛前呢，你们和对手在赛前都是在积分榜上排得很接近嘛，都拿到了4个胜场。那么面对这样在积分榜上展现出来比较接近的对手，你们为今天的比赛做了哪些准备呢？
其实今天因为对阵到 UP 嘛，然后因为上场比赛我们打 EDG 的时候就状态其实也蛮不错了，所以今天对战到他们的话，我觉得我们把自己该做的东西都做好，其实是蛮有信心赢下他们的。
Actually, we are very confident of taking down Ultra Prime before this matchup because, as you can see, we performed also pretty good, especially in the last matchup against EDG. When we played the EDG, we showed, I think, our form was pretty good, and coming to today's matchup, we're also very confident. And speaking of the in-game contents, I think your bowling performed very well. You got priority in laning, you got so many target platings in early game, and also managed the mid-game team fights very well. So, from your perspective, which aspects do you think you guys perform much better than your opponent? 那么其实我们今天在游戏当中也可以看到 RNG 的下路，从线上来讲拿到了线权，吃到了很多防御塔的镀层。从后面中期上来讲，整个队伍团战的处理感觉也是很有条理。绿毛选手觉得今天队伍主要是在哪些方面，或者是具体哪些点上会表现得比较好？
首先今天在对线上面的话，我觉得是李飞打得蛮不错的。然后吃到塔皮的话，我觉得主要是我们打野小薇帮助我们吃了塔皮，我觉得这个是他们俩今天做得很好的一点。
I would like to give credit to our bowling LP and our jungler Wei because in laning phase LP performed very good and our jungler came to the bowling and helped us a lot so that we can get so many turtle leads in early game. And today you have achieved 500 games in LPL as a veteran coming to this team, especially with a lot of young guns in RNG in this season. What's your role and how do you feel about achieving this milestone as a veteran? 那么第三个问题，绿毛选手作为我们 LPL 一位老将，今天的比赛当中也是解锁了 LPL 500场的里程碑。你会觉得这个里程碑对你来说意味着什么呢？作为一名经验很丰富的选手，在这个赛季加入到 RNG 和很多年轻的小将们一起搭档，你在队内当中扮演的角色又是什么呢？
首先很开心在LPL 联赛里面解锁了500场的成就嘛。其实我自己蛮希望解锁更多的600、700。然后在这个赛季 RNG 的话，我觉得我作为什么角色，我觉得主要是就是队伍需要什么我就做什么的角色吧，我觉得。
So actually, I'm very happy about achieving the 500 games milestone in LPL, and I'm looking forward to achieve more. You know, like 600 and 700 and more games. And in terms of my role in this team, actually, I can adjust my role according to the team's needs. So that is what I do. And the final question for you. Our summer regular season is halfway through. So in the next half of the regular season, what's your goal and directions for your team? 那么最后一个问题，其实现在我们 LPL 夏季赛常规赛赛程已经过半了。那想问一下绿毛选手，在常规赛的后半段，队伍努力的方向和目标会是什么呢？
我一直以来的目标，我都是先以进季后赛为目标嘛，然后希望在季后赛的路上走得越来越远，然后打好我们队伍的风格就行了。
Actually, my goal is always being making the playoffs first, and I also hope we can show our better performance and show our own play style if we make playoffs and get a better result in that. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢绿毛选手来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Oh, that was cute. I think he said thank you right at the end. That's so lovely. Thank you, Lou.
He learned from his time being a sub on BLG and coming over to London. He knows the ways now.
He knows the thank you. He knows the culture. But we got to talk about our MVP. It wasn't Lu Mao, though he picked up a couple of kills for himself. It was Tang Yuan on the Annie. Honestly, like you said, came in, not a lot of people super hyped for him, but bit by bit, little by little, he's been kind of developing into a little bit of a threat.
And I know a lot of people get a little bit annoyed that we see the same champions over and over in the meta right now, but it makes it so easy to check how well a player is progressing. Because at the start of the year and then at the start of summer, you could see this exact same player making an absolute meal, an absolute mess of a whole load of his big plays. Couldn't see that in this game. Comboing up well with the rest of his team, doing all of his own stunts when it called for it as well. Tanyuan had a great series when we haven't always expected that of him, and I think that's very important for RNG because one of the big stories we had about this team was what are they going to do after the Xiaohu era? We're not necessarily talking about the Xiaohu stuff as much anymore because they're starting to move past that. And Tanyuan having better and better games is starting to lead to some hope for that.
Absolutely. I love that you bring it up. The kind of the post-Xiaohu, the post-Gala kind of, setup now for this team. LP's looking decent, This is not a bad team by any sense. And again, like Lu Mao said in that interview, it is about making playoffs. And I always say this to teams, as long as you make playoffs, you have a chance. You can go in and get a deep run, go to the regional qualifiers, go to Worlds. Your season doesn't end until you no longer playing games. That's basically how it works, unfortunately. But, it is just kind of a weird way of kind of bringing it into kind of say, like, RNG, their goal is just playoffs. And if they make that, I mean, sky's the limit. We've seen multiple, kind of deep runs in the playoffs before, even the last 2-3 years.
And, are we seeing RNG currently as, previous RNG title contenders, favorites for it? We're not at that point yet. There's still a lot of work to be done. Game 1, that Baron kind of the Baron sneak which was taken by Ultra Prime, that was kind of awkward for them. There are some rough edges which needs to be rounded off, but it's still an important step on the road to greatness.
Absolutely, I completely agree. And again, every road to recovery starts at the breakdown, so we'll see. And speaking of breaks, we're going to take a quick one ourselves. When we return, we won't be here, but you're going to have Jamada and Munchables taking over for the final 2 series, and we'll see you guys soon.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了。 就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧。如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次。我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死！阿比打到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
来，BRG，新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业，还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。J.K. Love 也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫 J.K. Love。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，很那一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q 3杀，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，赢进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥得不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。 还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌。其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
三杀到了，还有了，还有了，别进了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝又有了，四杀五杀吧，拍大地！我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会复仇他。 那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上台选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的。首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了，然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第一年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我要一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I'm losing my mind.
wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything.
下一场比赛面对牛仔和 Mako 的话，因为都是经验很丰富的选手嘛，也都是知名的对线做得很好的选手，所以可能要在这方面做一些 计划嘛，就是可能不要让他们玩得太舒服了。我觉得对于我们这些队伍来说，第一优先级肯定是希望能够进入季后赛。至于之后如果能有幸进入季后赛的话，之后怎么样就得看磨合和大家的努力了。
我觉得目前最需要解决的问题就是对版本的理解了。我觉得面对 RA 战队的话，大家都还在摸索版本的阶段嘛，就看到时候谁对版本的理解更深一点。其实我感觉现在中路的英雄很难去激烈的对抗嘛，就还是怎么发育、怎么帮团队这种。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Munchballs and I'm joined for the first time in what feels like a decade by Jamada. He's back from Texas and he's back on the LPL. We got the Britcast back once again.
Yes, we have been reunited. I mean, I've actually been on 3 days in a row. This is my 4th day now. I'm starting to wonder where the light at the end of the tunnel. No, I'm kidding. It's
this is what you get when you take time off, bro.
Yeah,
you get the gauntlet.
They're putting me through the ringer, but I'm glad to be back with you, man. And yeah, it was really interesting to hear from Fofo there about understanding the meta and such, and how they're trying to develop through as a team at the minute.
Yeah, I feel like EDG, a team that have been struggling more than I think most people expected from them. Because remember, this is a team that pretty much this roster wanted to go to MSI, got 3rd place in spring. This season, this split, just not looking good. Their most recent series, losing to RNG, kind of in the same fashion that we just saw RNG dominate game number 1 today. RNG looking absolutely clean. EDG, though, early game and mid game, really leaving a lot of question marks up on like how they're trying to play things out. Like, the team play doesn't really feel like it's there. A lot of individual mistakes happening as well. Honestly, I just don't really know what's happened to this team since spring. Like, what went wrong? Because Uzi coming in, that can't be everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, especially in the perspective of like a competitive environment, changing your AD carry shouldn't really fundamentally change how, you know, your grander early game and mid game plans typically go, right? Unless you're talking about swapping, you know, high resource from bot to top instead, and that's definitely not been the case either for EDG. So it is definitely very, very worrying to say the least, especially because we're on such a fast schedule, right? We're already halfway through the LPL regular season, only sitting at 3 and 5. Some fast improvement has to happen, and like, you know, I kind of mentioned earlier with Fofo saying maybe it's just a little bit of a meta thing, but also, you know, not understanding the meta doesn't necessarily mean you get stomped every single early game or a majority of your early games and lack direction in the mid game. So something definitely has to change. I think perhaps just JJ and Mako, you know, kind of relinking up could definitely be a very big thing. I think there's also a couple of patch reasons outside of just the meta, like things like the minion changes that we can get into once we actually get in game, that might be holding Mako and JJ back from linking up as regularly as we used to see them in spring.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get used to the way that the Rift works now, because it has changed pretty dramatically. I will say, up against RA today, the two teams in 11th and 12th respectively, with RA slightly leading for the time being, but whoever wins the series will kind of win that head-to-head and have a chance to tie themselves up with Ultra Prime, which Ultra Prime currently on -5 game difference, so whoever wins today will get themselves that 10th place spot, which you would hope for RA, for EDG. Both of these teams should be squads that are looking towards playoffs, should be looking to grab that. I am a little nervous for EDG, though, because as you say, struggling a bit in the early and mid game, quite often doesn't feel like they're on the same page. Well, they're up against RA, who, now don't get me wrong, they're not necessarily the cleanest team in the early or mid game. They're not necessarily a team that's always got it together. But one thing they will do, and Scruffy will agree with me, you can hear him in the background.
He is, yeah.
He's barking, RA. Highest kills at 15 in the entire league. Also highest deaths at 15 in the entire league. If there's one thing RA is going to do, it's challenge you in the early game.
Yeah, like, I was saying it when you told me the stat. I was just like, look, most kills, most deaths? I can get behind this playstyle. And I think a particularly, you know, chaotic centered style of play is one that right now EDG perhaps don't need to be playing into. So for the side of RA, like the perspective of them, this is the best time to be playing EDG, right? Whilst they're still, you know, kind of trying to find themselves. You know, there's a grace period to this. We don't know for how long we could actually say, are EDG finding themselves, or is this just a new EDG? But for RA, they don't care. This is fundamentally the best time to be coming into them. And if they're going in, you know, bloodthirsty, looking for proactive plays 24/7 around the map in the early game, specifically, of course, through Lian, through the bomb side of the map, they should be able to kind of just walk through EDG if they don't get their stuff together in the early game and find some kind of stability.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. Whether or not RA can consistently pull that kind of thing off is a different conversation entirely. We've definitely seen some interesting mid-games from RA across the course of the split, but you can see the composition's very snowbally, and I'm looking specifically towards Leon there in the jungle, right? 4 games Kha'Zix, 3 games on the Nocturne, 3 games on the Viego. Like, there are not many junglers that are indexing this hard into carries.
Yeah, like very feast and famine carries too, right? Like, we saw how useless Nocturne can be if it doesn't get a lot done in the previous series just gone by. So, you know, yeah, I do think that for RA, this style does obviously have its cons as well as its pros, and perhaps this is something that on the opposite end for EDG they can look to abuse, right? If they do try and, from a draft perspective, go towards something that's a little more stable and they're able to, you know, not allow RA and specifically Leon on some of those snowbally-esque junglers to really get a foothold in the game, then they can look to take over the more teamfight oriented sections of the game where perhaps some of those junglers don't necessarily thrive without outside setup.
See if they can. ADG on the other side here. And I mean, just pound for pound, this roster should be godly. Like, every single one of these players has been at least like top 3 in their role in the LPL over the last few years. But it does not seem to be coming together. Again, like mechanically, I feel like these players are sound, but a lot of the time they're just not on the same page. Whether or not they can fix that communication is a whole different thing. But again, looking at that jungle pool, very different style there. The Kha'Zix, the Nocturne, both with a single gameplay for JJ. It's all about the Vice, Sejuani coming in as well. We'll see if that's going to change. I'm curious if playing against RA forces them to play a little bit more aggressively in the early game. Maybe have JJ on a carry role. But who knows, honestly. I feel like Fofo was saying in the interview before, like, they are exploring the meta. They're still figuring out how they want to play. I hope they do it by playoffs, because it'll be really disappointing if this is the kind of form EDG's still in by the end of the year.
Yeah, I do definitely agree, especially after such a successful spring split, right? There was such an amazing storyline there. You lose Scout, you lose Viper, you still finish top 3. Yes, it kind of sucked in the context of you didn't quite make it to MSI, but even in saying that, it was still a massive accomplishment. So to come into summer split and then, you know, kind of start to, you know, we're on the very start of a potential spiral, right? I mean, if you're not realistically finishing maybe top 6, top 7 after, you know, such a successful spring split, it's going to feel pretty damn bad. And like you said, pound for pound, this roster should be able to achieve those goals with relative ease. And on the point of the meta, even when you think about it a little bit more, there has been so much conversation around the fact that the meta hasn't really changed that much since the end of spring and a majority of MSI, right? So it does kind of make you question, all right, well, where are EDG's heads at, right? Were they thinking that things were going to be significantly different, and in, you know, kind of getting lost in that exploratory source, you ended up kind of forgetting what your core identity was as a team,
I feel like
right?
we're getting into a Marvel storyline at this point.
You know, like, did you lose your self-identity, right? And if that is the case, how long will it take to actually get back to that point? Because we've not really strayed that far from, you know, 13-8, 13-7, I think playoffs was on in the LPL. So something definitely needs to happen, whether or not it's trying to just go back to whatever game plans you were running in spring and just seeing if that sticks. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Well, they're going through the Wolverine arc at the minute, and they're like halfway through the second movie or whatever, where he's like just going crazy. I don't know how to talk about Wolverine without swearing. Try and say a hype sentence about Wolverine without swearing. It's actually impossible, it turns out. I don't know why, but it actually is. Huge jacked man as the front man, claws coming out of his hands. Goes a little bit crazy, I think it's fair to say, along the way. That's where EDG are at right now. They need to go Wolverine Origins and do the whole Logan thing and become goodies again. Save the children, all of that.
Was Origins the one where he, like, gets resurrected by the...
That's the one with the first... Origin is the one with Deadpool in it.
Oh,
you remember? Ryan Reynolds is in it.
And he had his
like,
brother,
mouth
right?
is like sewn shut.
Yeah. Okay, that was cool. Yeah, that was a good movie. They need to bring back those Wolverine films, but I don't know who's ever gonna play Wolverine besides Hugh Jackman. I feel like we're tangenting because we are here for a little while. I'm not sure when exactly we'll have the player walkouts and such, but They are obviously still getting ready for the series. They're both being played in Shanghai, the first and second series. So just waiting for a little bit of transition time there.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be coming out shortly. Yeah, I feel like, just back to... You've tried to segue us there into League of Legends, but I just want to go back to Wolverine for 1 second.
All right, do it. It's fine. Go ahead.
If you go back and watch those films, I'm not sure that they've held up, but nostalgically, they are one of the best series of films ever. I feel like at the time they were incredible. If you go back and watch the original ones, I'm not sure they are still quite as good as they were. I say that I've not actually been a watch, so maybe that's on the agenda for the afternoon. But first on the agenda is going to be R8 versus EDG. We're heading to the arena. They're 11 minutes late. Unbelievable. We need to... we keep talking about problems for EDG. They're problems with their timekeeping right now.
Their punctuation and their ability to be on time. Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, my old man always used to say to me,
you're Uzi. I know everyone says you're the GOAT. You still got to turn up on time, mate. Come on now.
Exactly, man. Come on now. My old man always used to say, if you weren't 5 or 10 minutes early, then you were just that's just how it works. And apparently these guys didn't get the memo. They're on the way out though. We're gonna have Rare Atom come out first, and let's see if we have any funky walkouts. I feel like we've been, a little more quiet since spring. I feel like I want to say the novelty has worn off, but some of the teams not really.
Games start getting dunked every game. Oh, sorry, I said the quiet bit out loud. Yeah, I feel like the confidence kind of went down a little bit there, didn't it? But yeah, you're right. It's been kind of boring with the walkouts, honestly.
I feel give us a wave, give us a bow, that's fine. I feel like it only really happens between the big teams now. When they know that stuff is on the line, they know how to cut loose a little bit. But for a lot of the teams fighting in the trenches of the middle of the table of the LPL, they're here for war. They're here for for the business end of what the LPL can be as R8 are all out on stage, which means of course we get to introduce EDG. And yeah, we have a lot to talk about when it comes to EDG, of course, and I'm hoping that, after what was such a good spring split, they do get their stuff together, right? Like you mentioned, the addition of Uzi shouldn't make your roster worse, and there should be, at the very least, some level of growth and stability to come in the future, but for now, the goal has to just be set on, at the very least, making it top 10, given they're 3 and 5 right now.
With statements like that, you're going to be getting emails from BLG later on, because I'm not sure Uzi helped their roster a year ago. I feel like I'm in a flamey mood today. Clearly, I feel like I've been going at EDG a little bit. Uzi's here though, big grin on his face. He's feeling good.
Yeah, hey, if the GOAT's feeling good, then surely EDG are feeling good as a whole, right? And maybe that reflects in their gameplay smile.
I've got an important question for you then, Jamada.
Yeah, hit me.
If Uzi is the GOAT, what animals are the rest of EDG?
Well, Mako has to be a cat. I think that goes without saying, right? Yeah, okay, so Mako's a cat.
Flandre's a man with a shotgun. Don't know if that counts as an animal. Also, he's not on the team. But,
also, he's not on the team anymore. But I can appreciate that your mind immediately went to Flandre. Bro thinks he's on the team. Yeah, so Mako would have to be a cat. Ala would have to be... I don't know why, but Crocodile came to mind. I think it's because Renekton's in there. And Ala is definitely a very, very proficient Renekton player. Yeah, Uzi the GOAT, Mako's a cat. What would JJ be?
Fofo's a bird. He plays his ear.
True. Yeah, Fofo is a bird. Okay, I like
some bird.
What about JJ though? I feel like we've nailed down everyone else but JJ very, very quickly.
JJ, is Jarvan an animal?
No. I mean, hey, look, he's got... Oh, I've got it. He's a chameleon. Do you know why? Because he plays Viego, and obviously Viego is, it transforms into Aero Champion, so Chameleon, changes skin.
Okay. I'm down for that.
You down for that?
He's got eyes in the side of his head, and they're all wrinkly and weird. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. On the side of R8, no, we'll move away from animals. Yeah, I will say I'm excited for this one. I feel like R8 always are just fun to watch. You know, I feel like this is a team that really goes ham. And I hope to see EDG drafting something that can fight in the early game, because I'm a little scared for EDG. If they keep drafting like Zeri with a Z, like we keep on seeing from them, like if RA do just play like Nocturne comp and just go ham from level 6, I don't know if you survive that with 2 scalar carries.
Yeah, no, it is very difficult, right? And I feel like for many who are, you know, familiar with the LPL playstyle, it is just so, you know, balls to the walls, very, very 24/7, big pace, high tempo. If RA are playing that style today, because EDG have been so happy, I suppose, I don't even know if I can say happy to be fair, but so content, perhaps, to kind of sit on their hands and try and play out these compositions where eventually they should effectively just play themselves, RA should, realistically, run over a team like that, right? So I do hope that EDG look at this game in a different lens to what we've been seeing in terms of, you know, draft ideology recently. Otherwise, you know, Lian, Strive, assume they will play these aggressive picks and they'll be very happy to just, you know, accept the fact that the enemy team isn't really looking to interact with them for 20 minutes, and they'll take a massive goal in the first 15-20 minutes and try and suffocate you out from there.
Sorry, we just saw like the dichotomy of LPL fans there, where we've got, you know, some girl with the wig on and, like, you know, all dressed up to the nines, and she's got a big light up sign that says Mako on it. It's got a picture of a cat and everything. And then we cut to some dude, like, stone-faced, nothing on but a black t-shirt, and his side is just handwritten UZI in bad handwriting. It's like, we've got maximum effort and we've got minimum effort. But hey, they're here to watch the teams, and that's what matters. Here we go. All right, on the blue side to kick us off, as it's Milio and Lucian being banned away from Uzi and Mako. Annie and Nico both taken out of the mid lane already.
Yeah, so let's see. Will it just be Vi, and will it just be Yuumi bans for the final two? That's Tristana, so one of those two champions is going to be up. I feel like EDG are probably going to be forced to remove away the Yuumi unless they want to deal with that or leave it up, look for a couple of different champion trades, right? But these are typically the champions that are being removed towards the end of the draft. As one thing I immediately want to also highlight is that Fofo's Jace is up and available as things stand. We'll see whether or not EDG decide to ban that one out as well, because Strive is no stranger to that champion.
Well, he certainly isn't. LeBlanc taken off the board, as was the Tristana. I like that. In response, right, the Tristana does very well into the LeBlanc, so when that's banned, you want to ban LeBlanc. It's B1 Redex. What year is it, Jabard?
No. So let's realign for a second, because Renekton is really strong on this patch, and we're seeing a lot of very powerful Renekton performances, but B1ing Renekton when Zeri Yuumi is up, and EDG don't even really feel like they want to touch that. I don't necessarily blame them. Again, you know, we want to see more aggressive versions of EDG at the moment, so in that same vein, it does make me feel happy that they're kind of ignoring, but also it's such a strong pairing even still on this patch. EDG will go towards that Jace, and you would imagine then, if there's a Jace first rotation, that JJ is just going to go towards the Maokai. There's not really too much reason not to in this particular position. Let the AD carry go to R3, or even pick up another solo laner. If you want to go towards something like dealing with the Renekton in a Kennen pick, I was going to say also just surviving the lane with a Cassante could have been alright as well. So EDG still rounding out R1 and R2 with very powerful solo lanes.
Certainly are. Seeing both solo lanes locked in 1 and 2, that is something you don't see too often in the current meta. I'm curious whether we'll get a bit of Lian's Nidalee. We all have seen it over the years. It's certainly powerful. Does well with the Renekton. Whether you want to go for that this early in the draft is a different question entirely. And instead it will be Strive going for the RE to play into Fofo's Jace in the mid lane. But where RA go next? Do they try and prioritize one of these supports? Try and prioritize one of the remaining AD carries? Because, you know, 2 AD carries taken off the board, although Tristana usually in the mid lane. But it might be jungle.
This would be cool. I mean, Lian's played it, and Lian's certainly...
Lian's a beast on it.
Yeah, one of our better Nidalee players here in the LPL too. So if he goes towards it, I'm hyped. I'm excited for it, and we wanted to see you know, high tempo from RA to really disrupt an early game from EDG, which has been very, very inconsistent at best. And now JJ has to think very hard about what kind of jungle matchup he wants to go towards, because they had the Jace. I was obviously eyeing up things like the Maokai, very common pairing, but you can't necessarily go a super weak early jungler who, I wouldn't say can't skirmish, but can definitely get invaded on. Maokai, whilst he's always healthy, you do kind of run the risk of Nidalee can for sure harass you at the very least. It still feels like EDG want to go towards it, and they're going to lock it in. So we know in the mid game, it's still going to be very, very powerful. I just wonder how aggressive Lian is going to be willing to get in the early stages against the Maokai.
That'll be the question, especially with Renekton going up against the Kennen in the top side. It'll be hard for him to get any priority for invades to come out from Lian. I think a lot of this could come down to Fofo versus Strive in the mid lane, with Strive having his preference in the matchup, having that counter pick. But here we go, Nautilus taken off the board. I mean, we know where these bans are going to go. They're going to go bot lane, because that's all that's left. For the first time, I think I've cast this entire split, we don't have any bot lane picks in the first half of the draft. How crazy is that?
Yeah, it has definitely been a while since I've seen the full topside draft from both teams, right? Sometimes you'll see, especially the blue side teams, will just lock in their entire top side, and that's not necessarily too uncommon, especially with things like Kasante on in the meta, and if you're going towards something like an Ari first pick as well, you will occasionally run into that. But for both teams to do it, it's definitely a bit of a rarity, and I feel like we're just going to see a whole bunch of support bans. I'm kind of surprised that EDG even touch the AD carry pool, but perhaps just don't necessarily want to deal with Assumes Aphelios, and you know what? I can respect that, to be fair, as he is a bit of a monster on it, as are so many of our AD carries, to be fair. As RA, I imagine, probably just look to remove, if I had to guess, the Zeri, but there is also the Jinx, and I feel like for them, they don't necessarily want to deal with too much defensive tools. Speaking actually defensive tools, that's an even better defensive AD carry in the Xayah, so I feel like just, again, wanting to play into something that they know that they can go towards the bottom side with and dive.
One thing I will say, a lot more presence in the lanes here from EDG than a lot of what we've seen so far this split, with that Kennen in the top side. So not just all eggs in the Uzi basket, which has been quite commonly the strategy recently. The Rakan going to be locked in despite the fact that Xayah is banned away, but deciding to leave that AD carry until last pick, and we'll see where that ends up being. For RA though, what kind of duo do they want to go with? Yuumi taken off the board, but Lulu's still available.
Yeah, Lulu's still available. Kai'Sa Hover, I mean, Kai'Sa Leona, maybe, right? Even if it's blind into Rakan lane, probably not going to be too bad. Something really aggressive either way, right? I mean, you've got Nidalee at the end of the day. I feel like you're full sending it here as RA, and the Draven gets locked in for like Assume, so we know where their mindset's at.
This is RA basically going, look, we watched your series against RNG. We watched LP destroy you on Draven. We're just going to do the same thing. We're literally also going to bring it in. We'll see what they're going to go with. I mean, the Leona you mentioned could be good. Can do well into the Rakan. But instead, a bit of disengage? No.
Oh, wow.
Very much not disengage. That goes Blitzcrank.
Okay, I mean, it's not necessarily as much setup as something like the Renata or the Leona, but of course, if you land the hook, then, well, you know, whoever gets hit is probably just dead. So I can respect that. I'm talking about the gank setups, like dive setups, perhaps, with the Blitz. But now, EDG have an AD carry to lock in, and Uzi, he's hovered over the Kai'Sa more than once out of all the champions here that have been hovered over. Does he really want to go towards it? He does. So that's going to be a bottom lane where I feel like they're going to struggle to trade, but outside of laning phase, right, so much of this EDG composition just goes forward, and the ability to, you know, lock down Assume, lock down Lian should be pretty consistent, but it's about getting there first.
Certainly is. But I will say, it's Uzi's Kai'Sa, like, you gotta get a little bit excited about that. I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's up there with his Vayne for me, where it's just one of these picks that you just... He just always pops off. He just always has such an insane forward. He's got a 70% win rate over 46 games on the Kai'Sa over the course of his career. Like, that is actually insane. Uzi is a monster on the pick. Now, granted, there's not a massive amount of initial setup if they can dodge away from the Rakan. But that said, neither Draven nor Blitzcrank necessarily are the best at avoiding a Rakan, especially if the quickness comes in. So I can see the combo here for Uzi and Meiko. Two of the greatest bot laners of all time in the LPL now joined together, with yet to really see them in full form just yet. But perhaps this is the beginning, with kind of signatures coming out.
Yeah, signature picks coming out for both, and you would like to hope for EDG, for Uzi, they can have a positive lane here. I feel like it should be an uphill battle in theory, but I guess we'll have to see how things unfold as we're getting closer to game number one. And, I mean, we know what RA are going to be up to in the early game, right? Draven, Renekton, Nidalee on the opposite side of the map as well. For EDG, this is going to be a lot about the survival house.
Can they survive? That'll be the question. But here we go, on to Summoner's Rift. 25 minutes late, Uzi. I'm just saying, timekeeping, mate. But here we go. EDG looking for a bit of redemption after their recent series against their old rivals in RNG, getting 2-0'd in that series. But I like what they're bringing to the table. Changing tact here, a lot more aggression, a lot more early game power available to them than what we saw in that series. Mako getting some early vision, very deep vision there. We'll be able to pretty much spot the Raptors, right? Because you'll see the jungler going to them, but also spot the red at the same time.
Yep, exactly. So they'll have information on Lian's start here. It feels like, ooh, Baolan's actually just going to clear the ward. Lian's not going to show on it, I don't believe. So should be fine as full picture replay just to see. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize. I even looked around all the summoner spells to see whether or not they got Arla's flash. Apparently, I'm just blind, they did. So Lian's starting down here on the bottom side, and, you know, hey, Arla no flash. This could just be grounds for a very, very fast, you know, clear up towards the top side for this Nidalee to immediately go and kill a flashless target. Especially, I mean, look, it's PTA on Xiaoshu. He's playing for the burst, for the dive underneath the towers. Lian, of course, with the electrocute, very standard. So I'm hoping that they're going to go up there and get a snowball going for the Renekton.
Yeah, just saw 100 pop up next to Assume's name. I have to assume that that is 100 games played for him. That's the only thing it could be, right? He's not got a kill or assist this game. So it must be games played for Assume, which is crazy to think because it's not that long ago that he came in as a rookie on LGD, I believe it was, when he first joined into the league. So congratulations to Assume. Again, I can't read Mandarin, but I'm pretty sure that says 100 games.
Yeah, my Chinese skills are lacking. I need to get up. You know, I need to study more so I can understand the pop-ups.
I need to study at all. It's not really a more angle. I know Ni Hao, and that's about it.
Yeah,
I also know Juga. So Juga means this. Yeah. So what you can do is Yi R San is 1, 2, 3. So you can be like Ni Hao, R Juga, and then point at the menu what you want. So I can order 2 beers. I'm good.
Nice.
Like what else could you possibly need?
Yeah, true. I can respect that. Now, one thing that I feel like is potentially not being respected is this gank from the Nidalee here. JJ is going to do a very nice thing and give a sapling over, but I feel like it might not be enough.
Can they land the spear? It's just going to throw it over towards JJ instead. Ala will walk away with his life. And remember, Ala, no flash from the level 1 shenanigans. So, see RA already trying to punish that, but JJ, good hover, will dissuade the play in the end. But I like this from RA at least, like being proactive in the early game, starting as they mean to go on.
Yeah, exactly. And nice defensive passing from JJ. Skipped over the Gromp to ensure that he'll be on the top side in time, right? Just understanding the jungle matchup, knowing he'll be outpaced by Nidalee in the full clear. So goes for that one now, Baolan. Sends a hook wide.
On the hook. That's bad news for them, but Assume manages to dodge away from the knock-up as well. We're kind of just going back and forth in the bottom lane, trading toe for toe here, as Lian is not going to give JJ a second's reprieve throughout this game. Throws out the sweeper. Can he get the Gromp is the question. 900 on it. JJ stopped the DPS.
No, but JJ's got Smite and the Q also deals so much damage to those bigger health camps, so should be fine. Lian would only be able to really steal it away if he managed to mark it beforehand, and he just couldn't quite get the spear on it or JJ to go in. So no steal, but a little bit of pressure felt, and now JJ really understanding his role. He's going down here just to cover, ensure that Uzi and Mako are safe, not going to get ganked, but of course we know from the God view that Lian has gone back to base already and gone for the Sword Boots straight away, so just looking to get around the map even faster in this early game.
Baolan, another hook in, but here comes JJ to turn this play around, and it's Baolan in trouble instead. Ignite going to be burned, but no summoners to answer as Uzi nearly gets the proc onto Assume. Another auto. Maybe would have been enough for a kill. I'm not entirely sure at level 4 how much the passive does, but you know, with an auto on top, maybe 200 damage is doable. Scary stuff, honestly, when you're running Draven Blitzcrank and you're not actually winning the lane.
Yeah, 100% agree. So we'll have to just look for a reset relatively soon. Uzi and Mako will get those off first. Lian will stop Mako's back, but I don't think he's going to be able to stop Uzi's, unfortunately for himself. A lot of, you know, blood in the water down here. A lot of attention being drawn to the bottom side of the map. Lian's actually going to help Assume push out this wave, so he can get a slightly nicer timer on this reset, so that'll feel nice. And it shouldn't really cost Lian too much. He has a bunch of jungle camps, however, to go and farm up towards the top side for, so I imagine he will go and do that now. As I wonder if it gives JJ potentially maybe a window to go towards Xiaoshu, see if he can force out a flash, maybe get the ultimate out, right? Just kind of give Ala a little bit more of a window to breathe in.
Xiaoshu really trying to put the pressure on as well. Level 6 arrived on both sides of the top lane here. So like you say, JJ, alongside the Slicing Maelstrom, maybe could make a play. Baolan wants to go for Fofo, has his flash available. His Mako will be spotted on the bottom side of mid. Xiaoshu's gone in! Slicing Maelstrom's there. Dominus comes out from Xiaoshu. He's in a 2v1. There's no way out of this one, surely. Or...
They
He needs a flash! He just walked away!
Xiaoshu just rushed Merc Treads, so like everything that just happened there to him was pretty much nullified, right? Not only the CC, but also a little bit of the damage department via the magic resist. So yeah, I guess he just walks out for free. I was thinking maybe a gank like that, like he has to blow a flash at least, right? And he's even gone in just before that, no double dash back or anything. Kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie that he walked out of that, but EDG kind of feel a little bit sad. So blow JJ's flash looking for Xiaoshu as well, so that's now a spell that's not going to be available for a play on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, honestly, as Xiaoshu just literally waltzing out of the play, I think is the only way to describe it. Very cool guys don't look at explosions, just strolls on out of it.
He's also back to 60% HP. Like, he's just chilling. And now, a dive is actually kind of viable because Arla doesn't have flash and he's, what, 700-ish HP? Right, so Xiaoshu's got the empowered W, that's going to be a longer stun, and Lian should just be able to line this up.
Ala still had flash available there, but has no chance to use it. Xiaoshu shuts him down, and Lian capitalizing on the strength of this Renekton. Look, this was a B1 pick, and we're seeing why.
Yeah, exactly. We need to see more attention towards this top side, though, right? I feel like Renekton, you want to always try and snowball the champion, and when you're playing Nidalee, you just want to be able to have a lane you can constantly go and effectively just farm gold off of. So let's see how quickly Lian makes a return up towards the top side. EDG, however, trying to not let this one go for free, right? Losing a top wave, Arla, and a plate, trying to at the very least answer out on the dragon, and they should just about do that. Lian is in the area, but he's not really looking to contest this dragon, and it will go over to EDG very slowly as it decides to reset on poor old JJ, but he will lock it down.
He certainly will take it out, so good stuff in the end. At least EDG getting himself something. But RA kind of playing on the opposite side of the map. And it's working out for them as well. We do have about 1,000 gold lead for RA as Lian moving back down towards the bottom side. I love how proactive Lian is when he's on this Nidalee, because it's not even necessarily just getting into the lanes and ganking. It's like, you know, he was helping Assume crash a wave so that they could get a reasonable back. Trying to pressure onto JJ in the jungle there, making a gank happen in the top lane as well. It feels like no matter where Lian is, he is being impactful in the game. Whether that's in kills or what, does not actually matter. He's just making sure that his team is getting ahead at all times.
Yeah, exactly. Xiaoshu, hello.
Dominus propped in the top side, but Ala will be able to just get out of that one. Remember, Ala actually has his flash still from the previous play. Never got to use that, but the wave crashed in. Oh, and he gets it! Lian, it's a flubbed up flash. He's going to be stunned underneath the tower, but he can pounce back out. I can't believe he got that kill.
Yeah, I mean, Ala face checking just because he was about to go put a ward down, I believe. He had a control ward in his inventory. And unfortunately, Lian was already there, waiting in the bush. Finds the first spear and just able to burst him down really easy because he was chunked out from Xiaoshu already. Now they should be able to, at the very start of this Herald, Lian's quite low, but he'll be able to heal up very slowly. Red buff, passive heal as well, off the jungle camp farm. So, mid lane, Strive. How much trouble is he in?
Attempt here. Ignite comes on down. They won't really be able to finish this one off. Baolan blocks it, pulls him in. Fofo has been obliterated.
Yeah, Fofo kind of got destroyed there. Just gets rid of the minion wave, and Hook is really, really easy to land. The only way that could have been worse for EDG in this particular instance is if Assume got that cash in, right? Because he was already there in the area. So it feels a little bit bad, but hey, you know, for Assume, he can continue to stack up. Double-edged sword, always, right? You can always find a bigger cash in.
There's always a bigger fish, to quote Qui-Gon. But Assume, to be honest, like, in the grand scheme of things, that was actually an EDG play that took this for RA. So even if you don't get a cash, like you're still happy with that play. It's still an absolute win for RA. And again, 2,000 now that they're ahead. We said this is a team that are the highest kills at 15 in the league, which that crazy of a stat because so many teams are just doing nothing in the early game at the moment. But you can buy that it's for both contests because they're always making plays. That's again. Wow. No flash this time, and they decide not to go for it.
Quite surprised. So much restraint there from Lian, but he was sat on a fair amount of gold. He just picked up a regular tome, so almost one point he just didn't quite want to flip it, so I can respect that. There is no dragon on the map for another 2 minutes. So too surprised if you see this all clear back up towards the top, unless he has to cover the bot lane, actually just redive Ala. With Mako.
Oh, the charm went wide. The charm went wide. The silence came out from Baolan, so Mako couldn't get out straight away, but Strive misses the charm, means the play won't happen. And Mako, because he's on the Rakan, doesn't even cost him.
Yeah, easy out. Couldn't tell I went wide or whether or not it was a little bit too short. Either way, it was still the same, right? Misses out. Still feels a little bit fine that pick, but right, had some jungle camps on the bottom side. Didn't even take the Crux. Took the Raptors and then immediately started running up here. Now he is on vision and JJ is actually here to match. And I think they're going to run face first into each other.
Let's get him. That pounce. But gets to use it. Stunned up by the slice strum. And a CC chain there by JJ and Ala to finally punish Lian and stop this pressure on them.
Man, that is what you call unlucky timing if you're on the side of Lian. JJ, it's calculated. I mean, he was up here to cover. He knew that Lian was going to be up on his way. He just didn't quite know exactly that he was going to jump on his face.
Come out on a silver platter.
Exactly. So EDG finally, covering for one of these plays. So Ala can, at the very least, have a little bit of a chance to breathe. And one thing I'd actually like to call our attention to is Uti's build. He's Static Shiv.
Yeah.
This is something that we will likely see a lot more on 13-12, I believe, Static Shiv received a little bit of buff. But basically, it's kind of a hybrid Kai'Sa where, you go Static Shiv into and then maybe, whatever else Kai'Sa can build because that champion can build basically a majority of the items in the game and not feel too bad about it. It does provide a whole bunch of burst damage, especially if it can actually start to get rolling. But for now, it just has the completion item, and as a whole right now aren't particularly looking for any proactive plays, which is pretty in line for where we expect them to be at the moment. But in mid-game, once a couple more items are completed, for Fofo, for JJ, they'll start to look a little more aggressively for some dive plays.
Harold going to be dropped down in the mid lane. That'll just be a plate for Lian, who wants a knock-up is there. The chain is good. He should finish the kill off. That's a kill over into the pockets of Uzi, who already got this earlier on as well. That'll be a Drake as well for EDG. Things are going.
Yeah, not too bad. And EDG will also get the second dragon, so it feels really, really good. But RA, you have to remember, they're the one of the Draven lane, they're the one of, Nidalee early game based composition. They weren't picking up the early dragons, they were a little more on the gold generation, so out to these two early dragons against a team composition which should just out team fight you. Feel really bad if you don't need to control in the gold department. So RA try and do more gold off the map. Whether it's towers as the plates have fallen off, or whether they can actually get Assumed to cash in relatively soon. He's sat surely on like 300 and something stacks. RA spoke about stripping away some towers. If they can kill Ala, maybe there's reinforcement.
Sorry, he's over on the side. It does not matter. The run through though, maybe the tower can finish the job. With the JJ with kill credit. A fall up top for EDG, but everyone had just recalled on the bottom side for RA, so there's no.
Yeah, no answer. Feels bad. But really good job again, right? Just Maddie, one in a row. And RA kind of feel a little bit bad because, again, we said they want to start kind of trying to put lead, reopen that one back up. They're up 3,000 gold a couple of minutes ago. It's not the case anymore. Need to look for more picks. Keep on denying more vision. You've got a Blitzcrank, right? Again, if you hit a hook, that champion should die if its name isn't Rakan.
If they can find any of these hooks, I feel like it's been a little while since we saw one. It's the spears coming out from Lian. He's got that Night Harvester. Do we get Static Shiv Nidalee coming in as well? How many Static Shivs will be built this game? Current counter is on 1. But let's never count more out of the equation. As gold still slightly in favor of RA, about 1,000 up, as 2 Drakes have gone the way of EDG to somewhat even up that scoreboard overall. I do feel like EDG, like you say, they're doing a good job of reading what RA are trying to do and answering it on the map. Now, the ball back in RA's court, they've got to try and make this. I feel like Lien is permanently warded. Wherever he goes, he's on a ward over the last few minutes.
Yeah, it does feel quite bad for Lien. He's had what I like to call an unfortunate string of plays, right? You know, jumping on top of JJ and then that previous death as well towards the mid lane. But still, RA will pick up the Rift Herald. EDG aren't really too concerned with looking for that at the minute. They're more concerned with trying to cross map and take this tower on the bottom side to at the very least answer out for the fact that they are losing the Herald. They'll probably lose this top tower in the exchange whilst they're at it. So just cross mapping for now and trying to go blow for blow with RA when and where they can.
There's like a lot of play is centered around Fofo in this game from the side of EDG, right? Even the plays up towards Ala, Fofo has been a part of it. And you can see the team shadowing for Fofo as he goes to the tier 1 in the bottom side. Answered by Strive, though, in the top lane, and likewise, Lien in that area, making sure that his mid lane is safe to just clear the tower. Keeping my eyes on Assume, though. He's had a pretty quiet game so far, considering he's on the Draven. Not died either, though. He's currently on almost 400 stacks. Like, he's going to be a rich man if he ever gets a kill.
If he hits level 11 without cashing out, his ult is literally going to execute someone at like 800 damage or something ridiculous. As that Rift Herald put down somewhat nonchalantly, but it does pick up the tier 1, right? So you obviously open up the map a little bit, but the Dragon's not for another 90 seconds. So that's not going to be a tool that they have for now. Charm goes wide, but this is what you want to do.
Everfrost is there as well. This is the cash in. Surely there it is. 1,000 gold plus the 300 for the kill. He just got almost 1,500 gold from a kill.
That was nasty. That was nasty. 1,033 was the final number there on the cash in. So yeah, when Assume goes back to base, he is shopping. He's laughing straight to the bank, I'd like to say. So feels good for RA, but this is what they need to keep on doing because they've got the Blitzcrank. Just keep on denying vision away from EDG. It's so hard to retake areas of the map because you don't really have anyone that can, you know, properly face check. JJ, you know, sure, he is a Maokai, but he's gone phase rush, he's not gone aftershock, and even with the aftershock, he would still get absolutely murdered like this, doing their best to try and poke and prod, but unfortunately, you always run the risk of Baolan landing a hook.
Double skill shots there. To be honest, that didn't even look like a hit to me, but JJ goes down regardless. And that massive influx of gold from Assume. We said he's had a quiet one. Now Collector finished off as well as the Triforce. Uzi was ahead not too long ago. He has now been massively outstripped by what Assume is bringing to the table. This Kaiser going to have a hard time. Like, a couple of axes are going to do mega damage at this point in the game. Mako's got to be careful. Will dodge away from the hook here. And again, these wards have been so clutch. I'm not even sure which EDG member is getting them all down. Has to be Mako, right? But constantly getting vision onto Baolan, onto Lien, so that this pit comp can't quite work.
Yeah, exactly. And I love, you know, earlier on, I was like, hey, listen, if you're RA, you really wanted to have stacked these early dragons. Fofo's going to get a nice steal there. You know, to prevent EDG from potentially team fighting around the third dragon, you know, having 2 items and such. Now, EDG aren't quite at 2 items, but I just find it kind of hilarious that RA have now taken such control of the map that they're able to basically get third dragon uncontested, despite the compositional differences. And here, as Assume, will get a red buff. Lian will forget that he has to stand a little bit closer and wait, and we'll get his own as well. Nice little addition. I like the fact that they added buff sharing to the game, you know. I was kind of skeptical, and I also felt bad for my boy Ivor. But
I was going to say, Ivan in absolute shambles. It's the one thing he was bringing to the table.
How much shambles is he really in? Because that champ is also really strong now since the changes.
I'm going to be honest. I just want to throw it out there. Ivan is not that strong. Daisy is really strong. Like,
oh, yeah.
There's a difference. Daisy has carried that duo. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been like that, to be fair. If you're a connoisseur of the Ivern, as seems like Strive looks for a pick there onto Mako and has used the Spirit Rush, so that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit, but not the end of the world. Relatively short cooldown after all at this stage of the game.
Yeah. I want to mention as well, like we talked about, you know, fighting for third Drake and how the Blitzcrank can function and all of this. One thing I will say is when it comes to Baron and they don't have vision, like Blitzcrank is a nightmare to try and face check into when he can just hook you up and the rest of the team can 100-0 because like with an Ahri, a Nidalee, and a Draven there, like even if JJ gets hooked, he's just going to get one shot. So it does get a little bit scary for the side of EDG if RA maintain control of this Baron area, do manage to clear that vision that we've been praising so much from EDG. It could be really difficult for EDG to have any idea whether or not the Baron's even happening.
Yeah, and I feel like just like the amount of confirmation CC just via the charm as well, once a target gets hooked and then knocked up, it just feels impossible. It feels like a pretty much guaranteed death sentence unless someone on RA flubs a little bit of their damage. So EDG, they really have to be meticulous about how they approach basically any area of the map, because I promise if we could ask for a vision toggle right now, that entire area would be practically dark, though they have actually managed to slip one ward in the back of the Baron pit. So they at least have information that the Baron is obviously not being started or anything like that, but the sheer darkness on this side of the map has to be quite daunting to look at.
Xiaoshu and Ala posturing as ever. The fight for the crab goes on. Xiaoshu will win it out here. As that ward that you talked about now cleared by Lien, and like you say, just sheer darkness Mako on a mission to try and get some kind of vision into the Baron pit. And there we go, blue ward now going to be used as well. They're running out of ways to check it. Fofo still does have that Scry's orb available as well.
This feels like old school League of Legends back in the day where like vision items were at times very limited, especially because you had to spend so much gold. RA just suffocating EDG out, and now it collapses on its way.
Yeah, they're trying to make this play so that EDG were forced to come and find a creative way to get vision. Oh, the TP, though, the charm is there. Flash comes out from Strive and makes the moment happen. 0-2 for Fofo, and RA comfortably can start this Baron off. JJ, you got to make a miracle happen here, friend.
Yeah, he's got Flash, he's got ult, and he's got a dream, Joe, and I think he's going to have to commit his life if he wants to potentially deny this one away from RA. How much information is he working with? Ultimate will fly through. I don't know if it's giving him vision, though.
Xiaoshu can just go over the wall and just bully JJ here. Dominus comes out, JJ over the wall! But he can't quite find the steal. Xiaoshu rejoins his squad, and it's another kill for Assume. Ala try to split push at the side lane, but an AP cannon ain't going to do all or too much. There we go. Even a TP committed from Strive here to deny the tier 2. EDG get nothing here.
EDG get absolutely routed. I can appreciate how close JJ got to smiting away that Baron, but unfortunately still lost out in the end. And RA just doing this by the books, right? Acknowledging that EDG generally are just not a proactive early and, you know, can often be a little bit disjointed in the mid-game team, slowly suffocate them out of vision. And, you know, I was just talking about how this just felt like a very old game of League of Legends back from like season 4, 5, 6, where sometimes in the mid-game vision can be quite limited in terms of what you can actually be putting down, and you just slowly suffocate the enemy team out of resources, right? All those blue wards getting put down. Eventually, EDG crumble to the pressure, and RA now have Baron to work with.
Available for Strive, but won't find his window. The ward came out onto Bowland, and that was enough to dissuade the potential play. But with Baron in pocket, RA, you know, 7,000 gold ahead. This is feeling extremely one-sided. Now, granted, this is a composition that doesn't exactly scale well into the late game, but, I mean, we're 24 minutes in and they're hammering onto the tier 2s and probably will look for more. Not to mention the fact that Blitzcrank, oh, he's a menace in the siege, isn't he? He's an absolute menace. If he finds that hook, Ala could be in big trouble. I'll find it for now.
Always just about the presence, right? Just stepping up and making the enemy team have to step back because they have to respect the rocket grab. Is very similar to, you know, champions like Fiddlestick, Zac, where you know that they can always just kind of engage at a moment's notice. So just having those skills up is the biggest deterrent of any kind of aggression. And EDG, again, just kind of have to respect what RA are doing on the map right now. They pick up the second Dragoness and Infernal as well. Every single champion on the side of RA is benefiting quite a bit. You know, even down to the Blitzcrank, to be honest with you, right? He's got Everfrost for the extra lockdown. So hey, he'll take more magic damage where he can get it. EDG just have to continue to try and scale as linearly as they can alongside RA here, and hope that eventually, you know, the strength of champions can start to shine through. But right now, RA across the board pretty much up in items as things stand.
I think the thing is as well, like Baolan only 3 assists so far this game, but it's not necessarily just about the kills that he's managed to get for his team. It's about the timing of them. But like you say, when you hold on to that hook, it's something that you never seem to see in solo queue. Blitzcranks will just throw their hook on cooldown. The second that hook is on cooldown, you don't exist. You're useless. You bring nothing to the team. So a lot of these plays you're seeing Baolan actually just hold on to his hook unless he reckons he can pull someone right then and there. And the pressure that it puts on is really the massive benefit that you're getting from the champion. So really good to see coming out from RA. And if you play hook champions in solo queue, learn from Baolan here. Holding your hook, unless you can guarantee the hit, is most of the time better than actually throwing it.
Yeah, let that be a lesson learned from Joseph Munchables Fenny. Do not press your hook button unless you're going to actually hook someone. Otherwise, your champion's kind of not that useful. It's what they do, by and large.
Man,
unless your name's Thresh.
Well, yeah. Also,
Thresh is
like
the exception.
The thing is, like, the amount of times in solo queue where you're absolutely dominating a lane with a hook support, right? And you're sieging their tower, you're getting plates. They use their hook, and suddenly, your pressure that you've been using to siege this tower doesn't exist. And they're like, Rakard or whoever can now just step up, start a fight, and you both die, and then you lose the lane. Like, that is the epitome of, you know, using a hook and completely screwing the lane. One thing I would just quickly mention as well, just looking over the scoreboard, Uzi doing pretty good on the CS numbers. 310 at 27 minutes. That is not too shabby. I mean, he was always known for absurd CS, but that was like, you know, that was on Ezreal where he was ulting and like his mid lane and top lane would give him waves. They'd set it up and he'd ult across the map to get more CS. Like, this is just him. This is just him farming way ahead of 10 per minute. Absolutely insane stuff.
You know you're an old head if you remember, like, teams literally setting up waves for Uzi's Ezreal ults across the map. I remember those days too. Different game entirely.
Honestly, it was a different game to what everyone else was playing at the time as well. Like,
yeah.
EDG was the only team that did that. Oh, sorry, EDG. RNG.
Well, as Alan, I'm going to find Meiko. Pace of the game kind of slowed down, but I feel like this is maybe by design for RA. I feel like they haven't necessarily set themselves up for Siege, and they're just waiting for this next Baron to spawn up, because the last Baron kind of netted them a couple of towers. Here's an engage, actually.
Flash for flash, and it's Baolan to go down. TP coming through as the Whirling Death won't find a kill. Well, Blitzcrank gone. That's perfect for EDG. It's really difficult to threaten in the way that RA want without the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and you know, Joe, what are we talking about? As soon as Baolan goes in, if he, you know, throws out a hook, he's then not a champion. Meiko knows this. He is a by-the-book player. As soon as Baolan goes in, throws the hook out, he's like, well, I guess I'm going in now. There's no reason not to. They just find their easy pick and walk away. All hands still on deck. Dragon up in a little bit over 60 seconds. So for RA, that's probably where a little bit of this vision focus is going to reshift over to. For EDG, kind of still have to be on the back foot a little bit, but they're pushing a couple of waves. This could give them a few windows for Meiko to just slip in and drop some very shallow vision to make sure that RA, at the very least, have to clear it out as they retake.
Just him threatening Meiko there, and he's going to respect it fully. Uzi, though, 3 items finished off now on the Kai'Sa. He is going to be feeling strong as a hook does come in. The silence is there, and Meiko's gone before the play can even happen. EDG, when they got their pick onto Baolan, there were no objectives on the map. Now they have to do what they can. Uzi's going for a play onto Baolan. But the heal comes out. Oh my days. Baolan barely gets out with his life. But Xiaoshu threatening a flank here as Strive forced away. The root's going to come on through. Zonya's going to be forced. Strive should go down here. No, flashes away. Keeps himself alive. Assume back on the Baron. In the meantime, Ala is split pushing. But RA will finish the Baron off.
All right, so Baron for Inhibitor Tower. I mean, honestly, for RA, you're probably all right with that trade. But what will feel bad is if you lose this Dragon. And I think that's certainly going to be the case here. This will be bursted down exceptionally quick. Things like the Kai'Sa with the Gwynsu. So for RA, I don't know how worth this sequence of play is. I feel like unless you really break, you break open the base, you get an inhibitor from this Baron. For EDG, this is perfect. They now put themselves on Soul Point. If they get the next Dragon, picking up that additional, set of stacks is going to feel great. And of course, you're just denying RA the ability to have more damage on hand. and you just keep the game going for a little bit longer. So RA need to be really, really clinical with this Baron. Otherwise, it feels like EDG in the long run are going to be more than happy with that trade.
They certainly are. I mean, EDG, maybe we've found the secret sauce. They've just got to get past 30 minutes because, like, from a macro perspective, that set of plays was fantastic from EDG. They get an inhib tower, they get the third Drake, so now they can threaten the 50-50 onto Infernal Soul. And sure, RA, they do get the Baron buff, but at what cost? It's a potential opportunity for Ala to make things open wide in this game. Tier 2 will be taken on the bottom side, but RA still yet to actually break into the base.
Yeah, exactly. Tier 2 on the top side is the only one that's still left up, but they're sieging down here on the opposite side. Oh, Mako.
Okay, I take it back. They've broken into the base. My goodness,
Yeah,
the talent
that was
as strong as paper. Ala's still split pushing. They might lose the game here. It's a hook onto Mako, and he's down already. RA find their opportunity, whirling death across the team, but he can't finish another kill. Uzi now, half HP, but it's Ala! He's TP'd behind the whole squad. Xiaoshu jumps into the backline to try and save it. Assume versus Uzi, but Strive's there too, and the croc goes huge. RA find the fight, and they'll find game 1.
Not only that, but Assume just put an axe in Uzi's head, man. He just crammed for like 900 damage on the turnaround play. For Ala, it was such a big ult, but it feels like it was too little too late, and RA will take game 1.
It felt like that was maybe the miracle play for EDG, but it's too little too late. It feels like they only came alive beyond the 30-minute mark, whereas RA firing on all cylinders from the word go. Uzi's still a massive smile on his face. Like, he saw that 900 crit. He's like, yeah, what can I do, man? What can I do? Impossible game. We'll just blame the coach. Bad draft, guys. Bad draft. Go next.
Bad draft, go next. I mean, yeah, there were quite a few things that, you know, still could have been put forward, picked up. There was, you know, if we're talking about, you know, meta picks, obviously they lent away from things like the Zeri in this game, but Zeri Yumi could have been locked in 1-2. Cassante was also up, right? There were definitely a few champions available here to EDG, which were kind of ignored. Not that everything was draft dependent here, but, you know, we spoke about the general theme of them not really drafting for the first 20 minutes of the game and kind of just letting things go by. RA, I think, you know, looking at this particular series through a very, very aggressive-minded lens and going, all right, let's just draft a composition which wants to play the game, you know, high tempo, big pace for the first 20, 25 minutes. And they were able, for the most part, to suffocate EDG out of that game to a point where, yeah, EDG trying to commit to that split push didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, I will say, you know, maybe a hull breaker was necessary. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, fantastic, fantastic attempt from EDG at the end with the split push. You know, the whole sequence of play around Baron, I really liked. Like,
yeah.
The problem is you're so far behind at that point in the game that sure you've got an attempt on this like late game macro play, but you shouldn't be relying on making late game macro miracles happen as your win condition. And so far in the last few weeks, I feel like we've not really seen any other convincing win conditions out from EDG. That's the biggest issue. Is like the early and mid game feel like the biggest issues as opposed to what they're bringing later on into the game. Like Uzi trying to make the play onto Baolan. Like we can see that there is playmaking potential in this roster, but man, we've got to see something earlier on in the game because I feel like RA just had the run of the map. And it's like you were saying during the draft as well. Like, do you actually want to blind pick the Maokai when you think that Leyen is going to be going for that Nidalee? JJ said yes, but I don't know if yes was the right answer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I feel like from JJ's perspective, just to speak on it for a second, as you know, as a jungler myself, I feel like he did actually a pretty good job for the most part of tracking Leon throughout a majority of the early game. He did prevent, you know, a fair amount actually, and almost half of Leon's plays specifically towards the top side of the map. But it didn't really matter because if you're EDG, especially when you're playing Maokai, the whole strength of the champion, especially post, you know, 15-ish minutes, is being able to set up around objectives with the saplings and just kind of having an additional layer of vision and protection, area denial, right? But if you're on the back foot 24/7, you're never really going to be able to use the strength of that champion. And again, even down to things like, to me, saving AD carry till R5, right? Support, and we've seen it over this weekend, we've seen it over the last couple of days as well. Support counterpick is so important to almost the entire functionality of some compositions. And in this game, it kind of almost came down to that, right? We saw the fact that Baolan acknowledged that it was Rakan in lane, was like, well, I can pick Blitzcrank for free here, and then I've got an entire pick composition in which I shouldn't really ever be threatened. So long as we, you know, obviously keep up the tempo and we're always the ones on the front foot with the vision. So yeah, I feel like for EDG, there is a lot to work on. Obviously, the gameplay we can criticize and, you know, wax lyrical about all the time. But I think from a draft perspective, things can still be fixed even from there. For RA, this is a game with definitely still a few issues, but ones which can be brushed over considering the kind of competition they're playing and the execution threshold that they still managed to hit.
I will say, you know, we keep on talking about Uzi being back, you know, back in 2018. Everyone was hyped on Uzi, but guess who shut him down? It was IG. And Baolan was on that roster that won the World Championship that year. And he takes game number 1 against Uzi once again. We're going to jump into a break. We'll find out if Baolan can get the 2-time here right after the break.
We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the fair, and OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the backline of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. As Swall goes down, resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with the triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's an NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Top Esports with a very low headshot. You just need to land one EQ, buddy. One Q. And that's Top Esports being down.
Here. He's going for a little bit more. Jackie Love actually ults onto him and just takes him out. The opposite man eradicated by Jackie Love, one of the greatest of all time and living up to that reputation here in this game. The Bramble Smash won't come through. Jin Zhao tries to finish the job, but he can't. Nobody can bring him down. It's Jackie Love on the scene.
They're going for the inhibitor for the side of LGD. They want to stop this. Meteor too late.
A valiant effort from Meteor, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to stop the ports now. The GA will buy some time. This Decade will get the inhib. Jackie Love, 2v1 here, will mark alongside him. The sustain is there, though, when he actually gets them. He charges forward. Your carries mean nothing here.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The goal advantage certainly helps. It means that EDG can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have one item that helps.
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hung. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. 2-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight.
Like, they get a big hook onto Ruler. They will one-shot him with an Aphelios. But Finn, not the champion you'd expect to be one-shot. He's going to be, though. It's the Ignite burning away. Knight can't quite finish the kill. As now the follow-up anti-engage, and Shun just taken for a ride, as so are the rest of BLG. JDG happy to go under the tower here. Look at them shred through BLG. See ya later. We're back to MSI Finals again. It's domination. A Finn TP's back in just to be set up for maybe a second quadra kill. Ruler on a triple already. I think he's bought enough time. I don't think the multi-kill will be there, but it just doesn't matter because Ruler hits double digits, 10-0 at 20 minutes.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Got something to say, time to get out the way, get out of my way, get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted, you sold a lie, I bought it, this time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it, no time to get no. So I'll scream out right now while you all lay down, lay
下场对阵 EDG 压力很大，全神ban他们，然后做哪些准备就是已经想说好让他们来进攻我们了。我自己感觉比赛的话下路是很重要的吧，然后尤其是软辅的时候。软辅的时候，我觉得打野就是要看下路的，然后如果辅助是硬辅的话，就是打野选择会更多一点。下一场对战杰杰，想对杰杰说，等着我来翻你野怪吧。
All right, welcome back to the LPL as we head towards our second game of our second series here. EDG getting kind of slammed by R8 in game number 1. And I'm joined by Jamada. We're the first 2 official members of the 2023 Battleland fan club as he grabs himself MVP with an incredible blitzcrank performance in game 1.
I'm a part of the MVP fan club? Oh, sure,
yeah.
Man. Yeah, but
did you not know?
I mean, look, no, this is my first time finding out. As yeah, Battleland was kind of the cornerstone for a lot of RA's ability to take over that game, right? Just existing as the blitzcrank for a majority of that just put so much pressure on EDG to ever take anything anywhere, and it pretty much started off all the way from here, right? Even finding that hook on Ala, even though RA weren't necessarily able to take a massive amount of advantage of it in the early game, still, you know, pressure fell, and every time he was at a skirmish, he was hitting pretty much every hook. We only really saw him miss one, right, in that mid lane where EDG could have maybe found a little bit more, but they only got 1 kill from that skirmish. Besides that, every time he found a hook, it resulted in a skirmish that ended up positively for the rest of RA.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff coming out from R8 as, you know, Uzi trying to make the hero play right at the very end there. I feel like if Ala commits to the fight a little bit harder instead of trying to get out with his life, maybe Uzi could go in, maybe they could win that team fight, I don't know. I feel like there was maybe more of an angle to be a little more aggressive, but, you know, I am also not a professional top laner in the LPL in one of the most storied organizations of all time. So, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he knows better than I do.
You know, hey, look, you know, he's only been playing the game for X amount of years at the top level of League of Legends. I think we can let him off this time, right,
Yeah.
Joe? But like next time, he might be in trouble. As a lot to think on for EDG in this next draft here. I feel like, you know, we heard from Vofo at the top of this series speaking about how they are trying to figure out the meta and what have you. It does still feel like they're drafting from, you know, spring. Like, don't get me wrong, I said not a lot has necessarily changed, but also there are enough differences that you should have at least found a way to adapt a little bit, right? We spoke about the power of Cassante and how that is pretty much prioritized everywhere else. EDG are just banning champions from the previous game.
They're going to ban Nidalee as well, aren't they? It's just like, okay, I see what you did there, RA. We're just going to not let you have any of the champions that you played. This is literally like if you played best of 3 at a Clash or something. Like, it's just solo queue scouting. It's like, this is your favorite champion, this is your favorite champion, and this is your favorite champion.
Wow, okay. So, Vi's up. We also have Zeri, Yumi. It's going to be Renekton first pick again.
Annie's available too.
Yeah, and Annie. So, I mean, hell, Ari could go Vi Annie here and feel pretty happy about that, to be honest with you. Lian, of course, has lent more on those Feast or Famine junglers, right? But, I mean, strength of champions. You have to think about that. And I think if the combination is up, naturally, you almost always take it. So, let's see where RA go as they're hovering over the Annie. They're acknowledging it. Question is, will they go through the lock-in? They will. And now it's up to Lian, likely to go towards a jungler unless they want to pick up an AD carry. But after last game, I feel like they're going to be happy to see, you know, sit and wait and see what EDG and Uzi have cooking to just get another strong setup in the bottom side of the map.
I mean, I feel like it's moments like this in the draft where you see what the priorities are for the teams, and for RA, it's about counter-picking, right? They go for the Annie as their one blind pick, but pretty much for the rest of the draft, they'll be able to go for counter-picks here, depending on what EDG pick up. If they do go for their mid laner here, then at least RA will have to blind pick something in the second phase, but we'll have to see, because EDG, with the B1 Renekton, I feel like they've got, look, ban the Blitzcrank, ban the Draven, remove what was strong in the bottom side from RA in game number 1, and then take their B1 Renekton, take that big strength at the top side as well away. Let's see what RA can do. So I like the approach from EDG, kind of picking apart the initial strategy of RA. But whether or not they can turn it into a win is a different question, as Vice still open, but perhaps the Wukong priority here. You do have the Annie for setup. And we have mentioned Lien does love these carries.
Yeah, carries. And to be honest with you, I don't mind it, right? I think the reason why RA here, they don't actually go towards that vibe line is because Xayah and Rakan are both up. They've locked in the Annie. And they weren't really thinking about going towards the Rakan. They didn't want to split that up either. So they go towards the K'Sante, wait until 3 for their jungle pick. And what this also does now is not only allow them to remove away 2, strong team fighting junglers from the hands of EDG, which can very often put Kha'Zix in the ground in those mid-game team fights. It also means that EDG have to either, all in towards AD carry bans or support bans. Or try and split and just remove away the worst possible combination of champions that they feel like they could be dealing with here. So for RA, I feel like still, in a really, really comfortable position. For EDG, they've got the makings of a strong comp, right? They have their Renekton on the top side for a very strong, consistent top side. They've got the Loves Duo on the bottom side between the Rakan and Xayah, so the 2v2 should always have a baseline level, a solid baseline level of strength. It's just about trying to solidify now the middle of the map with JJ and Fofo's picks.
Yeah, the Yuumi, I feel like, was almost a mandatory ban there from EDG. You compare with so many champions, it can be so horrible to deal with. Fofo actually gets his Azir picked away or banned away from him so that Strive doesn't get too much pressure in that mid lane. What do EDG want to ban, though? Because, Zeri is available, Aphelios as well, a champion that we've seen so many AD carries thrive on. But then there's also things like the Lulu, which could be a big pick. Aphelios could be a big pick. Sorry. I actually meant to say Nautilus there. Aphelios would have been a big pick, but I did already say Aphelios.
Guess what RA are picking, buddy? It's Nautilus. Who would have thought? I'm kind of surprised here that EDG went for the Aphelios ban here in second. I feel like you want to remove away something like the Naut here, because RA were looking for engage in my mind, right? They've got the Annie, they've got the Kha'Zix, they've got the K'Sante. These champions, obviously Annie can start up a fight with like a Flash Tibbers or whatever, but it's not a consistent form of engage, whereas something like the Nautilus is on the opposite end. So let's see, EDG pick up the Wukong, as that wasn't removed away. It was the Azir in that second ban, and Fofo's going to go towards Lissandra. So looking for a little bit of extra lockdown, as RA, assume, is going to throw the Kai'Sa back at Uzi. So Kai'Sa Nautilus in the bottom side, an immense amount of burst inside the laning phase if that dredge line connects. So a lot of potential blood to be had on the bottom side of the map. So I feel like Lien and JJ both going to be drawn down here in the early stages.
Yeah. I mean, Kai'Sa versus Xayah, this is kind of the classic matchup, isn't it? Baolan has the Nautilus, which in my mind is the best support pairing with the Kai'Sa. You can set up for the combo to come on through for that, the passive to be procced so damn quickly. I feel like Fofo very much playing the setup game. We'll see how this bot lane's gonna go. Uzi's smile from the end of that last game no longer on his face. You can see him looking real serious, because this bot lane, this is a skill matchup.
Yeah, it really is. And I was watching the LEC last night, and Drake was talking about how back in the day he was starting to get tired of Kai'Sa Xayah, and now today in 2023 he's like, how I miss those champions. I think they ended up in the same matchup last night as well. We'll see how Uzi and Assume both pilot either side of this one as we get into game number 2. Expect a lot of action down here. It has to be bloody by nature, I think. And for EDG, they have to find a way back in, otherwise they could be facing down another 0-2 series, and it could be dropping to 3-6.
Certainly could. Both teams tied in the standings here. EDG getting 2-0'd by RNG in their most recent series, and now 1-0 down against RA as well. It's a tough position for EDG fans to be in, especially off the back of such a dominant, recent performance out from the organization. Especially Spring almost making it to MSI 3rd place in the end, losing out to BLG, who honestly have evolved over the course of the year. Mako pressured on all sides here. Stun comes out from Strive. Gonna have to use the Grand Entrance, surely. In fact, Balan not overcommitting to the play. I think rightly so against Lissandra and the Rakan.
Yeah, I think also just kind of considering the fact that even if he does throw out the dredge line, that the likelihood is Mako will just use that Grand Entrance to dodge it anyway, so just felt like not really committing, and hey, Strive will get a little bit of first strike gold at the end of the day. And you're talking about the EDG story, definitely right, man. It does feel almost, I don't know, it's a melancholy feeling to see EDG, you know, hit such a high in spring, considering, you know, you lose those household names, you lose Viper, you lose Scout, just to see them still be at the top of the table, to now be struggling throughout summer. I do really want to see a bit of a resurgence for this EDG lineup, at the very least. Again, you know, making playoffs is kind of that baseline, always kind of the hope, and then you look to see what kind of evolution you can do. It worked out for BLG, that's for sure. Now, one of our best teams in the LPL.
Yeah.
I think if you told people halfway through spring regular, they would have said that you're a crazy man.
Yeah, it certainly would. BLG, their level up was absolutely insane this year. I feel like RA, looking really good as well. I feel like RA and Ultra Prime both have these rosters now that you can believe in a little bit. Now, Ultra Prime have been struggling a little bit more, but RA have been managing to get some wins on the board. Still not managing to break even yet, but, you know, I feel like a lot of people built up an expectation of RA being very low down in the standings. This is a team that, in my mind, very much could make it to playoffs. And especially if they're coming in with clear-cut game plans like they did in game number 1. Speaking of game plans, how are we feeling, Jamada, about what RA are bringing to the table here for game number 2? Because we talked about the bottom lane matchup, but like Lian on the Kha'Zix with Strive on that Annie to set him up. Sounds like a powerful combo.
Yeah, it definitely is a very powerful combo, but I will say it does feel a little bit feast or famine, right? As Red Light connects, Mako.
He's ignited. He'll walk away for now as Uzi has to cleanse as well, but Assume one auto away from killing Mako here, but he can't overextend or Uzi will finish him off in kind. But hey, look at this 2v2 from Assume and Bowline. They're going for more. Flash for flash between the AD carries.
Yeah, I wonder if Assume, I'm not sure what Assume was actually respecting there. Maybe they assume that, no pun intended, that JJ is down here on the bottom side. As this space is also going to get stopped. Bowline doesn't want to step forward either. So kind of surprised that there was no flash forward for that first blood, as Lian has now been drawn down here from, I believe, the top side of the map. I think he full cleared from bot to top, and now he's coming down here. Strive as well, trying to get a roam down. Again, interrupt this base. That's going to go through. Will they find Uzi, though? Oh, they do actually stop it. Yeah, with that Void Spike. No. So now there's a massive wave being lost. I don't think the cannon was inside of that wave either, so it's just all going to die exceptionally quick, and the plate's even going to go over. Lian's going to steal away some of that.
I can't believe that.
At the very least. Hey,
absolute criminal behavior from Lian. How does he take some of the play goal? Come on, man. Look, he dominated 2v2 against Uzi and Mako, for God's sake, and you're taking a play gold.
He worked exceptionally hard for that full clear into the bottom side to steal away that 88 gold, all right? Buddy, grow up. It's called tax, all right? He came down here. Hey. He stopped Uzi's base. How about that?
the observer's watching whether Uzi gets the cannon. Man, brutal.
Oh, man, that's rough. And even worse, that wave has practically brought that tower down as well to like an auto attack and a half from the next plate take. So if Assume and Bowline get on top of that, they'll definitely be getting another cash injection, as Lian picked up the skull and also stole away GG's Raptor Camp on top of that. So he's going to have a really, really meaty base. So considering he stole away that extra plate for his services of stopping Uzi on the original base. So should be looking towards a Dirk and then some, as JJ down here on the bottom side can't really do much. This wave is, you know, stacking up, and presumably Assume and Bowland shouldn't step up too far. And to make matters even worse, they're even going to spot out JJ here on the ward.
Yeah, should be able to get vision at very least, as JJ, I think he's gone too deep on this one. They haven't seen Bowland. The hooks can come in. Assume's there with the isolated Q as well. JJ forced the flash. Can they follow this one up? Strive is there. The flash stun comes in. And it's a kill. First blood, in fact, onto Strive.
Yeah, this just feels so rough for EDG. You know, you asked me about the composition for RA, what the game plan was. We got a little bit derailed. I was getting onto how it could be kind of feast or famine, right, with these kind of champions, but what you want to do is just feast 24/7, look for skirmishes, look for fights. They've set down so much information to be ready for fights like that, and they're able to just pick apart the potential invade there of EDG as Ala up here on the top side with Dominus. Xiaoshu needs maybe another, well, he actually is nowhere near all out, so 1v2, not necessarily possible, have to flash out as Bowland's dead.
I really wish we could have seen the actual 2v2. They were winning the 2v2. They were dominating the 2v2, but Uzi and Mako somehow find themselves a kill. They had like no sums, right? The flashes were on cooldown. I guess Mako had Ignite, but my goodness, oh no, Lien. I don't know if he wins that 1v1, but the recall going to be channeled by Allah. He'll get out.
Yeah, so it looks spooky and it is, but Allah hadn't actually reset yet, so a lot of damage. So it's an engage that actually finds its way onto Mako, and then it's a knock-up into a pullback of feathers, and Baolan dies. Well, yeah, sure. Nothing else to say, I guess.
I think maybe dramatically overestimating how far ahead him and Asum are there. There is nothing that Asum could do to follow that up with a minion wave there as well. Like, Kai'Sa does nothing when there's that many minions.
Yeah, it also, like, I think sometimes, like, it's so hardwired into supports, like playing Aftershock on things like Nautilus, that sometimes they just forget that when they have Glacial Augment, they're not always going to be that tanky when they go in. Speaking of tanky, Lean's actually going to dodge away, so he's fine. He's going to survive for now. He's actually level 6, so he should already have an evolution. I imagine it's the claws. So that's the first step of Kha'Zix coming online here.
Yeah, so straight Dirk there. Definitely a big power spike for Leander. Strive using that Tibbers just to get priority in the mid lane, try and force Tvofo away a little bit. Baolan hooking onto the wall, but Mako, without reinforcements nearby, doesn't want to try and brute force anything just for the sake of it. Uzi will get a bit of solo time onto this tower, crashes the wave, sticks around for that solo plate. And luckily for him, his jungler isn't, you know, gonna move on over to that side of the map just to steal away plate gold.
Did his jungler stop Uzi's base for the 3rd time in a row? I don't think so, buddy. All right, I don't know what to tell you, Joe. Like,
look,
just gotta get
junglers should just be happy to be in the presence of an AD carry. You know, that should be enough reward. I don't think they need gold as well.
Do you know who you're speaking to? Do you know who's next to you? I'm the CEO of ADCA. This is the moniker I have. Like, you can't. Nonsense. Absolute blasphemy you're speaking.
Well, I'm the CEO of anyone that takes my plates hate, right? Because I am that AD carry. And God damn, it's the most annoying thing in the world. Fofo still a ward here, as Herald will be taken by EDG. And I will say, a much better early game from EDG than what we saw in game number 1 of the series. I feel like, you know, with a bit of gold in Uzi's pocket here, they're going to be in a much better spot. However, Uzi did move up to that top side, so assume getting a bit of solo time at the bottom tower. That's going to be 3 plates taken.
Yeah, a fair amount of minions lost too here by EDG, so assume pretty happy to make this trade work. So JJ is going to have to walk towards that top side, drop this plate. Uzi and Mako already got one. They're looking for a dive up here, but how hard is it?
Oh, Mako has to flash away. Uzi now tanking the tower. Q3 goes wide. All out still available here as JJ goes to the second part of the Cyclone, pushed out from the tower, but I mean, you needed to stay underneath the tower range, you'd believe there. Xiaoshu goes down. So successful dive from the side of EDG. But what do they lose for it? Is Asum is here alongside his jungler and his support. And it's just going to be the recall channel from Allah.
Yeah, okay, so Allah, we'll just go back to base. This tower's actually going to drop first on the side of EDG because they've got the Herald. So they at least have the tempo advantage, and they should even be able to charge this in, get it to hit the tier 2 tower. Whether or not they kill it is a different conversation entirely, but RA still, you know, you would have to say, fall a little bit behind on this trade, and EDG finally get Uzi a pretty big chunk, very sizable amount of gold into his back pocket.
Yeah, and it's actually not traded. Allah arrives in time to stop them going for the tower in the bottom side, so RA straight up losing out in this trade overall. They don't manage to finish the tower off. Still, Assume got plenty of solo gold there. As you can see, Static Shift finished off, managing to get a Blasting Wand as well. So plenty of gold in his pocket too. But just not quite able to finish the tower off. Lien isn't sure if Mako has reinforcements. If he had the vision that we have, he'd be very willing to go in there, but feels like Mako must have someone alongside him. Really good from Mako to posture the way that he did.
Honestly, my silly monkey brain, I would like hit the W and I'll just go in because I want the first strike gold. I don't even care if I don't kill Mako. I just want to like print a little bit of money. It's like the most satisfying part about having first strike on cards. Like, you get so much cash out of just, you know, someone face checking you and you just getting a Q and an auto in.
Yeah. Q auto W
absurd.
jump away. That's 400 gold, please. Yeah. First strike is a hell of a rune on Kha'Zix. Mako's been caught out. Look at the combo damage. They do commit the ultimate here, though, from Baolan. But the recall should be forced. Lien's in the area as well. Will be spotted on the ward, but it's enough that they'll secure this tower.
Yeah, almost certainly. Assume can commit if he wants it, but actually Baolan backed off. Maybe he was just seeing if there was a ward or something like this behind him, as junglers both being drawn here to the mid lane. Jie gonna go onto Lien as he clears away that control ward. So this tower will go down to Assume, who of course you mentioned has Stack Shift, has a Blasting Wand. That's an additional like 600s-ish gold into his back pocket. So he goes back for a Phoenix Codex. He is super accelerated already, very close to that Nash's tooth. Second item.
Maybe getting close to the W evolve at this rate. Fantastic stuff out from Assume. And I will say, you know, we came into this series saying RA. Highest kills at 15 and deaths at 15 in the league. Well, it's EDG making a play this time around. Baolan the target as the freeze comes out to Lien as well. He's taken out, but Assume is here to clean up the fight. You can't afford to give Kai'Sa all of these kills. It's a double for JJ, but a double for Assume as well.
Ah, man, I don't know if that's worth it. EDG giving over 2 kills to Assume when he's already this far ahead. Uzi is still scraping the ground to find a first item. This is a teleport coming in now also from Xiaoshu, who has the frozen gauntlet too.
Just all out and back towards the play here. Assume dodges the feathers and he's gone. Xiaoshu just wrecks him. Mako next on the chopping block, and the TP's been channeled here. Alan comes in, he's 1v3 and he's winning it. Flashes onto Assume, but he can't finish the kill, and it's a triple for Xiaoshu instead.
Oh no, as soon as I saw that teleport come down, I knew it was a disaster for EDG and that Xiaoshu was about to get a dribble. And this is just the perfect time for him to be fighting. He just finished up his mythic, so the level of lethality and chase down he has is basically peaking right now. And he's just hand-fed all of these kills. So if Assume getting those 2 kills in that skirmish towards the mid lane wasn't enough, now they also have to deal with a fed Cassante. I know there's riots going on in the chat right now. This initial engage from EDG is honestly not that bad, but I think they overestimate their ability to like be first move here, and not expecting Assume or Strive to kind of just one-shot the carries like they do. And he... so much damage. And
sick.
Yeah, it was such a good Kai'Sa. And then to make matters worse, teleport comes in. We've actually got a hover on Uzi's HUD, so the feathers don't lock him down. Still has his ultimate. And I think, wow,
man, the observers really hate Uzi, huh?
They do.
They're like, hey, he has subs, guys. He has subs. On the replay overlay at the bottom, he doesn't have subs, so I have no idea if he had subs or not. As Fofo the target, it's a good little knock-up. Assumes a trouble here, and he's taken down, shut down into the pocket of Allah. The 5v5 is good, but is it good enough? Lien just cuts Fofo in 2.
Hey, I mean, look, it's pretty warm here in Europe, and Lien, maybe it's pretty warm over in Shanghai. Gets some ice in his belly, but unfortunately, Baolan is being eaten up by EDG as well. And they should be able to pick up the dragon off the back of that too, Joe.
Man, these fights are so weird, this game. Like, that was like a 5v5 team fight, but not really, you know? I feel like we never actually had all 5 players playing from both sides at any point during that scrap. EDG, though, they win out. Doesn't matter how many players. They win the fight, and that's what matters. Get themselves their first Drake of the game. And look at this. 7-6 on the scoreboard here. Gold almost dead even. This is the kind of game we were hoping for.
This was the bloodbath that was promised to us from those stats, right? Now, RA are on top of this Herald. EDG don't really have too many ults up and available, whereas RA have some of their more important ones ready to go. So they should still be happy to skirmish here. The Herald also, if they can actually pull it to not reset. Yeah, he's... Wait, first? No, Leon doesn't have W.
No. I mean, I didn't mean evolve. I meant, what is it called? Is it not an evolve? I don't know.
For Kha'Zix, yeah, it's an evolve.
No, for Assume.
Oh, yeah, Assume is also an evolve. Yeah, they're both void champs.
They really should have differentiated that a little bit, but yeah, no, the Kai'Sa has W evolve. Like, watch Assume when we're posturing like this. He is blasted out of W like every 3 seconds, and honestly, they're doing like 200 damage. That is really hard to deal with.
Do you remember, like, there was that very brief window, I think it was like a year and a half ago, but like AP Kai'Sa was meta. And
yeah,
my God.
Yeah. I played it.
Oh yeah,
I was one of the abusers.
I bet you did. Huh? I bet you. It was so obnoxious. like 700 a pop on 2 items. Like how?
Look, man,
how was
you
that
can't hate on that. You're the AD carry hate CEO, not AP carry. That's an AP carry right there. So
no,
that's
no,
not your region.
What role does
Stay in
Kaiser
your
play the
lane,
most?
Shibata.
What role does Kaiser play the most?
Marksman.
Right, in the bottom
You're
lane, right? Yeah, correct.
You
So-
said ADC, attack damage carry.
Nope, nope,
Insane.
nope. I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it. Also, as anyone will know, if you're an ARAM enjoyer, it's criminal. If you have to play against it on Summoner's Rift when you play a lot of ARAM, it just gives you a little bit of PTSD because it's horrible. It's so horrible.
It's so horrible. It's like half your an ARAM. It's like half your health from a W, and then you just blast out. It's like AP Nidalee, except way longer range, way fatter projectile, and it resets if you hit it. Like, come on, man. How is that fair?
It's not fair. That's the point. Anyway, speaking of champions that evolve, Lian has hit level 11, so he does have those Void Spikes upgraded, so that's just going to make his ability to not only stick on top of targets very, very easy, but also set up for the rest of RA to land a lot of their CC too. So EDG have to be very, very considerate about things that they're face checking, as maybe Stripe should have been considerate about this face check too.
Zhonya's is huge, but he doesn't have a chance to get the Tibbers out. Good CC chaining from Fofo and JJ. They find Strive. It's not enough to force an objective for the time being, but hey, it's a window. It does mean that they can play with the numbers advantage through the lanes, but I don't know how much they're really going to find off of it. I feel like this happened in Game 1 as well, where they'd find a couple of good picks, but nothing was up. There wasn't really an opportunity off the back of it. 1v1 between the top laners. Don't think it'll lead to anything.
In the grand scheme of things, like, you see games like this a lot, where like one team is, you know, they find a pick, they get an objective, they get a herald, and then the other team like finds a pick, and then it's just a goal for the pick, and that's it, right? And this does kind of feel like a game like that, where EDG, you know, they certainly are finding picks. They, at the very least, they got that last dragon, right? So it's going to stop RA from getting an early dragon stack going. But even in saying that, it doesn't necessarily feel like EDG really have control of the map in any capacity. And it's RA who are able to just slowly, you know, chip away at what vision is available for EDG and build a line of their own. And you can see on the bottom side of the map, there's practically nothing that EDG are working with right now. That's all darkness that they're going to have to check into, and that's an Annie, a Kha'Zix, Nautilus Kai'Sa. It's a scary set of champions to have to walk into Fog of War for.
I think that's the most impressive thing about RA so far today is their vision control. Like, all throughout game number 1, but now here in game number 2 as well, there is a clear focus on not just setting up vision, but denying vision from EDG as well, which, you know, it's one of the things that we always talk about with top teams. We rarely get chance to talk about good vision control when it comes to mid-table and bottom of the table teams. So RA showing like a very clear understanding of how to get better at League of Legends as a team, how to become a team that potentially can contest higher in the standings. Good stuff so far. Forced out by EDG, who managed to get mid prior, but Assume makes short work of that. Does have to be cautious where he walks though, because Assume with a Rakan, with a Lissandra on the other side, they are more than happy to jump onto. Oh no, has to flash early on. Bofo's in, but won't be able to find Assume here. Wait, no, they did. They managed to take him down. Strive's gone as well. Assume just kind of walked into them. I thought he flashed out to safety, but he got one shot.
No, he got one shot. So I think they were all trying to just collapse on top of Fofo, but Fofo flashed W'd so quickly that Assume just wasn't able to use the summoners efficiently to get out of that one. So just gets popped. So EDG, this flank works out, I've got to say. That was a bit of a Hail Mary, but every Hail Mary has to be thrown to see whether or not it works. And in this case, it does for EDG. They get the dragon, and not only that, crucially, they get a Stream Summoner spells as well. So that's now, you know, a really, really easy Kai'Sa to potentially pick off, and no longer can he necessarily play aggressively for the next couple of minutes.
They went to the church, went to the priest, asked what their penance was for game number 1. Apparently, it was a Hail Mary. And this is it. Mako with the engagement. Assume, like, that is not the place to be, man.
Like, he wants to be of the rest of the team, right? He doesn't want to have to be forced to go all the way around. But honestly, this is just one of those situations where you have to bite the bullet. And it's not even necessarily one where it's a bad trade or anything like that. It's like 5 extra seconds of walking around. And you're not necessarily going to lose too much ground. So because of it, he loses his summoner spells and gets popped at the same time. whilst giving away the objective. Definitely feels quite bad. And now EDG up 1,000 gold, but it doesn't necessarily feel like the biggest 1,000 gold lead in the world. But it is JJ with a lot of those kills. Uzi is also really powerful. He's silently scaled up despite what was a bit of an irritating early game to pilot. Definitely can put in the work if he's afforded the space to do so.
Now, actually, EDG looking pretty good in this one, has to be said. We're kind of beyond that initial snowball that was coming on through. The Cassante could be a problem still. Xiaoshu on 2 items plus boots, feeling real strong. The same for Strive, actually, now finishing his 2nd item in the mid lane. Certainly, we're not out of the woods yet for EDG. RA definitely have power in this composition. But it does feel like the EDG composition is a more like standard front-to-back win the game composition, which, like, if there's one thing EDG can do, it's front-to-back team fighting right now. So I'm feeling good for them with the way that this game is going, with the way that their composition plays out. Feels like this could be the way to a victory for them.
Yeah, I feel like what's pretty interesting about both of these team composition is that they definitely both kind of want to go forward, but at the same time, what's really going to be difficult from the RA perspective here is that EDG's champions, whilst they, they can all thrive in going forward and trying to blow up, 1 or 2 targets at the same time, they all have excellent peeling tools, right? Or their tools which you would see be used for aggression can also be used defensively excellently. So RA, now that we're in the mid game and we're in a situation where, they're not necessarily as far ahead as they were maybe 5, almost 8 minutes ago, they have to kind of battle these champion kits now as well, where you can't necessarily just dive in for free on top of an Uzi who's just going to Feather Storm and then have the rest of his team cover for him. You have to really try and split apart some of these EDG members before you can actually take a full-on 5v5.
How unfair is it, though, that Kai'Sa gets to build this much AP as an AD carry, and like the Shiv scales with it now, so you literally just auto once and then Q and the wave is dead? Like, this is a 2-item AD carry. You should not be able to literally one-shot the minion wave. That is not.
Oh, that's fine. That's balanced.
The game is meant to work.
Yeah, look, here we go. Walk up, auto, Q.
Can't walk up, though.
No, not this
Great counterplay out from EDG. Can't clear the wave if you can't walk up to it.
Yeah, right. EDG do not enjoy Shiv at all. Actually, I say that Arla built in last game. I don't get that Kennen build. The Kennen with Shiv. Like, I feel like if you're getting ahead, I can kind of get it, because then you can very quickly you can very quickly push the waves. I said this yesterday when I was with Mazel. I was like, look, lightning rat, lightning knife, sure, like why not? But
Volibear jungle as well. Lightning bear.
Oh,
lightning dagger. Oh no, Lien. That is, as they say, not it. EDG find themselves a pick. I feel like this keeps on happening.
This is Groundhog Day. Apparently, EDG, they get a pick, but they can't really take Baron. There's still the threat of potentially getting kind of blown up inside the pit, so they don't go towards it. RA are just going to retake vision around the area, and we're back to square one, apparently. Though the dragon is spawning in 20 seconds time, and with no jungler on the map for RA, that does mean that for sure EDG should be able to just take control of that side of the map, and it seems like, given the fact that RA are actually just investing wards up here in the top side before a reset, they're looking for that, but they're also looking for a Zoom.
Zoom forced to flash away. Do they follow this one? Yes, they do. Fofo finds himself the kill. And perhaps more as well as Strive forced to flash. Baolan now the target of JJ, but Lien arrives and keeps his support alive here. But it's Lien you got to look towards, as the Baron will be started by EDG. Mako, he's on defense mode at the minute. He's got to stop this bug getting into the pit, but Ala's alongside him with the Dominus procced. Lien is just running for his life. As Xiaoshu goes back into the Baron pit, but Lien's already gone. Ala grabs him and now chasing out Strive as well. Xiaoshu, he's found Uzi. There's 3 in the pit, and the health bars are kind of low here as Ala chases Strive out of the play. Xiaoshu, what else can he find here? Q over the wall, wants to get it, as Baron will be going down here. Ala knocked back. Xiaoshu still going for this one with the all-out. Finds 2 kills in the play, and now a TP coming through from Strive. They've got to find more, but Mako, despite the bunny hop on the blast code, will get out.
4,700 HP, 300 and something armor, 200 MR, unstoppable, a shield, a dash. Xiaoshu is a complete monster, man. Takes out Uzi pretty much by himself. You know, 1 versus 2 inside the pit. Yes, the rest of RA are kind of getting minced outside, but still, it's so funny to see. EDG, however, the underlying fact of the matter is they pick up this Baron. They should be able to also now go towards the Dragon and actually make something happen here on the map once Arla is back up and alive. RA have been so disgruntled. This is like, they've been so far apart from each other for so long. They need to stop splitting up. They need to stop also just getting engaged on so freely by EDG. Seems like the Dragon will actually end up going over to RA instead, but even in saying this, Dragon's now 2 apart. That is kind of gonna be a while till we see a Soul. As let's get a look at the copy pasta in action, shall we? It's a little bit unfortunate. Uzi gets dragged over the wall here by the All Out. Nothing that can be done from the side of JJ. Tries to knock him up, but it's just not happening here. And Uzi kind of gets one shot and then finds the Q over the wall and just continues to chase down from there. It's really hard to get away from this. Kind of predicts the second dash as well. W comes back up, percent HP damage, don't forget. Just removes Arla from the equation.
It's the fact that the Baron is currently happening. Xiaoshu is next to the pit and he's like, no, forget Baron. I'm playing deathmatch. And just goes for another kill to Arla. Like, he ain't messing about with no objectives today. 5-1-1 for Xiaoshu. Level 16 just hit as well, so the All Out at maximum capacity. But what can they do against the siege of EDG? It's 2 Drakes apiece, but the Baron in EDG's pocket. We need to see, honestly, an actual fair fight from RA. They're constantly having someone caught out before the fight even begins.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they just haven't had a 5v5 in a while. And again, you know, I was talking about how the compositions interact with one another. It is so difficult because EDG's tools, whilst they are definitely available for, you know, aggressive capacities, the defensive tools that can be used are so obnoxious if you're a dive composition like what a fair amount of RAs is. That being said, the strength of, you know, Xiaoshu right now on the Cassante, try and put it to use, see what you can do. Just because it feels like you're letting the game slip away very, very quickly over to EDG, who are now, you know, a little under 5k gold up, actually 4k gold up, and didn't really have much a right to be playing the game after how the first 10 minutes went earlier on, especially the bot side. It was such a disaster for Uzi, but he's found his way back in. He's 3.5 items now, and should be pretty comfortable to basically survive almost any kind of situation because he's got that more. So assume Strive, not necessarily going to one-shot him. It's going to be up to Lian and Xiaoshu to really get on top of him.
Yeah. Lian trying to get some vision. Knows EDG are around. Strive's got to be cautious not to push out too far as well. So he'll get the cannon and we'll get out to safety. Some deep vision placed by Mako here. In EDG, the Baron's gone. No objectives for 2.5 minutes. I'm a little nervous here, Jamada, that we may have both teams just kind of chilling and clearing waves for a little while, but EDG look like they want to keep pressuring here towards a bot tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only tower on the map outside of the base for RA, so for EDG, it's just kind of standing gold for them to pick up, so let's see how much pressure they can get down. RA finally grouping up as 5. It does mean that Arla's going to be afforded free time on the top side of the map that someone's eventually going to have to go and answer, and it should just about be Xiaoshu always. So now maybe, once the Cassante walks away, EDG can a little more happily walk up and actually try to play for this tower.
Yeah, Void Staff almost finished for Assume at this point. Almost level 16 as well. They're trying to get that Void Staff online for the next fight if they can. Giving waves over to him as Xiaoshu, like you say, clearing the top side. And EDG, it feels like finally in control. Maybe for the first time this entire series, honestly, where they're the ones pushing their vision line forwards. They're the ones that are, you know, in control of some of the neutral areas of the map. The one thing is, Baron and Dragon are going to spawn almost simultaneously. And that's where things can get real dicey for any teams, especially teams that are currently 3 and 5 in the standings. Now, EDG did have a macro miracle at 30 minutes last game. Perhaps that could be their way forward. I said that shouldn't be your main win condition, but hey, it's a win condition.
Hey man, we're about the time where that play happened for EDG, so let's hold our breath and hope for them, but you're certainly right. It's not necessarily something you want to be leaning on too much. R8 definitely giving them a lot of opportunities to find very positive fights, as this would be a very, very hard team fight for R8 to take inside of this choke here. You feel like you always get minced,
They're committing onto Bowland. They've already got the kill, but it's traded instantly. Support for support. Xiaoshu happy to tank. Featherstorm keeps him alive for now. Fofo's over the wall. Assumes alone, but he dives onto the backline instead. Grabs the triple, takes down Uzi. Survives somehow. 1 HP, burning away, but the red buff keeps him alive. And now up to the top side. Ala, JJ, desperately getting him. Flash smite from JJ. Lightning from the heavens for EDG.
If you can't get it done yourself, call down the power of Thor. Instead, finds him with the smite. And yeah, look, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Assume might have got those kill credits, but Xiaoshu again found his way onto Uzi and kind of one-shot him still again. It's so obnoxious. You'll see in the replay what I'm talking about. The initial engage. I was kind of questioning the fact that RA wanted to take this fight in the first place. And, you know, Baolan gets one shot. So does Meiko as he goes in. But look at this. Xiaoshu W knockback. And he basically, like, 100 to, like, 75s it with just a couple of spells. Then Assume comes in, almost gets blown up here by JJ. If that Q doesn't actually go through whilst he's in the CC, it's very hard to cancel that auto attack. Then Assume has a little bit more HP to work with. Maybe the red buff, you know, can also help him out here. And he doesn't also get killed as soon as JJ gets on top of him, but it does, right? So EDG win the fight. They get the third dragon. Run away from Soul now.
Good
as
God.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
And most of that is static shiv, man. Most of that is static shiv. Because before he jumps into the backline and finishes off Uzi, like, he's already got 2 kills. Meiko comes in and gets absolutely one-shot. Fofo pretty much gets one-shot by him as well. The amount of damage he's doing from the static shift, plus his Ws as well. Remember, the W has insane scaling with AP. Not only that, but a cooldown reset. He's going to go for a death cap last, isn't he?
He probably is, yeah. And, you know, I'm really curious. I don't know if I can really make this call out broadcast, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because Jake was talking to us, Hysteric, the other day, how the broadcast on the Chinese side, you can look up so many stats. I need to know how much damage that static shiv has done in this game. I would imagine that overlay has that kind of information. So if you have access to it and you happen to be watching the English broadcast, please find out for us. I would love you forever. And drop me a ping on Twitter. We need to know. As Ala
could be knocked back here, could be in big trouble here. Assume keeping himself safe, but it means that the rest of his team is kind of abandoned. Baolan falls. Xiaoshu wants a little bit more as Ala walks out with his life. Assume could ult on that. It would be dangerous, but
he was
could.
thinking about it. But he didn't. So, Meiko will keep his life. And so will Assume, more importantly. And the Baron is on the table. If EDG want to try and start it up, Assume is going to steal away this blue buff, just because, of course, you can use that W spam. Yeah, he needs it. He actually does. So, can look for a little bit of poke here. Crucially, Xiaoshu still has the all-out, and Assume also can reposition with the ultimate. So, even though this Baron is getting started up and it's a 4 versus 5, it's still very, very risky.
This is
for Meiko
actually
and EDG to try and take.
So for Assume, this situation is great. When the enemy is trying to do Baron, you cannot miss your W. It's almost impossible to miss your W. And it means you can just consistently get the W out, get the cooldown reset. It chunks like crazy. But then you also just get to blast it out again a second later. The Wukong clone counts as a hit, by the way.
Yeah.
So Assume will just keep blasting those out. They're going to just start the Baron instead.
Okay. I mean, it's half HP already. It's going down pretty quick. EDG need to make a decision now.
They've already got the Baron. Can they find a fight as well? Everybody diving in. Assume surviving for now, though.
Oh,
as 2 go down to Fofo. Xiaoshu pulls them all back to the backside of the fight. Assume ult already used. He doesn't have anything in the tank, just the W's flying out, but it ain't enough. And Baolan taken out. Yeah, you got the Baron. But man, it cost your entire team.
Man, Fofo's re-engage there was huge. He got everybody as Assume isn't going to find Ala, but my goodness me. Pretty much saves it, right? RA sneak away that Baron. EDG takes so long to actually get back into the river and check that that buff is even going down that quickly. If he doesn't find that engage, you have to feel that RA pretty much walk out almost for free as they took down Meiko so quickly. Now EDG can probably take away this inhibitor. Death timers are only 10 seconds more for Lian and for Strive, so shouldn't necessarily go further than this, but still a massive loss for RA and a huge game for EDG.
Assume you got to be careful not to step up too much with the shift damage across the entire enemy team there. And he'll continuously find those moments, spotting out EDG. They don't want to let the recalls come on through here. Assume has that ultimate available once again. Baolan's hunting, Lien is hunting, Fofo trying to buy space for the rest of his team. Drake coming up in 50 seconds, but the resets should come through from EDG before that. Is a W going to come through? Can they cancel these recalls? Uzi recalling in the brush there, will get away with it. And it looks like EDG do get out. It felt a little dicey for a minute there. Ala still denied. Look at this tempo play from RA. Denying these recalls opens up the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, both solo laners here of EDG don't actually have teleports, so they could be, you know, a good 10, 15, 20 seconds late even, and RA, this gives them the opportunity to just slip into the river, try and deny away as much vision as they can here. I think it's those two wards by the blue buff and that tri-brush. I think actually they're sat on a ward, aren't they? There's a ward on top of a ward in that pixel brush, right? So
somebody use a sweeper. There's two available.
I think they got it. I think they got it up underneath all of that. Because of the Umbral Glaive. So it should just be complete darkness inside the river itself. There you go, the blue ward confirms it. Now EDG have to look for something. Mako gets chunked out to half HP.
Are we actually going to 50-50? Oh no, the
Oh, God,
W
they
goes
are.
through the
Oh,
goalpost. It's taken. Dragon on the side of RA. Can they get out with their lives? Fofo's onto the backside. Assume in so much trouble. Knocked up by Mako. Taken down by Fofo. And EDG, they make the team fight magic happen again. Mako goes down as Uzi is 1v2 in the back line. EDG, give them a 5v5 and they will take your lives. Uzi wants a little more to strive, but he won't find it.
Oh my goodness, RA. I mean, they get the dragon, but they lose again. They get the objective, but lose the fight, and this time it will cost them the game. EDG come alive, and it's Fofo again, back-to-back, finds Assume this time, and Mako's able to follow up, and they will even up the series 1-1, and we're going to a game 3. EDG, it seems to be the case, man. After 30 minutes, they just decide to play the game. I don't even know what to say, Joe. It's a bit of an awkward occurrence how they're playing at the minute, but hey, it's nice to actually see EDG cohesively playing together in these latest game stage team fights.
It's kind of insane that EDG, they do take 30 minutes to come online, but whoa, once 30 minutes hits, that's where this team starts to actually play. Fofo, I will say, fantastic game from him on the Lysandra. I feel like consistently in the right place in those fights, multiple times in the fights managing to find Assume. Like, Assume was such a terror for the side of EDG, and it was Fofo was like the answer. It's like when you get termites in your house, Fofo is like the exterminator. He's the guy that comes and deals with that, and Assume, literal termite, and just didn't stand a chance against the sheer power of raw chemicals.
Yeah. Interesting analogy, Joe. Nice. Anyway,
Where you go with that one?
I don't know where to go with that one, to be honest with you. Fofo really was a machine. If he doesn't get MVP for those last two engages alone, I would be incredibly surprised. Just because, yeah, it was kind of looking like RA were going to get away with murder 2 times. Not only securing the Baron, but then the Dragon. But because of those engages, it just really locked everyone in place, not just Assume, right? The fact that he found Assume is the bonus, but being able to find those angles for Mako to go in and actually get follow-up, and then finally for Uzi to get involved in those team fights. It felt like for so long, Uzi was being shut out by Xiaoshu in the mid-game just because of how powerful Cassante is, and I'm not going to recite the copy paster again, but you know what it is. Yeah, we really kind of had EDG be muted for a majority of that game, but once they finally came online with their items and were actually looking to be aggressive, right? I think that's the important thing, more than anything else. They started to look like the EDG that we're familiar with, and RA, unfortunately, you know, with 2 compositions with a similar idea, but 1 composition with more versatile tools, the versatile team ended up winning out.
Yeah, and I will say for EDG, like, if you think about this from a big picture perspective, right? Uzi's coming into the team. You're going to have to rebuild to some extent. The late game, I feel like they can kind of tick that box, at least for now. If they can start improving on their early game, this team will actually look really good. This team will actually be really scary to deal with. If the early game and mid game starts to shore up a little bit, they've already got the late game team fighting. Like, this really could be a terrifying team. 80 carry damage, slight difference there between the 2 players, but it doesn't really matter because Fofo just gets so much value out of the Lysandra in those fights. It's not often that you see a Lysandra do the most damage on the team.
No, it's not, but I know for sure Uzi was typing GG AD diff in chat after that game. Yeah, really, really insane performance from Fofo on those couple of team fights. And I feel like for EDG, just a much better look. Like, if we can get that level of willingness to engage out of EDG, because that's how they used to, like, that's how they were playing in spring, that's how they were playing in playoffs as well. If we can just get that on a more consistent level after 15 minutes instead of 30, then we will start to remember the EDG team that we started to fall in love with a few months ago. And yeah, it felt like, sure, there were definitely ways that RA were, keeping them quite suppressed throughout a lot of the early game, but once they got over that hump, it was pretty impossible in most cases for RA to actually play a lot of those team fights again, because they had to try and engage, but they were never given the free options to do so.
Yeah, I feel like this composition from RA as well, like the Nautilus for Bowline didn't really feel like it was finding its mark in the same way that what we saw in game number 1 of the series. I feel like they needed to almost find more picks, but EDG doing a really good job of not allowing that to happen and actually finding picks themselves. We're going to jump into 3 games, which is very exciting because we've had 2 wins that were totally different styles. And that means we get a kind of clash here in game number 3. We'll see what style will best the other, and we'll see who can find 10th place in the standings. We'll be back right after this.
Sentada a qualquer momento e vem o teammate sensacional o que o Raul faz, porém a Fúria combate, fazendo contra-ataque, o ultimate não foi o suficiente e no final das contas
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
IG now have control though over that mid lane. Mink misses that first little Q. They're going to see a knockback here. The feathers come flying down. They're going to get the knock up though. Blast some damage coming out here from Uzi right on top of Wink. But look at these health bars. It's going to be on Uzi to try and take them all now. Bei Shuang does take up a kill onto the Aatrox. And there we go. It's going to be on the AD carry. This Uzi versus the world. Where have we seen this one before?
Don't battle yourself, battle yourself. You gotta get up and own it. You're bruising your blister, but losing and wishing that you had a different opponent.
V3 スポーツドレイク獲得は戦後ケミンおっと闇の波動のスタンが2人に入った。そこにおり合わせ、さらにはロンコンがフリーディール。さあ反転ジェットに入っていくパラノイアヒロキ、これはしっかりキルまでつなげています V3 スポーツ。さあロコンをここも捉えていくワシダイメガナドレスコードを止めるプレイヤーがいない戦国ゲーミング。さあそのドレスコードがダメージを出し切ったペッタキル。
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
그래서 싸움 전환을 근데 태연 체력 관리 근데 이거 역대 과연 태연 이게 마이퍼가 먹었다 이거네 왜 떴다 너무 안 됐습니다 광동이 짱 플랜 이제 끝내면서 GG
Deal picked up. Oh, he goes stop. He sells it, goes or refunds it, goes back for the stopwatch.
I like that. Oh no, someday the perfect game for 100 Thieves. It could be gone. No, wait. Is he out damage? He out damages all. This crocodile is huge, and you can't take him down if you don't have the equipment necessary. Somebody's still gonna live. Welcome back someday to your home. 100 Thieves welcomes you graciously with open arms.
Oh, dude. They're going for the kills. Mowering has got that power. He just walks into the pit and smites it. Gift wrapped by the Mad Lions. Spur Rush has been challenged, and all of a sudden, Mowering is in trouble. Early Guardian Angel has been procced. He's coming back to life. The rest of Koi are running down Chasey. He will get dropped as Kazi is now the focus. Morgan Hudson trying to do a Thelios things. He stays alive because of Red White, and Koi are losing this fight. Kazi, the script is real. He is popping off the triple kill for the Mad Lions AD carry.
对上 RA 战队的话，我觉得我前期就是小心乐言的 gank 嘛，他还是挺会抓人的一个打野，然后就小心线上别被抓死。我觉得小徐这名选手就是很年轻，很有潜力嘛，打得也很好。然后最近看他比赛也是对线都是那种很凶的，然后就尽量小心一点吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards Game 3 of our second series here today. EDG and RA going at it. And EDG looking like late-game monsters here, Jamaldo.
Yeah, looking great in the late game, and it was Fofo that pulled all those fights together in the later stages, and he will be getting our MVP here for game number 2. I think rightfully deserved, alone on those 2 engages on the back end. But even in the earlier stages, right, when there were a couple of fights that started to go a little bit back and forth, it was also off the back of some of Fofo's, hard work too. So really, really well played here. And again, those, massive ultimates basically and big Ring of Frosts were what kept EDG alive time and time again.
It feels like Fofo was the one finding these angles. Him and JJ and Mako, the 3 of them, like really working together to set these plays up in so many. This pick onto Assume was absolutely huge to stop the snowball from the side of RA, but consistently just finding moments, finding ways into the fights.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it just was a little bit impossible, but this was the big one, right? 3-4-man Ring of Frost into self-ult. Whilst in the middle of all of that, Arla was also going crazy in Dominus. Like, it's so hard for RA to really deal with that. Again, because their composition was so suited to going in and only really going in, whilst EDGs could play defensively and look for re-engages, it felt like it was a little bit of a mismatch by the end of it, just because EDG had been able to, stay within relevance in terms of gold for so long, despite some of the snowballing members like Assume, Xiaoshu as well at one point was quite far ahead. They never quite pulled it together as a unit, whereas EDG held steadfast throughout.
They certainly did. Uzi in that last fight as well, just being an absolute turret as 2 people tried to chase him down, and he kind of just shredded them. Fofo feeling good though. He saw a little grin on his face just now, especially after that last game. We'll see if they can recreate that though. Again, EDG still leaving something to be desired in the earlier stages of the game. I will say on the side of RA, a bit of a slower mid-game than what we saw in game number 1 of the series, right? They did a really good job of snowballing as fast as possible in game number 1. Game number 2, it felt like they stalled out a little bit. EDG doing a good job to match what they're doing in the early stages. Now EDG back on the red side. Milio, Lucian, Van der Wey, the Cassante taken off the board, the Renekton taken off of the board. What else is B1able in the minds of EDG?
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to see and find out. EDG, this is 2 games in a row now where they're actually just like target banning out picks from the previous game. This time around, removing the top laners entirely from game number 2. So we'll see a new top lane matchup coming out there. But for RA, I mean, there are so many picks available because these EDG bans are so non-traditional to what we're seeing right now on the patch. We could have quite a few OPs up left and available. In fact, no, not we could, we are. From AD carries to junglers, just about everything besides the Milio and the Lucian are up on the table right now.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of powerful... I mean, are we still in a point where you're willing to first pick Yuumi as a question? But LeBlanc, locked in for Strive here. The static Shiv will reign supreme with that Tristana ban going out from RA. Do they go for the Kai'Sa as well? Double Shiv. It's an option.
Now, I did hear some people theorizing that Kai'Sa mid Shiv could actually answer out onto LeBlanc and some of the wave clear and trade out not too bad, but also then you're playing Kai'Sa mid, right? So if you can't get out of the early game, you will definitely run into some issues here. EDG just going towards some of those team fighting pillars, which made them, able to compete throughout a lot of the late stage portions of the previous game between the Rakan and the Wukong. I wonder if they will just return back to the Lissandra. Obviously, it used to be a good matchup 1-to-1 into Blanc. Now, with the static Shiv and the fact that it covers a lot of the weaknesses that she used to have prior to the item being in the game, I feel like perhaps we won't necessarily see that one come out. And also, EDG are likely eyeing up the Xayah here, so that should be their R3 when you've got the Rakan and that one open. RA do temporarily have the option to pick that one away, but I also do expect that they are maybe a little bit more likely to go towards the jungle war as well. I think those are the two choices for RA, in all honesty, though hovering over the Sion. Not always supposed to talk about hovers, but they go towards the Jax instead for Xiaoshu, with both of those carry top laners inside the Renekton and the K'Sante banned away. RA very willing to hand Xiaoshu, you know, a matchup where he can potentially look to take control of the game in his own hands.
See what Allah's going to go for into that Jax as well. And the question is, do you want to get Allah a favorable matchup here, or do you want to try and get Uzi that Xayah alongside the Rakan? Or maybe just looking towards the mid lane instead, trying to get a favorable matchup for Fofo. As the Nico made it through. Annie also available, but the Nico locked in here for Fofo.
Yeah, wow. Again, like this draft could have been really, really overloaded, right? You have the Annie up, you have the Vi up, Nico was up as well, Zeri Yumi. Like, don't get me wrong, I am the biggest Zeri hater that there is going, but Zeri plus the Yumi is still very, very powerful. We're on 13-11, don't forget. We haven't moved over to 12 or anything like that. All of that slipped through for now, as EDG have junglers to ban away. I presume it's the safest one to take off the table, so they take away the Kha'Zix, and then things like the Viego against Lian, not too bad. They could also look towards any other skirmisher, anything that's really going to empower these solo laners. Like, you could even ban away Happily Lee Sin, even though it's not necessarily too stronger in the meta in terms of what it can provide for a Lee Sin and or rather a LeBlanc and a Jax in terms of a 2v2 pairing is quite powerful.
I mean, Lee Sin getting buffs as well on, is that 12, 13? Or
I think it's
13,
yeah,
12, sorry, not the other way.
I think it's 13-13, I think. So not
13,
not the next patch, but the patch after. Ooh, okay, EDG calling out assumes Draven after game 1. Can definitely respect that one. So I wonder if that means that EDG are just looking to go towards the Kai'Sa again as well, right? Whether that is the option, if they really forego going towards the Xayah, I feel like it's too much of a given. If I was RA, I would be looking to remove that now. If I was them, just to take it away. They go towards the Kai'Sa read. Now EDG just get Xayah for free. And I wonder what Assume is actually going to look
perplexed. He was not expecting the Kai'Sa ban. I will say, Kai'Sa, 100% presence in this series. Like, game number 1, it was EDG's. Game number 2 is RA's. Like, Kai'Sa barely even being in the meta until very recently, and now skyrocketing in priority in the bottom side as Uzi does take that Xayah.
Alright, so I wonder if this just means Assume's going towards the Aphelios then? Because if you're banning out Kai'Sa, it's because you're afraid of the general dive and the, you know, the direction that this EDG composition was going in, and also kind of just seeing the Draven ban. But I'm also surprised you didn't just ban the Xayah to deny the combination, right? And you have so much, you know, dive threat already between, you know, Nautilus, Jax. It just feels like a bit of a no-brainer. But banning away the, you know, a favorable AD carry, but not necessarily the most favored pairing with the Rakan is the choice for RA, and they go towards Sejuani. So top side 2v2, very, very powerful, so much CC, loads of lockdown. Allah is going to have his work cut out for him, depending what he decides to lock in. And of course, that pool has been pinched a fair amount, as now we just look towards the AD carry role for Assume, and, you know, Jinx, Aphelios, all of the classic stuff is up and available, and it's the Jinx you'll land on.
Even Zeri would have been available as well, does well into that Rakan during the laning phase, but it's going to be the Jinx locked in for Assume. So late game team fighting, RA drafting a few more tools to use in those later game scraps that EDG has been favoring. The Gragas, as the final hover, does very well into the Jax. Allah has played it a billion times over the years, so you'd anticipate that being locked in as the final spot for EDG, playing a tanky top laner, playing towards Uzi. And I feel like kind of going back to the style from EDG that we've kind of got used to seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's actually pretty good across the board is that EDG have pretty stable lanes, right? I think a very good base plate for JJ to potentially build off of. So let's see how EDG get on in the early game. I think compositionally, a lot of directions that this comp can go in, right? They can play defensively, they can play aggressively. I think much like the previous game, very versatile in what those champions can do and how they can actually approach team fights. Whereas I feel like for RA, it's a little bit more one-track mind, right? You've got Sejuani, you've got Nautilus, Jax, LeBlanc. All of these champions kind of want to go forward. Jinx wants to hit whatever is in front of her. So it's going to be a lot more about how RA approach pick tools as opposed to outright 5v5s every single time, and then looking to go on from there.
So they are game number 3, though. RA taking EDG to the 3rd game in the series. And EDG, it does feel like they leveled up. They figured out some of the issues after game number 1. Came in with a win for game number 2. Fofo really being kind of the big engage tool. And I will say, the Nico can very much fulfill a similar role to that Lissandra, if that's the way that EDG have decided they want to play out the game. But they're up against
And so is the Blanc with the stack shift. So we do have two very, very powerful mid laners at the moment. And I also, just kind of by assumption, will expect both Jie and Lian to go towards that, as Gyos are ringing real loud in the Shanghai arena.
Yeah, I mean, EDG literally got Shanghai in their name, in their official full name anyway. It's like 4 words long or something. Fofo. There we go. Comet spots them out. That means we won't see the late invade for the ward, although Mako might get a little cheeky with it, try and get some vision down, but Striver's around as well. It would be a little dangerous for Mako, and I think he's maybe going to see better of it.
I always love level 1s like that. You can always tell when teams have prepped, like, where exactly those early wards go down. As former coaching staff, it always warms my heart, you know? They just wait there, they expect that ward, and they instantly go through it out. Anyway, that aside, alright, Lian, he's going to be starting on the bottom side of the map, and JJ's actually going to be starting on the top side. He should be spotted out after the Raptors, presuming he goes up to the red buff. And then we'll see exactly where his path brings him, whether he goes up towards the top side and potentially impact Xiaoshu's lane a little bit earlier. And, you know, Ala is in what should be a favorable lane matchup, but you can always look to put the carry that Jax can be in the late stages a little bit behind curve. Whereas I expect Lian, honestly, to be playing up towards that top side, but of course with the option of having the Nautilus in the bottom lane, the setup should always be pretty consistent down there too.
Certainly should. The Jinx doing a good job to fight for priority at this level 1 mark. Baolan alongside. That's level 2 hit. Can they find anything? The hook goes in. Mako's in trouble with the Flame Choppers behind him as well. Mako almost going down. Assume one more auto would finish the job. Flash for Flash here as Uzi becomes the target. Baolan waiting for the cooldown on his Q. Assume getting those autos in. It's a great little start for Assume and Baolan, but it costs them 3 sums.
Yes, 3 summoners for 1 as well. So if they can make this dive work, if Baolan can just get this wave in alongside Assume, he's just going for the more aggressive play. Maybe Lian comes over the wall instead before, but I mean, they've traded out so much HP, Joe. It's going to be such a risky dive now, but they still are 3-2. JJ's cleared his topside camps. He's not coming down here to cover this gank.
Mako's trying to hold the wave here. Lian comes in, though. The knockups are there, but Lian's in trouble. The aftershock not quite enough, and Uzi gets first blood. Assume surely goes down as well as Baolan's tanking the tower. Assume's stuck underneath the tower. Uzi is chasing him. One more auto. No, the Q flies through. A double for Uzi and 1 for JJ. It's absolute curtains for RA. We're only 3 minutes in.
What did they just do, man? They could have just been more patient. I'm so confused. For RA, they just have to play it slowly. And even when Lian comes in for the dive, he's just watched Baolan miss the dredge line, walk up to them and just confirm the CC. Oh my goodness me. Now Uzi sits 203. He's got 1.4k in his back pocket. And he's just going to base for a huge first base. So now they're just at a massive disadvantage. And they could have just been, like, from the start of this play, before they even shove in this wave, dredge line misses. And it's a bad dredge line to cast in the first place, in my mind, to be honest. Lian goes in super early. Aftershock barely keeps him alive for an extra whoa, and Assume almost dies to Mako right-clicking him above anything else. Man, that dive was just... It just wasn't good. Yeah. It just wasn't good. The idea, great. The execution leaves a lot to be desired.
A for effort, E for execution. Absolute disaster for RA. First Drake coming up soon, and you've got to believe that EDG will have the advantage, right? Boots already finished with a longsword as well for Uzi. As JJ spots Lian on his top side, we'll be able to clear that vision away. As Lian trying to contest the chickens here, but Fofo moves over, yeah. Lian sees better of it. The chicken is really going for it, though. Chases him all the way into mid lane.
He wasn't too happy about that, very clearly. I always find it really weird when, or funny rather, not weird, when those jungle camps get a bit of a mind of their own. It's like Herald recently. Have you seen what Rift Herald's been up to recently with the patience? But it's really strange, man. I was saying it yesterday, but whatever they did to change the Rift Herald to like hard reset, as I might have to hold my breath, Fofo. I mean, he's locked down by the chain.
From Stride, but Lian kind of denied entry there. Just gets a little bit of damage on the end of it, but they won't find the attempt onto Fofo that they were hoping for. So far, so good from EDG. And I mean, with the gold the way that it is and where it is on the map, like, you know, like for EDG, they can kind of relax in this early game. If they want to, they can just play to try and mitigate RA, because this kind of advantage, objectives should be pretty easily in their favor.
Yeah, definitely can be, that's for sure. We'll see how EDG looks to prioritize those, right? Lane priority in the mid lane until that stack shift comes online will always be Fofo's, and after the botch dive, Uzi and Mako will pretty much always control this bottom lane unless Leanne is able to come back down and really break up the state of affairs. That first dragon will go over to EDG. It's a 6-minute dragon as well, so early stacking potentially available here for their side, as RA need to do something to recover some of that gold lost on the bottom side, whether it's to attack and try and strip away that bounty, which Uzi has himself with now, or, you know, go up towards the top side, try and enable Xiaoshu to really become a carry in the later stages of this game.
And wouldn't it just be so depressing if this is now just a slow and steady win for EDG where RA don't really exist throughout the game? Because, like, after how good this series has been, Xiaoshu trying to use that level 6 spike, but Ala hits 6, disengages it. Like, with how well RA have pressured EDG throughout this series, a big old whiff on a dive in the bottom side gets Uzi ahead. EDG with control for now, it would be such a sad way for RA to lose the series if this does just continue the way that it's headed. He's feeling like it might, as a wave will crash in the bottom side. JJ not going to come and steal plate gold, just going to keep on mentioning that. Leanne is Fofo, he's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill as Leanne re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, Strive with a chain as well. Fofo the target for now. As Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them, and Strive forced away. Assume now under the tower on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is smurfing on RA. It is brutal.
My god, that was so 1v9, from forcing out Strive to making the dive work as well. Uzi. Can you say? And then he is back and in form. EDG make absolute mincemeat of RA underneath that tower. 402 now for their AD carry, and so many waves missed for Assume. It's going to take a miracle to get him back into game and into relevance.
Yeah, this is... I mean, we saw this the other way around in the previous game, right? But then it never turned into much more. EDG, they know how to leverage a lead. They know how to snowball. But just look how aggressively Uzi positions in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi just kind of stays frontlining, right? I mean, the other thing as well, it feels like going underneath the tower with the rest of his team means that he can no longer like keep on auto-attacking, otherwise he starts to draw tower aggro. So he actually just decides to kite up, forces Strive back, then still with the lethal tempo stacked up, goes towards Assume because he's trapped underneath the tower, casts the Featherstorm, flashes behind Leanne to confirm the lockdown for Mako to then come in and also provide a little bit of additional CC to give Uzi that extra kill. So back of that dive, they also rotate up towards the top side, get this Herald. Now they've got 300 gold from that, and they'll also be able to strip away more plates. You'd have to imagine they just run straight pot with that Herald and just give more gold to Uzi.
I mean, they're even taking a grump here. Like, it must be nice to have this level of star power on your roster that plays can occur like that. Because the thing is, there are not many teams in the world that have players of a caliber that are willing to outright try and 1v9 a fight in the way that Uzi did there. Like, there are a few players that even see the window of opportunity. I think the only other players, even in this league, that I would say is like people like Knight, people like Rookie, people like Jackulov. You know, they're just absolutely same players of their own caliber. Leanne moving into the jungle now. RA want to try and make something happen somewhere on the map as Xiaoshu is getting absolutely bodied by Ala.
Yeah, and that is just kind of the nature of the matchup. Can be a little bit difficult to navigate at times as Ala's low mana. Actually, he's got a tear and he's got a biscuit, so his mana bar is kind of deceptive, and if he pops that biscuit, he will get so much mana back. So Xiaoshu, I don't think he's in lethal range, but he does definitely need to be careful that Ala doesn't pull some kind of shenanigans here to actually bring him down to lethal range, because now he could definitely be killed by a full combo. It just has to be perfectly placed by Ala. It seems like Xiaoshu's not going to give him the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, Alep just going to crash wave after wave here. He wants to deny the recall and actually pops the ult just to do so. This is all about starving RA out of the game. Herald going to be slammed in the bottom side as well. Lien is here. I don't know if they can fight this, even with Lien here. I don't think this is a winnable fight for the side of RA. That's first tower. 11 minutes here. EDG with Uzi on 4 kills at this point, and the tower taken. They're 5,500 gold ahead at 11 minutes.
Not only that, he's got a Kraken Slayer already.
Yeah.
He is a monster right now. And RA need to find the way to either shut him down or play to the upside of the map, right? I think there's always one or two things. When you end up in a situation like this where a member is particularly fed on the enemy team, you either play to shut it down, right? Get the gold off of the bounty, or you just try and snowball the other side of the map. I say this so much. Funnily enough, when it comes to solo queue of all things, if you play jungle and you've got someone losing really hard on, like, let's say the top lane, just send plays on the bottom side of the map. Just let it happen, you know? And in this game, I feel like RA are gonna kind of have to just let Uzi walk around the map and do as he pleases for a while at this point, as Xiaoshu is gonna count the fact that there's 4 caster creeps and likely just back away. As he did strip away 2 plates, so that's gonna feel quite good for him, getting towards his mythic.
Bold bit of pathing there, but Mako had got him flanked, so Xiaoshu having to get creative with it. And luckily for him, is able to dodge away from Fofo's bind, because that could have got real dicey real quick. And honestly, if the top side starts getting ahead from EDG as well, we're in real bad territory for RA. But look at this, Uzi's moved into the mid lane as Fofo just starts singing at Xiaoshu.
And Fofo will be able to kind of keep Xiaoshu down, right? The wave clear and the poke is going to be pretty obnoxious. Like, Xiaoshu basically has to just find a window where maybe he throws out tangle barbs and misses on it. But even then, look at this. Like, it's really ridiculous how much damage Nico can put out, and going to be forced away as the rest of EDG rotate up towards the top side here, and they're also going to find a pick.
They're suffocating them. The Cyclone comes out, Uzi's coming in from the side, Battleland the target, but won't be able to follow up for too much more. But RA, they know that they cannot step forwards. They've got 50 seconds on the clock to get 1 more plate for Uzi. He's on 6 so far this game. They'd love to make it 7, but in the meantime, Fofo and JJ get a couple of plates in the top side as well. 40 seconds on the clock, and they are trying to shred as many away as possible. That's 4 in the top lane, 5 in the bottom lane, 1, I think, in the mid lane for now. I think they'll be able to get the 5th one up top as well. I'd love to take a look in the mid lane, see how many we're on for Uzi.
Too many is the question. Is the answer to your question.
That's okay. We're on 12 plates across the map for EDG. 12 plates. That is insane. And now Ala looks for Lien. Great little Everfrost there. The slow comes out from the barrel as well with the Proto Belt coming on through. Fofo finishes off the enemy jungler. I don't want to say it too early, Jamada, but EDG are kind of looking at a perfect game right now.
Just say it. We are on path for feeling a lot better based on their execution of their later game team fights from the previous game, and just rolling with that momentum into game number 3. Consistently, again, we said, right, if they could bring the aggressiveness from those, you know, post 25-minute team fights into an early game, then maybe we see an EDG that feels free and one that we're more familiar with back from spring. That's exactly what we're seeing here.
I mean, the thing is, like, I know that RA, like, sprinted it into Uzi's open arms, and therefore they got a massive lead to start off with, but a lot of what's happened here, good cast from Ala, he's actually going to get away with this, doesn't even have to flash. But hey, no perfect game. RA get 2 towers for themselves. Uzi finishes the tower in the mid lane as well. Triple Pop Blossom, and looks for more as well. 2 kills taken, and the tower goes down. It's absolutely beautiful from EDG. They might even threaten a tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely can, but Fofo, massive ult, Hex, Rocket Belt into Flash. Free man, gets himself double kill. And I mean, yeah, sure, Xiaoshu and Strive, they're picking up towers in the side lane, they're getting those objective bounties. It just doesn't matter. EDG are still pulling more back inside of the plays, and you have to imagine this game is going to be put to bed a little bit earlier than the previous game.
That was suboptimal.
Strive saw something that we could never see. You know. And,
was it his flash cooldown? Ala starting to play onto Lien here, but the entire gang is here. I think Ala maybe getting a little overconfident on this one. Still surviving somehow. They're trying to give the kill over to Assume and finally do so.
I don't know what's
Ala,
more worrying.
Kind of doing a Strive impression.
You know, I was going to say, I don't know what's more worrying. The fact that Ala found himself there, or how long it took for them to kill Ala when he's not even playing tank Gragas. Speaking of tanks, Baolan's dead. Actually, I said speaking of tanks, Baolan died a little bit too quick to be a tank. As EDG will probably pick up the third Dragon whilst we look at this replay here of this 3-man ultimate. And it's RA that, you know, engage on this. And yeah, Fofo, look at the T-Tours. Setup is perfect. And I mean, he was disguised as JJ, but I assume they knew. If they didn't, well, they've been playing. It's that simple. Alright.
We've got 3 Drakes.
But, yeah,
it's 17 minutes in. They've got 3 Drakes and a Herald in pocket.
Yeah, it's only a small problem, Joe. But, you know,
I don't know if
like
that's
many
true.
problems, like
Don't lie
many
to the audience
problems,
like that.
Look, if you just close your eyes, you know, it goes away. There's nothing there. There's no
It's like
problem.
the monster under my bed. If I can't see it, it can't see me.
No, the monster can still see you. That is not how that works. I'm sorry, Joe.
Well, that is really... I'm not going to sleep tonight, am I?
No.
Nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Literally nightmare. 4-0-2 for Fofo. He is the nightmare of RA right now as Strive walks in, knocked up, and here's JJ as well. Strive jumps over the wall. Oh, a swing and a miss coming out from Lien. As Mako will just auto Strive down. The heal comes through. Glimmer Quill, the Q, Strive's over the wall. Mako's not going to let this go, is he?
No.
Flash for it. No. Flash for it. Oh, it's not.
He doesn't have flash.
Grand entrance.
Oh.
Strive. Oh, the TP's there. Auto, 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 auto. He actually gets away with it. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's funny. That's great. I can't believe he just teleported in his face. I mean, Mako can't really do much more. Like, he has no
Mako
W,
should have built a
just
static
teleported
shiv.
confused. Yeah,
He should have built a static shiv.
yeah, that's the like, if you ever have a problem in League of Legends right now, just build static shiv. What? Why does you know what? Why does he have Shirelius when he could just have static shiv?
True. I agree completely.
Yeah.
They're
Silly
moving up to the
Mako.
top side though, and do you know they may not have any static shivs, but they have feathers, and apparently feathers are really good at destroying giant rock structures. Doesn't make much sense because even if the feathers are knives, knives not typically particularly effective against walls. So, you know, video game logic, but they take the tower down regardless.
They do. Now, I think this is the part of the cast where I think we come to an acknowledgement, Munch. And that is that RA are probably in a hole that I don't know. I don't think they're gonna get out of. So let's play under over. EDG 17 kills over or under before they end this game. And I guess the chat can also play along too, you know, over under.
It's got to be over 17.
You reckon over 17?
Yeah, because I don't think that they will end quick enough off of like one fight.
Okay.
EDG have not been known for like, you know, slamming their foot down when they have a lead and dominating the game, you know. So I'm saying over 17 because I think they're going to have to win 2 significant fights. But I've been wrong before. Depends if RA actually fights them.
Do they throw their body at the Baron pit? Let's find out. Teleport's
Surely
coming in
have
from
to.
Arla now.
Here we go, engage onto Baolan. Lien trying to disengage. Baolan flashes out with his life. Strive on the backside will go down here. Uzi with yet another kill. As EDG, I nearly said UDG. which kind of works. EDG. Stepping onto the Baron again. Lian, he would really love to contest this, but it's just not happening. And he actually might sacrifice his own life. Flashes away. And I actually don't know if it is going to be over 17 now, because RA don't look like they want to fight. Assume, what are you doing, man? Why are you still there? Knocked up. The Blasco will be followed. In fact, it's denied by Ala as well. Okay, it is going to be 17. I take it back. Yeah. I take back my take back.
Under 17? Over 17?
Over 17.
Or, for double points, will it be 17?
It's going to be over 17.
Over 17, yeah.
I
think so too much.
I give you a Munchables guarantee. And if that doesn't work, well, then you can't ever trust a Munchables guarantee again.
Can I trust the Munchables guarantee anyway?
Yes. I give you my word.
Man's word is man's bond and his gold. As assume he really wanted this tower.
Oh yeah.
He really.
Oh, he cancelled the auto. Did he get the tower? Okay, he did get the tower. I'd say that's worth.
You know, one day I hope I get to meet the observers here at the LPL and just shake their hand. That's all they need, just that shake. And a nod.
They're vindictive, aren't they? They are really vindictive. I feel like, you know, we always talk about the 7-day schedule. Well, the observers have a 7-day schedule too, you know, and you can kind of see it. You can sign. I feel like sometimes watching what the observers do is sort of like watching some of the Joker scenes at the Dark Knight. You can see the hinges turning. You can see the cogs whirring in the brain, and they're like slightly wide-eyed, caffeinated up in the back room in the dark. The producer opens the door, they just turn their head 180 degrees and look him in the eyes. Their eyes light up like an animal in headlights. Oh, God. Never visit the observers.
Never visit the observers. What's wrong with observers? Observers need love.
I just very clearly explained what's wrong with observers, but you're not listening. They're terrified.
Observers are kind of scary sometimes. I feel like RA are observers to this game, to be honest with you. They've been watching it go by.
You're not wrong.
Like 23 minutes now.
This is like EDG playing like co-op versus AI. And like the bots just keep on showing up in the lane, but they don't really do anything. They kind of just stand there and watch you take the tower. Like they're programmed to try and not die. And that's like their biggest priority. So they just kind of stand there and right click back and forth. RA now might just get dove. Tower's going to fall, that's for sure. But what else will go down? Uzi finishes the tower. TP's coming out. NA. And to kill for RA. Maybe these are Doom bots after all.
Hey, I mean, look. 2 is 100% more than 1 as Xiaoshu finds a double stun.
The Feather Storm comes out. And Uzi somehow gets a kill with the outward burst of the Feather Storm. They're just going to end the game. Strive! Tries to find Uzi, but he doesn't get the shift proc. That is disastrous. The red buff is there. Bloodline is there. The Nexus towers are bare. And it's EDG with some really great hair. I don't know. I couldn't think of a fourth rhyme, but they are going to end the game and take this series 2-1.
Yeah, that final game was a slaughter, wasn't it? There was nothing RA could do after the initial dive goes the way it does, and then there's a redive on the opposite end from EDG. It's just too big of a gap, and Uzi gets such a massive lead on that Xayah that RA just found no answer. They could have maybe tried to play through the top side, but even that is Jax into Gragas. Gragas has so many tools to this way, dives, ganks, all of that good stuff. So EDG kind of just cruised to a Game 3 victory, and at the very least, right, talking about the grander storylines of EDG as a team, that's the kind of early game that we would like to see coming out of them. Just a little bit more consistency, right? Not even just about the overall success rate, but just being generally more aggressive and not just watching the game go by in front of them and hoping that they can make it to 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you consider the depth of talent on a roster and the organization that has it, like, EDG versus RA on paper this season should be going like game number 3. Like, this is the performance you should expect from EDG. The one problem I have is that they got this performance off RA really messing up the dive at the bottom side. Like, EDG did not start this snowball rolling. that's where the problem lies for EDG. Like, when they get a big lead, yes, they can win the game. When they get late game team fights, yes, they can win the game. But can they manufacture it for themselves is the question that I don't think they've answered in this series, and I think they do still need to answer in the future. But hey, at least when they do get a lead, they look dominant. They do look like they know how to close out a game fast.
Yeah, that part is definitely true, right? If we are still being very cynical and holding EDG to the standards that they set themselves in spring, let's not even say this is just like us generally being harsh. This is a team that finished third in spring. You are right. At the end of the day, this was still a game which was partially handed to them, right? Because of the early dive. Obviously still positive to talk about actually seeing them utilize it and go forward. That's obviously a slightly different conversation. But yeah, we do need to still see that first step taken. But they've taken all of the other steps, which is still, in my books, and I think many's, progress towards a much better looking EDG as a whole. And, you know, now sitting at 4 and 5, it's a much better position than being, you know, 3 and 6. And playoffs and the ability of this EDG lineup to hit that top 10 mark should continue to just become an easier and easier goal. As for now, that's at the very least the bare minimum line of what they need to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, for EDG, like you say, props to how confidently they won this third game. And especially, like, when they went for the dive themselves and, like, Uzi was just like, look, guys, we are going. I am going. You guys are coming with me or we're losing the game, you know? And I feel like that's the way that I want to see this team play. By the way, under 17, I was completely wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong. 15 kills at the end. But, yeah, fantastic to see Uzi being so aggressive on the Xayah. Actually, Ala and Fofo almost tied for most damage there. Fofo just about winning it out, 500 more.
Yeah, and this wasn't even like a, from the top lane side anyway, for Arla, this wasn't even like a, you know, the top lane is just hitting each other so the damage isn't played. Like, Arla was actually dealing damage as well on that AP Varus. AP Gragas. As a, God, I hope we don't see too much AP Varus in the next patch on 13-12. That's one that could be cooking and on its way. We'll have to see. It is very, very scary. But yeah, EDG, much better look throughout this early game. And for R8, I think, yeah, you know, a matchup which they would have definitely preferred to have won, much like any matchup that they'll play here in the LPL, but specifically in the context of, you know, trying to make that top 10, right? It's not necessarily a goal that is out of their reach. And certainly, I think, for me, building off of Spring, where they realistically could have, right? I think there were quite a few heartbreaking series which didn't quite go their way, which, you know, I feel like that, I think it was 5 and 11 they finished by the end of Spring. That I don't necessarily think was super reflective of the back end of their split. So hopefully they can continue to build up some kind of momentum for themselves, because I think for them, you know, the strong points are still Strive, still Leon, even Xiaoshu, right, up in the top side, can definitely produce some magical moments for the team. Just need to make sure they continually string it together.
All right, well, we've got our winners interview. It's going to be JJ standing by to talk us through a little bit about what's going on with EDG right now.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Jie, the jungler for EDG. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. It is a reverse sweep. So the first question for you, how did the guys manage to adjust your form after losing game 1, except you just banned Driven, Blitzcrank, these 2 Spraying picks for your opponent? 欢迎姐姐来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 EDG 在这局比赛当中让1追2成功拿下了对手。其实虽然第一局小失利，但是后面队伍调整得很快嘛，可不可以跟我们说一下，在第一局小失1城之后，除了在第2局 BP 的时候搬掉了对面的德莱文机器人这个组合之外，队伍还做了哪些方面的调整和准备呢？
第8打完之后，觉得就是对面的前期进攻性太强了，我们没办法阻挡的情况下，我们第2局就决定和他们一起拼前期吧。
Actually, when we're after losing game 1, we just felt like our opponent played very aggressively in very early game, so we just decided to try to stop their game pace in early game. That's what we did after losing game 1. And talking about the game 2, maybe the early game was a little bit back and forth, but coming to mid to late game, you guys did a perfect job in those team fights. So could you please tell us what was your focus point in those late game team fights? Especially, I think you guys performed very cohesively. 那么想问一下，在第2局的时候，可能前期看起来还是稍稍有点焦灼，但是从中后期开始 ，EDG 这边就展现了非常强的团战能力，并且队员们的配合和技能的衔接都很紧密嘛。所以可不可以跟我们说一下，在第2局中后期，你们的重点会放在哪里，以至于能滚起雪球赢下比赛呢？
因为第2把我们选择的一个阵容就是一个打团强开的阵容，所以我们在找到机会之后，无论是我上路还是辅助，都是直接把团开起来，我们剩下人跟就能赢下比赛。
Actually, we got a very team fighting draft and with a lot of engaging champions. As long as our top lane or mid lane or me find a good opportunity, we just go and we just crush our opponent in those team fights. Just made so many good team fights around that because of our draft and those engaging champions we have picked. And in game 3, you guys closed your opponent very quickly, especially from the early game. They made a tower dive, but you managed to fight back very perfectly, and your AD carry farmed pretty good. He got so many kills in early game. So tell us more about your early game plans around the bot lane. Did you expect they were targeted on bot lane in game 3? 那么在第3局的时候 ，EDG 这边的状态感觉就是越来越好了，而且很快的终结了对手。那么在前期的时候，他们对面下路2级，他们对面打野3级做的那一波越塔，队伍是不是已经意料到前期他们会针对这边，并且你们是非常漂亮的反击之后又滚起了雪球。
第3把第1波的话，其实是，算是乌兹打得好吧。他在塔下2打3成功的把对面操作了，把对面打野反杀了，才有了那么顺的局面。
I think I would like to give credit to our AD carry Uzi. He did a perfect job and he managed to make a 2v3 fight so that we can manage to fight back and very smoothly to snowball the game from bottom lane. And final question for you, maybe our summer regular season is halfway through, so coming to the second half of regular season, now you've got 4 wins, but I know that people have a lot of very high expectations for you. So what are you going to do in the second half of regular season to manage to perform better? 那么最后一个问题，现在我们夏季常规赛的赛程已经过半了，我相信粉丝、观众以及队伍队员自身对你们的队伍都有很高的期待和要求嘛。那么杰杰选手觉得在这个时间点上，面对到后半程常规赛的赛程，队伍努力的方向和目标会是什么呢？
比起要获得就多好的成绩，不如就是从自身的角度出发的话，我觉得我们整个队伍要找到自己，就做回自己吧，就找到自己赢游戏的那种感觉。
Actually comparing with how to think about how far we can go and how much greater results we can get, we'd better just focusing on our form and to find back our form and try to consider what we can do and how we can perform better. Just focus on our performance now. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢杰杰来到我们的赛后采访，也期待队伍之后越打越好。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina and Jiji as well, talking about, EDG focusing on their form. And I think that is, the way that you should be approaching trying to play in a league, especially with the way that they're trying to improve for the time being. And I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anyone, but our MVP for that game is, of course, going to be Uzi after the early game domination that we saw out from him. Fantastic stuff to see. And EDG finishing strong today, which is good to see.
Yeah. Feels good, man, right? I think everyone really does just want EDG to do well, given the spring performance and the rebuild and how well that was going. So, yeah, nice to see not only EDG as a whole perform, but also Uzi put on such a clinic in this bottom side of the map in game number 3 to give EDG a much better looking early game than we can say we've seen out of them for a majority of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, this play where he just pretty much solo dives 3 people until the team could actually follow up and get involved. Just insane. And then the rest of it was just a snowball. Fantastic to see from EDG. And RA, game number 1 was great. Game number 2 felt like there was something else to be desired. And then game number 3, I didn't even feel like they were at their keyboards.
It's not even really their fault. I think it was just EDG playing so well. Once they got that lead, they just kind of recognized that, yeah, you know what? RA really cannot play the game into us. And yeah, they just steamrolled over them with very little answer out from RA.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And now, we are going to move straight into our third series of the night, as it's already kicked off. We're playing in LNG's arena, I believe in Suzhou. So the series has already begun. We're going to jump into game number 1 between IG and LNG, where LNG, you got to believe, are heavy favorites coming into this one, right? IG currently on a 7-loss streak. They've been having a really rough split for themselves. We did see some good stuff out from the very start of the split, but man, it feels like a long time ago.
I think it may have been you and I who cast IG's first series of the split. I definitely was there. I just can't remember if I was with you or not. And
I'm not very memorable. That's fair, dude.
Yeah, okay. So we won't. Why did you say that?
No, go on. Continue the anecdote, please.
So anyway, I just remember seeing IG play out their first series, and it looked really positive. And I was like, okay, you know what? These additions, Cryan, Tianjin, just looked great. So I was like, cool. You know what? Maybe they will have a much more positive build on spring and potentially even make it in to the top 10, right? Get to playoffs. Yeah, that just didn't happen. I went away. I came back. They'd lost 7 games in a row, and they just did not look like the same team that opened up the summer split for themselves. So let's see how things go. Speaking of Tianjin, has his Rengar, his OTP pick, was let through here by LNG. And I will say he looks a lot more threatening when he is on that jungler compared to other picks. So let's see how much work he can get done on what is definitely a very specialized pick in the meta, especially in pro play.
One of the questions as well is, how well can LNG deal with the Rengar, right? How well can they shut it down? LNG currently in 4th place in the standings, a heavy favorite coming in today. I mean, you can see at the top of the scoreboard, 1-7 versus 6-3. This, on paper, should not be a close series. IG with a level 1 stack. And Tianjin, for anyone at home that does not know, picked up this split by IG. Bit of a solo queue superstar, known for this Rengar. Supposedly the best Rengar in China. And we've got to see it a couple of times in LPL. Not always been wins, not always been able to convert it. We'll see what LNG have got up their sleeves to deal with that pick.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of very strong defensive tools, right? A lot of mobility on the LNG side. So definitely for sure, Tianjin is going to have to, in my mind, honestly, try and find a little bit of a lead in the early stages to get things going. One thing I will say that I'm very, very excited to see is that YSKM is on the Camille. It's not a pick we get to see very often these days, but Inter Cassante can certainly outscale it, and we'll get to a point where he should be able to honestly 1v9 if the game stays pretty even, and that's not necessarily a thing that IG have been afforded the luxury of throughout a lot of this split. So let's see how well they can do at keeping that stable early game going.
Yeah, we'll see if they can, and what the plan will be. Scout with the LeBlanc has been a terrifying pick. Like we said, across the world, the stack shift being so huge. Actually start with a longsword on that LeBlanc, wanting to be able to get long-range poke down as Hook comes out from Wink. Hung the target here as Arn starting off strong here. They're actually going to finish the kill. The flash forward. First blood in the 2v2 for IG.
All right, not bad. Finding that is great. And I mean, Hung didn't even blow his flash, nothing like that. So it feels a little bit bad on the side of LNG, and Arn being able to pick up that first blood is great. Getting the Aphelios on the board up and early always means you'll probably be in for a pretty good time in the mid game. LNG need to find an answer somewhere pretty soon.
Certainly do. I'm excited to see what YSKM can do on the Camille. You know, it's always good to see him given tools that he can kind of flex a little bit on. Whether or not he can find an advantage in the match is a different thing. Wink. He just steps up and hooks at level 2. What more is there to say?
There isn't really much to say at all. Arn just finds all the damage he needs. Final auto attack comes in, and it goes over to him. Very, very fortunate as well. I felt like Han was right on the edge of, like, Arn could have flashed in, autoed, and then the last tick of Ignite got it from Wink, but fortunately not the case. And that bonus score goes over to him.
So we return to the game with IG having a minor lead for themselves. Tianjin moving into the bottom side as well. Hung still has those summoners available, and Arn, I think, just trying to look juicy, trying to look like he's overextending, but Wink moving over as well. The wave will slowly push. Tianjin hoping that it will push all the way past him. He's been real patient for this play.
Yeah, he has been, but Rengar lane you know, ganks, very uniquely powerful compared to other champions in the game, of course, just because of the brush mechanics. So, you know, once Gala clears out that ward, returns back to lane, if he steps a little bit too far down, Tianjin will jump and they'll find the route.
Hung, the target, jumps back into the play, and the hook is gorgeous
Oh my
as
God.
well. Hung, though, manages to dash out of that on the shield, keeps him alive.
Are you serious?
I can't believe he got away with that.
Murder. Complete murder. There is no way that he ever gets out of that, but I guess he is just him today as we've been panning a lot towards this top side. I too am excited to see what YSKM can do on the Camille. When he was talking about and hyping up when he was first coming into the league, this was one of those picks as Tianjin not going to be able to find the root. Cry and exchanges the flash, and Scout just thoughts backwards. So get a look at this bottom side just to see exactly how he managed to escape. I mean, Guardian Shield definitely helped out as well. Let's not forget, he dropped to 3 HP.
I mean, that's just pretty unlucky, isn't it, for the side of IG? Like, that really should have been a kill as Zuka and YSKM just absolutely going ham on each other up at the top side as well. As you'd expect in this kind of matchup. I feel like Camille is a champion I've been wanting to see a little bit more this year with the amount of tanks we've had up in the top side. Like, Gwen has been seen because of the true damage. I feel like Camille falls into that same category, can do very well into tanky matchups. So I'm glad to see YSKM bringing it to the table once again.
Yeah, though I do worry about, you know, when Zika gets, what was it, 4,700 HP, 300 up, whatever. I'm not going to do it again. I promise. But yeah, I definitely do agree. Like, in terms of like the laning power as well, like champions like Cassante, even as well, whilst their lanes are like powerful, they should never really be powerful enough necessarily to force a champion like Camille out of lane. And like you say, the linear scaling of the champion does mean that typically it just beats all of these tanky, bruiserish champions towards the later stages of the game. And as we have been kind of slowly but surely evolving towards more utility and tankier based champions up in the top side, I have too been surprised that YSKM has not been pulling out more Camille. And just generally, we haven't been seeing more Camille globally.
Yeah. So let's talk IG for a second in reference to that Camille, but also in the Rengar. Like, how do you play out this competition? Because it's a pretty dramatically different composition to what we've got used to seeing in the meta. I feel like Nico could still be your initiation tool, but aside from that, like Camille maybe getting flanks, like the Rengar ulting into the play. How do you envision them playing this out?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this game is going to be about side lanes. When you have something like Camille plus Rengar, I think it has to be. So trying to get, you know, to a point where, you know, you pick up the Divine Sunderer as the Camille, that's when you really start to win the matchup. Actually, in fact, to be honest with you, before then, it's kind of a rough. It's like pre-6, you know, you and Cassante just, you know, trade, get a little bit of CS. You're very even by all intents and purposes, but as soon as Cassante hits that all-out mark, it's a pretty difficult lane to match up 1 versus 1 unless you have the Ignite as chains connect by Scout, but the first one's missed, so he's not going to be able to find the all-in damage down to Cryan, who will likely just take the reset. So yeah, I imagine for IG, this is a lot going to be about those side lanes. Early game could be a little bit slow, right? They found a couple of instances here and there where Arn was able to, you know, find that 2v2 kill. I don't necessarily expect that to be a very, very consistent thing down there. So waiting for those first items to come in, Joe, is where I'm really expecting the power to come online for IG.
All right, first time spike is on. Will not get the plate gold. The plate goes down, but he does not get the credit for it. So 175 gold down the drain there, but IG, with the priority on the bottom side, will still get themselves that first Drake. It's an 8-minute Drake as well, not too shabby. Bit of early presence from them as it actually resets. Not ideal, but they'll still get it.
Yeah, exactly. Still going to get it anyway. Trash line just barely goes wide. Tianjin's actually level 6. I don't think he's necessarily going to pull the trigger. I was wondering whether or not he would just instantly hit his R-key, as that trade was starting to look kind of extensive, but, you know, the mobility of both Hong and Gala does make that play a little bit difficult, as he's going up towards the blue buff, right? Because he's got all that priority, so he kind of knows that his bottom lane should get over to him relatively quick. So Tarzan is going to be down that side of his jungle camp. So we'll see whether or not he goes towards the Skull Crab, not the Skull Crab, the bigger Skull Crab, also the Shelly, to pick up the Rift Herald, try and cross map right? After you lost out on that dragon, you will be spotted by that ward placed by YSKM, but I'm not sure how much IG can do about this. Cryan has first move, and honestly, Tianzhen seems a little bit more interested in just remaining on the bottom side of the map to cross map, get all those jungle camps away for himself instead.
Yeah, he certainly does. And I think rightly so. The team not really in a position to really try and contest. He's going to use his ult on the bottom side. Gala's the target. Instantly half his health gone. Moonlight Vigil is there as well. See you later, Gala. He's gone. And Hung will be next to double kill for Arn, who already had one. That's the hat trick. And this time he's close enough for the plate.
This time he's not going to lose out on that 175 gold. Very happy to pick that one up. And yeah, that's just the power of the Rengar, right? Your ability to, in my opinion, like, gank the side lanes is so powerful with that. He's going to die here. So that's... Oh,
Scout flashes for the chain. Second chain comes down, but doesn't actually have very much damage. Finishes it off. The autos are deceptively strong when you're building shift first.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see, you know, moments like that where the Rengar can be quite slippery. He actually survived a lot longer than he probably deserved to on that much HP. But Scout still manages to pick him up. Did have to blow his flash for it, but also at the exact same time gets Tianzhen's flash, which makes him a lot more vulnerable when he decides to dive in on another play once his ultimate comes back up in a minute's time or so. So a nice play rather by Scout to reclaim that. But yeah, you can just see what can you do. Tianzhen's also coming in full stacked from just clearing that jungle camp. So just jumps in, insta roots Gala, and yeah, just instantly cannot move. Another root as well, just to lock down Hung. And yeah, very, very strong CC. That's like the peak power of a Rengar gank, because see, Empowered W gets him out, but Scout, too much damage. And like you mentioned, those auto attacks when you're building AD Shiv, man, deceptively powerful.
Really good from Scout as well. Knows that after hitting that first chain, he can't use the rest of his combo until he's used that second chain. So just holding on, autoing as much as possible, and blast the rest of his combo out after the second chain comes out from his ultimate. So really nicely played. And I love that twice now we've seen Scout ult in this game, and twice it has been that chain, because when you're building literally just attack speed and crit to start the game off, and a little bit of AD as well, like, you do want to just keep them CC, keep them in range for you to keep blasting those autos out.
Boy.
Tarzan moving up to the top side here. Demolish is going to be procced as the knockback onto YSKM, all out as well to pull him. It's the edge of tower range, but he had also pulled him away from Tarzan.
Yeah, a little bit all over the place there from Zeka. So YSKM doesn't get dove. Not only that, it seemed like the idea there was to dive YSKM and then put the Herald down. So they also lose out on the opportunity to do that. They will just go for the reset, however, as Tianzhen's popped the R, and he's got 3 stacks as well, so that root is going to come down pretty quick. He's gravitated up, he's knocked up, he's gone, Joe.
Really nicely played there by Arn. Gets the Gravitum, waits for his team to be nearby, and then pops the proc on it. Very nicely done so far by IG. I just want to remind everyone, we're 4-1 ahead for IG. This is a 1-7 IG that is on a 7-loss streak against LNG, a team that, by all intents and purposes, should be a top team in the LPL. They are 4th place currently in the standings and should be a contender for the top of the table when it comes to playoffs. But, I mean, it doesn't look like it with what's happening in the game.
No, not only that, but it's just the fact that Arn may or may not have like a 2.2k gold lead on top of Gala right now. He's got the Kraken Slayer and the Zeal in his inventory. LNG are going to try and trade back a little bit of gold here with this Herald as I think he's still there,
Scout
surely.
overextending. Trying to get it as Cryan actually flashes onto him. Scout, bit slippery on this one, and no way, he actually gets out. Really nice bit of play from Scout. They thought it was the clone first, then he jumps back and jumps around, and zippity-zappity zoop gets out of the play.
And on top of all of that, get behind me, Mr. President. One of those minions says, blocks Wink's dredge line as well, initially, which certainly would have been the death warrant signing for Scout. Now let's see if YSKM can survive this gank, because not only is Tarzan here, so is Hung.
Say, all right, you survived 2 of us, but how about 3 of us? Everybody dives under the tower. Hung happy to tank. And will just be a huge amount of damage done to that tower. Might be able to finish it off with Tarzan sticking around as well as Zika. Not entirely sure. Tianzhen at least will get a second Drake onto the board for IG. But look at the overall gold. We're actually close to even at this point with the tower going down.
Yeah, with the tower going down, LNG will just about even out the score. But Arn, you know, he's getting more golden. I usually say this about Zeri, but the same is almost kind of true about Aphelios. Like, whenever Aphelios gets gold, it feels like it's worth more than it is. You know, like, he's about to get about 500 gold for taking that tower, 475 to be precise, but it feels like he got like 800, 900 almost, you know? And considering he's so far ahead already, and don't forget because Zeri's going Triforce, because that is still the build on this patch, it's so expensive. On might have his second item if he sells his cult. I mean, he's pretty close. He's got all 3 components for the Gale Force. And so, not long until he's at 2 items. Asgardla's still scraping pennies to try and find his first item.
Yeah, on absolute monstrous strength for him. And also, great CSing from him. 140 at 14 minutes. Fantastic little start to things, because it speeds up for AD carries as well. As the game goes on, you can anticipate him starting to beat the clock when it comes to that CS. Really, really good start for IG's bottom lane. And I will say Wink as well, having a really good game for himself. Not only on point in general with the hooks, but just the little things like in a couple of these dives, he's gone for the ult onto Gala and saved the hook. And it's like, okay, if we can't kill Gala straight away, I've got my hook available. And if we can, I can hook Hun. You know, like, really, really good to see, like, Wink really min-maxing on the Nautilus.
Yeah, always very, very pleasant to see a good and strong Nautilus performance. Especially considering we've come back more towards, you know, those engaged tanks, but we went a few patches with, you know, enchanters. Actually, even at the start of the year, it was 80 carries.
True.
In the support role. Man, what a wild ride we've had.
This year has been strange.
It's you know, it's so weird because there's been so much, you know, there has genuinely been a lot of different champions whilst also the same breadth at the same. It's really awkward, isn't it? You know, everyone's complaining the metas kind of remain the same. Yes, but also no, it's been really weird as YSKM is going to be aggressed onto by Scout, but he should be fine with the chains.
Yeah, okay. Chains, outchained by the chains there. As a hookshot wall dives his way to safety. Tarzan does want a little bit more onto YSKM, at least doesn't want to let him recall here. Using that red buff to great effect. Conqueror will proc as well. As he just keeps on wailing away. In the meantime, IG will get themselves a Herald. Trying to trade a tower on the bottom side of LNG as Hunk looks to try and stop the recall. Oh, he pulled the wave to get the Q in. That was clean from Hunk.
Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Pretty cool. So, YSKM's going to have to take the long war, though. That's for
Great
sure.
bit of analysis there for Jabata.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Not only not bad, but also pretty good. Very
pretty good.
impressive.
Not bad. Pretty good. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to say I'm flagging, but I am on my 4th day in a row. I had a 9-game day yesterday. 9 games. Took a lot out of me. You know, I'm still also fighting the jet lag. My bad. I'm doing the thing where the cost makes the.
It's okay.
But
it's okay.
also,
mate.
not a lot is going on
about
right
you.
now.
This is about you. How does that make you feel, Jabata?
How does it make
Let's
me feel?
dig into
I mean,
that.
you know, look, I love my job, so I can never complain about working too much. But also, I am very excited for the next 3 days where I get to lay in bed and actually recover from my travels. So, you know, yeah.
I've always thought laying in bed was one of your biggest strengths as a person. I feel you know.
Why?
I just think you're at your best when you're horizontal, you know. I don't exactly know what that means, to be honest, but I'm going to roll with it. IG pushing forwards here is the hook onto Zika, but the Tangle Bobs can't quite follow up. Charge onto the tier 2 from the Herald. LNG will be able to defend the tower, at least for now, but charge still going to be nice for the side of IG, who are snowballing kind of nicely. The gold not actually in their favor somehow, despite the scoreboard. The tier 2s on either side, tier 1, sorry, on either side going down has helped them. Tianjin in trouble here. Hung doing the damage, and Scout finishes the kill off. But look on, so many chakrams to work with. The YSKM comes in to try and set up the plays here. Tarzan the target, Gale Force in and finishing the kill. YSKM
Wink.
with one of the hook, just wide from Wink.
Oh god, if Wink finds that dredge line, On is a blender right now. And he would have shredded whoever was on the other end of that. Zuka, gonna be fine. Not gonna get caught out by the Tangle Barbs, but Shenzhen just getting caught out there. You can see sometimes, again, you know, it's so irritating to catch a champion out like Rengar because he's got so much potential survivability, but LNG still make quick work of him. And in the response, IG pick up Tarzan, which means IG will pick up the third Dragon of the game, and honestly, the state looks pretty good for them, because LNG have not really set up for the side lane yet, right? You know, Scout hasn't necessarily been afforded that much time on the side lane, and Zika, you know, is kind of at a point now where he should start to lose the 1v1 versus YSKM relatively soon. Scout taking a couple of tower shots. Tianjin has a blast cone and also full stacks already. Scout's there.
Oh, Scout has gone too far for this one. Your Trixie LeBlanc movement cannot get you out of it this one. As IG at least get themselves a pick. 3 Drakes as well, Infernal Soul. As Tianjin walks over a ward, and this is how the play started for LNG.
Yeah, and I think Tianjin also tried to use like an ability to try and move speed his way out, but unfortunately couldn't. And with no Ferocity stacks on deck, means that he is very, very easy to pick up as YSKM comes in from the side, locks down Tarzan. Arn stacks up so many more Chakrams off that, and again, if that dredge line connects, you really do start to fear for whoever is on the other end of that one, whether it had been Gala or Hang.
Yeah. I mean, I will say though, like, regardless of LNG managed to get a pick, regardless of them managing to trade towers well in the early game, like, look at the scoreline right now. It's still 1,000 gold up for IG, and ultimately, they've got 3 Drakes at 20 minutes. Like, it's not often you see teams stacking Drakes quite this quickly these days. 3.5 minutes until Infernal Soul is on the map, and you gotta remember, you're against a Rengar. Like, Rengar's gonna one-shot you. Like, Gala doesn't stand a chance. It's not like he's got a Lulu alongside him or a Yuumi. Like, Tianjin, if he does manage to get that Infernal Soul, is gonna be an absolute monster. Same said for Arn as well. Like, you gotta be really nervous if you're an LNG fan watching right now. I know IG are 1-7, but if they can just play cleanly for another 3 or 4 minutes, they'll have Infernal Soul, and I feel like with this composition, you gotta believe that's a win condition.
It certainly has to be. And IG eventually will also be able to start playing side lanes as well. Oh,
the
no.
bait! The bait!
Oh.
Crying pretends to be Tianjin. Oh, they go for the play. Gala knocked up, rooted up, and now with Moonlight Vigil as well. IG take a bow because that was beautiful.
Goodness me, Crying. That was so smart. He knows, right? If he goes next to the wall, likelihood of Scout going over, pretty low. But if Scout thinks that it's the Rengar, then he's more likely to do it. So finds the route, and the fight that ensues afterwards is just so heavy-handed. And now with Baron, they're going to be able to take away so much standing gold, right? 2 tier 2s on either side of the map. A tier 1 even as well. There's the mid lane tier 2, which is incredibly low. Cryan just sits behind and waits. Vision as well. It's just so smart. Tianjin was also waiting behind him with R. That was a prepped play. They were expecting that to happen.
I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I could be, but Tianjin, I think, pressed R before Scout went over the wall. So when Cryan is trying to clear that ward, it kind of looks like that is Tianjin because the like eyes are above Scout, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's like really selling the bait. I could be mistaken on quite how that interaction went. I feel like I need to rewatch the replay in super slow-mo, but
I think it depends on how close Scout was, right? Because there is the overall detection range of when Rengar's in ult. So my assumption is likelihood.
I think he was close enough though. I'm not sure.
It's surprisingly small, the detection range. It's like 1.3k units or something like that. That you start to see the icon.
That is, man.
It's like
I feel like units is such a weird measurement.
Okay, I've got it. So you see where that control ward is, the red one at the top of the screen, and then where the blue one is by the bush. It's like a little bit bigger than that.
Copy that.
You want?
Yeah, I'm still on a solid maybe overall on the original play. The target here, everyone dived forwards, but Gale Force, he gets out to safety. Moonlight Vigil goes out as Hung is alone on the backside, and IG, they've survived the initial engage. Now they can start to slam away with their wallets. Hung the next target, he can't escape as YSKM gets one, and Arn gets the other. Beautiful fighting from IG, beautiful lead, and a beautiful game so far. Zika the next target, he'll go down as Cryan grabs a kill. Tarzan wants a blue buff. He wants anything because he knows Arn is about to take half of his base.
There goes Tarzan. It's nice knowing you, soldier. YSKM picks up another, his 5th of the game. And this has been exceptional. This from IG. Yeah, it's been a bit of a slaughter, to be fair. Now, in, silver lining for LNG, for once, I will be the optimist. They still have a lot of structures left. You know, YSKM's taking one of the three outside.
That's just standing gold for IG, man. That's not even a positive
listen. It's another line of defense, right? Don't worry about this Infernal Soul, which has gone over to IG.
I was gonna say.
Which is only gonna make On one-shot people more and give Tianjin even more capability of just removing Gala from team fights. Yeah, it's alright. Anyway, this fight, pretty rough for LNG.
I think the only silver lining at this point for LNG is the fact that in 6 minutes' time, they've got a chance of just burger flipping Elder Drake. That is the win condition in my mind right now for LNG, because these fights are so one-sided and IG so far ahead. And I just want to remind everyone, this is an IG. Oh no. Oh, Scout. Oh, Scout. He's used his W, he's used his R, he's rooted up as Tianjin doesn't actually do any damage. And YSKM can't get involved, but in the meantime, the rest of the fight is kicking off. Tarzan taken down by Arn. Wink on the front line, but Crying and Arn are there to follow up. Scout goes in and just almost gets two-shot. Double is there as YSKM picks up the third of the fight. IG just mauling LNG.
Tianjin might not deal that much damage. Do you know who does deal a lot of damage? It's the Aphelios of Infernal Soul and Red and White guns. So LNG must have clearly went for a pick there. Looking for the Aphelios and just not expecting that much damage returned back. Also has a Bloodthirster on top of everything else. So yeah, LNG do feel a little bit out of this one and may have to return to the drawing board. I'm not entirely sure how we ended up here. Their draft is certainly fine. Like, these are all great champions, but I think they just handed too many comfort picks over to IG, right? The Camille also being able to be picked into the Xante, and it wasn't necessarily abused in the early game. There were attempts from Tarzan, right? Don't forget, he tried to go up towards the top side, but a little bit of execution meant that no dives could properly happen.
I feel like the biggest issue is just the bottom lane, which is Gala and Hunk. This is not a bottom lane that you expect to have issues, but, you know, very early on in the game, they fell pretty dramatically behind. 2 items for Gala at this point, where it's 3.5 on the side of Arn. Like, Gala's still a long way away from being that terrifying Zeri that we all know and hate. 3.5 minutes on the Elder Dragon. 1 minute on the Baron, and IG looking fantastic. 1-7 on a 7-loss streak. YSKM recently coming back into the roster. I believe this is his 3rd series, if I'm not mistaken. Replacing Wen once again on the top side. Perhaps this is the version of the roster that can finally get some wins on the board. LNG, I mean, I don't even know what to say for LNG. This is just so far below what you expect from the team.
Hey man, you know, everyone's capable of having a bad game every now and again, right? And maybe for LNG, this is just one of those games, Munch. You can't be too harsh on them at the end of the day.
Well, I can be.
Oh, okay.
Watch me. As someone who's never played in a pro environment whatsoever, I'll bring out my armchair and get analyzing, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, disappointing performance, has to be said, but it is a best of 3, luckily for us. So LNG can come back into things. TP behind enemy lines as Sika tries to force the play, but he's just not tanky enough. Uses the all-out to try and escape, but taken down by YSKM as now the team charging forwards. But LNG getting out with their lives, at least for now, but the re-engage is there. Gala with a lightning crash, but locked down by YSKM, and Scout finds himself alone.
Yeah, Scout 1 versus 5. It's just him. The Baron's up. They will look to go and take that one, and IG should just slowly but surely be able to continue to suffocate LNG out. I mean, you did mention, however, if they keep at this pace, Elder's going to be up, Joe. And I don't know if you saw Weibo versus BLG yesterday, but Elder's a pretty broken objective, as it were.
Yeah,
so,
it's strong. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good, isn't it? So, yeah, Zeka does his best to survive for a long time, but YSKM eventually takes him out and follow-up engage. It's pretty strong. Of course, Cryan does miss, but it doesn't really matter when the rest of the fight looks like this. Not really. Only Scout was able to walk out.
I feel like LNG really not ready for Wink's flash there. They thought they had a momentary opportunity, but Wink finds the engage over the wall and takes them all down. Triple knock-up with the ult there from Wink. I feel like Wink has actually had an amazing game, by the way. Like, he's not really been the one we're talking about because he's not getting the kills because he's on Nautilus, but actually Wink is kind of playing out of his mind this game.
No, he's done an excellent job of supplementing the rest of the team, right? So super good job here from the support of IG. At the very least, our honorary MVP is, oh god, Gala.
Yeah, we're just going underneath the tower. Gala's gone already. And Arn is currently untouched as he just shreds the health bars. My god, that is terrifying. And now YSKM actually diving the Nexus Tower, scout the target, and will be finished off. Hung goes down as well. Not a single member of LNG survives as IG wiping them off the rift. 25-3, LNG standing for literally not gaming.
Yeah, literally not gaming. That is so... I mean, yeah, they really weren't able to play the game, though. Like, that was very, very rough from the side of LNG. And IG, I think, you know, when you look at it from a draft perspective, that was really... not, it wasn't a bad draft on their end. It was just really... Scruffy. I know, he has separation anxiety. It was really, really hard to play the game because I feel like you gave IG so many of their comfort picks, right? The Camille, the Rengar in particular. Oh, you want down now? Okay, fine. And it was just too much for them to actually deal with, unfortunately. And I think the fact that the bottom lane went the way that it did, it kind of just, yeah, it made the game too hard to play. You have a Zeri that wants to get to 3 items. Tianjin is just down there 24/7, and it's not being stopped by Tarzan in any capacity. It wasn't matched at all. So I feel like not only did you give them too much gameplay freedom, but you also gave them too much freedom in their champion pool here in game number 1 of the series.
They went full on USA at them, like too much freedom, too much freedom. Yeah, tough one for LNG here, and I don't know, like Tianjin got his Rengar. The bottom lane just absolutely dominated the 2v2 with Tianjin then coming in to kind of sweep things up off the back of it. Just feels like, I don't know, LNG woke up on the wrong side of the bed or something. Like, really, really weird one from LNG. And you got to wonder what happens now. What happens now in the series? Because IG, it wasn't just LNG not looking good. It was also IG punishing so effectively. Like, where has this been all split long?
It's hard to say, right? Like, you know, IG have genuinely been struggling throughout a lot of the split. And when your sample size is effectively just loss after loss, it can be hard to break down when you see a game like this. So for me, if I try and at the very least draw, you know, comparisons to Spring, I think what made IG so unique, at the very least when it came to their win streak at the start of the split, yes, you can talk about the strength of schedule they had, all of that stuff, obviously very relevant, but they played their own style a majority of the time, right? They played the champions, which, you know, for them, they were synonymous with, and it allowed them to kind of have a certain level of skill expression, which I feel like maybe throughout a fair amount of this split hasn't quite been the case. You know, I feel like for the fact that we've also had, you know, some roster rotations too, don't forget, right? YSK has been in and out, Tianjin even has been in and out recently for Beishang. Yeah, I think definitely if you give IG comfort champions, they're still gonna give you some kind of run for their money. You just have to, at the very least, you know, give them that freedom, I suppose, from the get-go. And if you're LNG in this case, and you're not really looking to be proactive in any lane, right? Because LNG didn't really look for plays anywhere, then you can expect an IG like this to still come out and have a performance.
You certainly can. Let's take a look at our MVP, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be Arn. Yeah, 10, 0, and 8. 7,500 gold up at the end of the game. It was only like a, what was it, like a 25, 30 minute game? 7,500 gold. That's usually what the team gold difference is.
Yeah. That was a hard watch. That was a hard watch. So, yeah, there's a lot to work on here for this game number 2. I really hope that this wasn't like a one-off here for IG, and they continue to remain competitive into LNG. But I also feel like LNG are going to look at that game 1 and be like, guys, maybe if the guy who's known for Rengar is playing, we should consider just removing the champion so we don't have to deal with it, because it's not really a champion you deal with in competitive play very frequently these days, right? And it can really throw a spanner in the works if you're not, I wouldn't say not prepared to play against it, but you're not ready.
I mean, to bolster your point, the Rengar came out in Worlds Finals for Suning, and I'll tell you what, Damwon were not prepared for that. That was the one game that Suning won in that finals. You're absolutely right. It's a champion that teams are just not ready to play against, not prepared. And it will be banned away here for game number 2, I presume, as it's Kha'Zix versus Vi now. And honestly, I like the composition that IG are bringing to the table. I feel like LNG, a lot of power picks across the board, but really same can be said for IG as well. As, where's Chem? He's got a little fish.
Yeah. And you know what, actually, can I make a point to your Worlds Finals about the Rengar? I feel like back then, before we get into the nitty-gritty, I don't feel like anybody was ready for SOFM. To be fair. Because he's just, you know,
Tank
as the
Rengar.
old I'm a cutie pie saying goes, how the hell are the enemy team supposed to know what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing sometimes?
I just remember that year, or it might have been the following year, like, SOFM would just build Warmogs on everything, and pretty consistently you would see him build a Warmogs before he had enough bonus health for the passive to actually come online. So it was like half of the item pretty much didn't exist. It was just, I don't know, it was so beautiful to see. I miss SOFM in the LPL. That guy is an absolute legend. I don't know, he went over to the VCS, right? I think he's still playing.
I believe so. I mean, look, I just feel like I missed out on an era, you know, about him being here anymore. Anyway, we can start talking about the game that's in front of us. IG, I feel like, have found themselves still on quite a few comfort picks across the board. Right? On Draven, Wink, as well on this Blitzcrank. Something that he is particularly proficient on at times, as I half-caster curse him. Steps up a bit too aggressively. And has to use his flash. And of course, YSKM on the Jax. It is a very rough matchup up there. We actually saw it in the previous series. We'll see whether or not IG can look to try and facilitate that lane a little bit, right? And give him a little bit of freedom of movement. As Tarzan, speaking of freedom of movement, is going to skip past this ward, not be spotted out, and look potentially for an invade on to Tianjian, who skipped out on the Raptors to not actually be seen. So he's still going to be level 2, even after the Wolves. Actually, what? Level 3 now? Oh, he took the Krugs. I'm blind. Never mind. Duh. But he's going to walk into Tarzan. And
Okay.
I don't think he knows yet.
Well, we've got a hook on the bottom side in the meantime. 2v2 going on as the junglers duel it away. And Arn trying to clear this wave, trying to hit level 3 as fast as possible as Tianjian moves away from the blue buff. It actually reset because Scout is moving over and Tianjian, wow, has a ward. Can maybe go for a smite onto this one. No, actually, no, his smite's on cooldown. Hung got spotted and he's pulled straight over the wall. Standard side comes through, Ignite is there. Bouncing axe, the Ignite burning. It's not enough. And Hung gets away with it again.
Yeah, I mean, Hung really should have died that time. But really surprised that Tianjian and IG yielded that blue buff, as Cryan now going to be in trouble. Tianjian's a little bit behind. Let's see how much damage Cryan can tank.
Yeah, a bit of damage coming out there. Scout can't quite finish the kill though, and Tianjian enough of a threat to delay that attempt from LNG. Tarzan can now move up to the top side, go for the Scuttle Crab. I don't know who actually got the blue buff in the end. I believe it was Tarzan.
It was Tarzan.
That one. Oh yeah, his
because
still up on the map.
Tianjian, not only that, Tianjian just kind of yielded it. He smited the Gromp. I was kind of surprised. I felt like you just call up the Blitzcrank first, and you know, it's one of those awkward situations whenever you have those invades, right? Where LNG technically have prio, but because of the geography of the map, like Wink will have first move in that particular instance up towards that invade. But they opted to yield it, and instead almost got the kill onto Hung. And hey, if Arn did get the early cash out, always feels good to get those slightly smaller but very quick cash injections on the Draven.
You need to be cautious though. You might send our viewers to sleep if you start talking about geography. Like, no, nobody wants to talk about geography, Jabata. It's
true. You know,
I think a lot of people get PTSD thinking about geography in school.
From school, yeah. You know, in hindsight, it wasn't the most exciting subject.
Just
in the
use a
world,
cooler
was it?
word like the terrain.
Rockology.
Oh, rockology. I like that.
Rockology.
What? There is a word for that.
There is a word for the study of rocks. I just can't remember what it is.
They're minerals, damn it!
They're Great reference.
Oh, mate, Breaking Bad. What a series! What a series! I rewatched that like half a year ago. Still just as good as it was. It's bloody amazing.
Yeah, I only recently watched it for the first time, and man, I was missing out for one. But two, that show is so bloody good. Yeah. If somehow you're living in 2023 and you're above the age of 18, I recommend you go and watch that show. It's very good. Anyway, Scout is in a bit of a predicament here. He does have Flash, and he's going to use it.
Good flash from Scout. Predicts that Tianjian is going to use his own. It's a good charm from Crying to start it off, but Scout gets out with his life. I will say Scout, mechanically, playing extremely well today. Feels like he has been all split. Honestly, Scout is up there for best mid laner of the split for me currently. Like, obviously, Knight is in that conversation as well. Rookie's been playing out of his mind, but Scout specifically, I feel like, has had less to work with than the other two, is how I'll word it. And is still managing to look fantastic every single game. Here's LeBlanc, like, managing to find the kill onto Tianjin during the river. Like, I feel like he just always finds opportunities, always finds ways to make plays work.
Yep, always does. Now, I think what's good for LNG, Joe, is that they haven't been put behind super early like they were in the previous game. So IG will definitely want to try eventually to start to pick up the pace. I think once level 6 comes in, specifically for Tianjin, things get a lot easier, and I do fear for the side of LNG that if, you know, IG just send Arn and Tianjin around, that, you know, you're just going to find a target to lock down with R, and picking up that cash in could be exceptionally easy. As Zeka went for the Bomber special, but unfortunately, I don't think you can actually throw the cask out of Summoner's Rift to get the angle that you want.
Oh, I didn't know that. That makes more sense as to why that went the way that went. I know the combo you're talking about, where you knock them into the barrel that you placed earlier. It looks sick. He definitely doesn't have the damage to get the
it would have just been
one shot that you see in the AP Gragas montages, but man, that is one of the most stylish ways to kill your opponent. I don't know if I've ever seen that in pro play, but man, it's so cool.
It is pretty cool. It is really cool. But Zeka not quite able to pull it off this time around. His ultimate is actually going to be down when the Herald like straight up spawns, so we'll see whether or not that has an impact on LNG's ability to contest the top side of the map. IG, I'm not entirely sure whether or not they want to actually pick up this Herald, you know, on spawn here, especially because if you take a look on the bottom side, it's really strange, right? You'll often say, hey, the mid lane and the top lane are going to dictate Herald priority, but a lot of the time it can also be bottom side, right? First move from supports can be critical in terms of just having numbers advantage, and right now LNG do have control down there, which could mean if they decide to move Hung up, move Gala up, it could definitely be an issue, as Tarzan is actually going to find Tianjin on top of this Herald.
Oh, this is big damage. Tianjin, he's going to be body blocked as well, so he can't even get out. Flash was on cooldown, and Tarzan, perfect little timing play from him, gets a solo kill.
Yeah, that's rough, and you know, Tarzan on spike a little bit, level 6 with the evolved claws, should have the serrated duck as well, for sure, and it's just a massive amount of damage that Tianjin is not prepared for at this point in the game. YSKM is going to poke his head in just to confirm the Herald is being taken. He's actually going to jump onto Tarzan.
He might get himself a kill here. Tarzan, 1 HP, YSKM, what was that? He actually gets a solo kill. And now Crying moving in as well. Tianjin has respawned. Are they actually going to be able to get this Herald? Tianjin moves in.
They have to make it reset.
He's trying to get the Herald.
Tianjin
moves on in. One more auto. Smite comes through and they get it. They actually get it. YSKM sets IG up for the Herald, and Crying flashes out. Smooth criminals, IG.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. Dive onto Arn. He's going to lose the stacks.
He's gone. Gala has to flash out of the Tower Ranger. Hung goes back under. What is going on, Jamada?
What's just happened, man? Oh my god, I need a replay. That's all I'm going to say. I need a replay. I'm not speaking without one. It's as simple as that. That whole sequence of play was bloody hilarious. From Tarzan finding Tianjin on the Herald to YSKM just deciding that he doesn't like Tarzan. Oh, that was great. I mean, the headline of the entire sequence is IG did pick up the Herald amongst all of that, as Tarzan kind of just gets one shot. What keeps him alive a little bit longer than he probably deserves to be is actually the fact that Scout manages to get the shield on top of him, but Scout is like, he's pulling the Herald, not necessarily intentionally, right? He's trying to follow up on this fight, but it just means it stays in range, and then he manages to just QE, smite it, bring it below the 600 threshold. He dies, but Crying picks it up and escapes. Oh.
Man, that flash was at like maximum range as well. That was a pixel away from being a flood flash from Crying, but then this Hug tries to get the knockoff on Wink, man. It gets caught, and now Zika has YSKM and an Everfrost. Tarzan's here, looking for a little bit of revenge for what just happened at Herald. Keeping our eyes on Cryan, though, on where that Herald ends up as the kill goes across to Tianjin. Oh, Tarzan, sorry. Hung in trouble as Tianjin actually follows on through. The hook comes out. Standard side available. Gala down. President removed from the player. Scout arrives. Tibbers comes in. Tianjin low on HP, but walking out with his life. In the meantime, Arn is just free hitting, looking for Hung, but he's stunned by Scout under the tower, and Scout saves the day with a solo kill. Zicken out, chasing for more as Wink in the back of the Raptor pit with a Hex Flash available. Zicker knows though, in the end, Frost actually finds him. Zicker playing out of his mind on the Kragus as Tarzan finishes the kill onto Wink.
Oh my god. You know, it was like they heard us. We were saying, hey, this game's pretty slow. For IG, feel like you probably want to speed things up. And they are trying, but LNG are just like slipping every single jab and hitting them with a body shot. And right now, LNG 7 kills up, and it's 3 kills that have just kind of been funneled into Tarzan back to back here. So he's going to be able to hit Dustblade real quick, and it starts off, I mean, technically, with this play all the way up here, right? It's YSKM getting caught out, Tarzan kills him, and then resets. So the response then, after this, it is a little bit long, as YSKM does buy a lot of time, is then for IG to come towards the bottom side of the map and make a dive happen. Now, the unfortunate fact of the matter is that Rakan is one slippery bird. So he brings Tianjin all the way back. The hook actually lands onto Gala and he dies. Arn doesn't get the cash in, which feels pretty bad. And now there's teleports coming in because we're on Unleashed teleports. Even though we're after 10 minutes, before 14 minutes rather, we're after 10 and that's the new change. Unfortunately, there is no last auto attack for Arn because he gets stunned up by Scout. It's a pretty funny sequence, all in all. IG will pick up the second dragon of the game, however, so much like game number 1, they do have those stacking in their favor.
What a wacky game so far. 10 kills on the board at the 12.5-minute mark, and LNG looking for a little bit more as well. Crying. Oh, finds the charm, and then Hung gets hooked in, but Wink's kind of on his own on this one as Hung now gets reinforcements from Tarzan, who's already got kills to work with. A Gala actually managing to get that gold in undenied. It's cash in from earlier, so the Whirling Death doesn't do a whole lot. And LNG starting to snowball this one. We've been talking all split about how much more we want to see out from Tarzan and Scout as a duo. I feel like this is their game.
Yeah, this should be their game. Gala did not take the greedy path, just allows the tower and the Herald to charge. Oh. Was the control there the whole time?
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
not entirely sure. I guess maybe it wasn't actually spotting Tianjin out. Oh, that's funny. And it's hiding behind the health bar.
Man, I'm telling you, the observers today, they are angry.
Wait, that's a really
So
good
is this
control
LNG's
wall,
observers? That's my question. Because we're at LNG's arena.
We're at LNG's arena, of course.
And so Gala dodges away from the ward, dodges away because of the ward, and the LNG observers are like, hey guys, look at this. This is Gala playing with information because LNG, great vision. Like, even the observers are like cheering for LNG from the back room.
I actually don't. I've never thought about that, right? Presumably every arena has its own set of production staff, right? So
yeah,
it has to be.
You'd assume so.
That's something you don't really think about until right now.
Well, I do. Or I just did, at least.
Well, you just
but
did.
Actually, that does make your statement correct, because I didn't think about it until just now. Yeah. Don't know, is the answer. Maybe they're official, unbiased LPL observers. I know it's like, you know, the referees are still hired by LPL, not by LNG. Actually, I don't know that that's true.
I hope so.
I've never checked the bloody referee rosters. I don't know anything. Like, what am I saying? I assume that's the case. But realistically, I don't actually know anything about the way that LPL is refereed. Like, why would I? Who knows anything about that?
The people that work at the LPL.
Well, that's true. I work at the LPL.
On the Chinese side.
You work at the LPL.
I do. But I don't know anything about it.
That's
well, that was ever been here a year. I've been speaking nonsense. Why'd you come on now? Because
okay.
Right,
Let's talk about, rather than big picture LPL, let's talk small picture LPL in terms of this Herald fight, because really deep vision from the side of IG. TP's available for Cryan and YSKM as LNG start this Herald off.
Yeah, let's see whether or not we get that teleport. Wow, he's taking a tower. Wink is going to blow the hook, and this is a window now for LNG to either engage or turn around and just take the Herald. Gala has spotted out Tianchen, who's
No, the flash is terrible. Gala's got the Featherstorm. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. 1-for-1 though to start us off. The Everfrost across the team here as Wisecam goes in, and there's the reset, there's the cash in. And On grabs himself a kill. LNG eluded out the fight. I can't believe that goes the way of IG after how that started.
It's criminal, isn't it? That's all I'm going to say. It's just very, very criminal. Tianchen misses the flash Q, and it looks pretty doomed. Wink, wink, wink. As IG, I don't think they can really do the Herald without Tianchen on the board, and we've kind of chunked out health bars. Much simpler and easier to just look for a reset here. And the
This
irritating
series
part
has been comedic. It's actually been fully comedic. Like the way that these things, like the Tim is now casting recalls. Analysis, Jamada. Give me analysis. We need some analysis.
Analysis, Kowalski. Sir, he missed his Q flash. All right. Well, On did cash in 448 extra gold for that kill. That's not too bad.
Tianchen goes back to the fountain, just turns to his teammates and goes, "You didn't see anything." Herald's still up on the board here in 17 minutes. Drake spawning in 15 seconds.
Okay, all right. Well, what that did get On as well was also actually the Kraken Slayer. So he's actually a completion up on Gala. Gala's pretty close to that second item, the Quick Blades, but he's not there yet. So this is actually a fairly nice window for IG to try and skirmish on, because across the board, it's just one items on everyone else. I guess actually Tarzan technically sound too, right? But that Umbral Glaive, a little more utility focused more than anything. However, LNG take control of the area, and this is actually all pitch black pretty much on the bottom side of the map, with the exception of Wisecam being down there in that control ward. So for IG, this is pretty suboptimal, because face checking into those champions sucks, and Wink isn't going to find the hook there, which means that IG lose a lot of pressure, and the Dragon start can kind of just happen once they push in this next wave.
Zika going to try and get priority on the bottom side while Tarzan is in the area. YSKM. We know the man is an absolute lunatic. We saw it in the Herald play earlier. You've always got to keep a sly side eye on him, because honestly, there's nothing this man is not willing to do. Does feel like LNG with the advantage though, even though the gold is pretty much dead even. Like across the board, it feels like LNG have the advantage as IG concede the Drake here and will go for the Herald instead. So giving away sole point for themselves here, not willing to take a fight with the time being. I feel like Arn definitely a player that we should be keeping our eyes on throughout this series after his Game 1 performance and MVP. But whether or not he can recreate that today against a Kha'Zix, against an Annie, against a Rakan, it's going to be a difficult game to play out as an AD carry.
Yeah, definitely is. I feel like one strength that IG really could have here is this Jax on the side lane. I think even though, you know, LNG should always be able to hold it for a little while, if this is going to be a Hull Breaker second here for YSKM, which, you know, he's got the Phage, so it's either a Sterax or Hull Breaker. The pickaxe is there. So, you know, it could still also be a Sterax. But if it is a Hull Breaker, he's been committing to the side lane a lot. Once that Hull Breaker comes in, you know, the cannons are really going to help out. Those buffed up cannons and just generally the stats it gives you in isolation, it will make it a lot harder for LNG to actually kill off this Jax on the side lane. It's going to require Tarzan and a whole bunch of other CC, because that is basically the only real way you're going to be able to burst through him. Speaking of burst, Cryin.
Yeah. Good little charm onto Hung. Everfrost doesn't quite connect. I'm a little surprised Hung didn't go for more there.
Yeah. I am surprised too. That Everfrost looked like it should have hit, but I think that's right where the terrain, you know, League is like a 2.5D game, where like the river, like you see how Arn just walked into the river and he kind of like, yeah, he has, there's a Y-axis. I think that's the correct axis anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, because X is across.
Yeah, X is across.
Y is vertical. There you go.
Y is vertical. Thank you. I almost forgot. So there's like a small Y-axis for some reason in League of Legends, which makes things like that a little bit weird. But hey, it didn't amount to much, so we can't complain about it yet. But do you know what it does do? It creates that weird bug with Alistar and only Alistar, where he starts walking around and he's floating. You remember that bug? It's really strange. Anyhow.
Vaguely. Yeah, I do remember that actually, where he's like hovering above the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Weird times in League of Legends with Jamada and much. I feel like we've done a lot of reminiscing today over weird stuff. As LNG grouping up now in the mid lane. I can't believe how even the gold is. Like, when you look at the scoreboard at the bottom, it does feel like LNG should be massively ahead, and a lot of it is this standing gold in towers. You see them take one in the mid lane. That evens towers up between the two teams. But IG struggling to get significant pressure out onto the map now. It does feel like LNG are slowly but surely gaining control of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a siege for that control. But YSKM, again, once he hits that 2 iron mark, he's going to feel a lot more confident. But LNG doing a really good job, you know, constantly having Tarzan hover down towards this bottom side, clearing mid lane waves and then just dipping into Fog of War. It does just create a lot of this phantom pressure where you kind of have to respect it as IG. You don't want to give over free picks as Tianjin almost face checks into the Kha'Zix. But again, just giving coverage here to YSKM. The Baron's on the map, but it feels like LNG don't really have any priority on trying to start that one up. And I think in part, it's actually because they are concerned about this Jax on the side lane. They don't want to give it too much freedom or give IG the flexibility to, you know, play around the side lane. So they're just waiting for this dragon to spawn up so they can take it. And then maybe they'll start to look up towards this top side of the map, take control of the Baron area and force a couple of key resources like teleports, like summoner spells out of IG.
See if they can find the opportunity to burn some resources, like you say. I thought Gala would use Ghost then. I guess it's just the skin. Maybe the interactions with Rakan giving a bit of movement speed, but sort of had a little bit of a glow around him. Harold going to come down in the mid lane. Oh no! Okay, just get it. Just get it. The minions managed to finish the tower. Thought it wasn't going to go down for a second as Wing wants a hook. Hung answers with his own Shurelias. Won't actually lead to anything.
Yeah. Joe, yeah.
Where did all the action go, Jamada? This game was mental.
Hey, it was, wasn't it? Okay. Have you cursed it?
Oh my days, the combo is there, but Hung's on the back line on trying to survive as YSKM joins the fray and gets a triple stun. Zika on the opposite side, but it's too little and it's too late. The stand aside from On keeps him alive as another charm lands onto Gala. Double for On, and it is 4-0 in favor of IG.
And it should be a Baron on top of that as well. Are IG about to beat LNG 2-0 after a 7-game loss streak? This would be insane. Tarzan's still alive, but I just don't think he's got any business looking for a steal, and he's just going to go back away towards the mid lane. So IG are going to get this Baron. They should be able to reset and actually make it to the bottom side of the map in time as well. And this all starts off from IG just slowly but surely looking for the pincer move, right? They have on the bottom side, split pushing out, and Cryan finds the flash charm with the ultimate into the hook from Wink, and no one is able to follow up on the engage there from Hung. It's a 3-man flash stun from YSKM, which ensures the reset start rolling for Cryan as well, whilst On goes untouched because Tianjin is just able to peel for him. No one on LNG could really find access to any key targets, whilst IG had access to whoever they wanted.
Yeah, and fantastic fight from Cryan, right? Not just the initial play, but finishing Scout off, then using those resets to chase down Gala as well. Like, IG getting everything they could have wanted to get the Baron, but also Tarzan didn't really have the health or the time to go for the Drake himself, so that's now sole point for IG as well as Hung looks for an engage here. Maybe they can find some picks. Wink happy to sacrifice himself there. As in the meantime, oh no, YSKM hammering hard on the top tier 2.
Bonk, 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 bonk. Jax
I missed
online.
the trophy skin. The what is it? TPA World Championship skin.
It's
Fantastic.
SKT.
Oh, it's SKT. It's SKT.
Yeah, it's the only skin I can. Don't worry, Tarzan. We didn't see it. It's all right. It's all right. No. Observers, look away. Look away.
You didn't see anything. The observers have no chill. Absolutely not.
They are pretty merciless. Well, where do we go from here, Joe? Because I feel like for this game it's had such chaotic energy, and it was quiet for a long time. But now with the Baron, it feels like IG is still a little bit hesitant to like move forward. They don't want to get engaged on here by LNG, but at the same time, I feel like they also know that they are certainly strong enough to win a fight. So they're kind of just
You can get it though, can't you? Like,
yeah.
Just put yourself in IG's shoes, right? You're 1-7 on a 7-loss streak. You're gonna be nervous in this series when you're looking like you might win, and it's a great start to the play. Another cash in for Art as well as they look for more onto Scout. See you later, Scout. See you later, LNG. At this rate, as Tianjin grabs himself a kill, they can move down to the bottom side. Still 45 seconds on the Baron with 3 kills. They might just take a bot in him.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have to. 3 kills there. It's Gala and Hung. Gala does have ult, so he has something to work with defensively, but it just doesn't really feel like it's going to be enough. Arn pushing up here. YSKM as well now back in the mid lane with his whole Raker by himself. It seems like LNG are just going to be yielding this bottom side inhibitor tower and the inhib itself as it's slowly chipped away at.
The thing is, they would have lost that inhib tower even if they contest, so correct decision not to contest that one. IG deciding not to try and take the inhib itself down for the time being, at very least, as a deep TP comes out from Zika. Time to try and save the game. YSKM, the target for now, as the counter-strike comes in, but he just jumps straight onto Gala. He wants himself a solo kill, uses Grandmaster's Might, but it's not mighty enough this time. Gala takes the kill and takes the shutdown.
All right, big shutdown as well. Feels pretty good. Extra 200 gold on top of the kill, so Gala gets himself back into the game a little bit. He's still going to be down an item on this Draven, but it all kicks off with, you know, a little bit of LNG looking to see if they can pick Wink off. He does step a little bit too far forward, but they're just not expecting all of the return burst damage to be so fast. And yeah, LNG's topside than that kind of just eviscerated inside of the jungle, whilst Gala and Hung aren't really able to offer too much to the exchange. Now, IG, with the base open on the opposite side, have 2 minutes until Mountain Soul Point. That's going to make them exceptionally difficult to kill if they can secure it. And then, again, they can look to just kind of play the dance for Baron and see if they can actually close this game out.
See if they can. Arn hasn't even upgraded his boots at this point in the game. Still on those brown bags, as Atlas would say. But 4 items outside of that, as well as a stopwatch. This is a terrifying Draven. 12-12 on the kill score. Minute and a half until that Drake comes up, which would be sold for IG should they be able to get it. LNG, last chance saloon here. Remember, IG won game number 1. They've got to be feeling nervous. Like, they're on the brink of upsetting one of the top 4 teams to get their second win on the board. Their first win since the first week of the split. This would be truly monumental for them.
Joe, they haven't won since the first day of the LPL. It's been like 3.5 weeks since they've had a series win. It's been a while. It has been a while. Or actually, it was the second day of the LPL. But still, you know, 1 day difference there. But to take down LNG, definitely feel like a massive confidence boost as well, especially considering they've been, you know, swapping out so many players. As
Crying! What a play! Crying has no chill today. Scout has been found wanting. Crying looks for more. Still has 1 Spirit Rush remaining. Potentially could look for Zika, but no. Charm goes wide. We'll have to back away, at least for now. But Wing, slightly wide on the hook. It doesn't matter, because Arn is just 1v1ing Zika. As it goes YSKM. CC across the team, but they can't quite finish these kills off. Arn finally gets down Zika and finds a second as well. Beautiful stuff as YSKM sets up for more. Gala the target as the feathers come in, but they don't connect. And IG end the fight flawlessly.
My god, it's just so disgusting. YSKM, again, backline stun, so free for him, and it starts off as well with that pick onto Scout. Excellent decision-making from Crying, just so fast on it. Sees him in the bush, doesn't even give Crying a second to think. Scout is immediately hopped onto and has to go into that status effect. And sure, he stuns up 3 people, but LNG are still toying with the idea of looking for the contest because they don't want to give up the area. The soul spawning so soon. And then Zeka finds himself, I'm not sure what he was looking for because it was nowhere near Arn, but what it does do is distract the rest of LNG and allow YSKM too much access. As Arn one-shots Tarzan from like 800
Yeah, that axe did like a third of his health or something at least. YSKM, he's found him, he's behind them, and he's got a triple stun again! You should know him, and Crying as well charges forward with the resets in the meantime. Zika trying to buy space, but there's nothing to be bought. IG are dominating LNG in one of the biggest upsets of the split.
And they're going to be able to end off the back of this, surely. They've got a wave, it's 5 versus 1, there's no wave clear available. IG, after 3.5 long weeks, will find a series win against LNG and pick up their second series. Tarzan's going to be forced back, and that's going to be it.
That's going to be game. That's going to be a 2-0 for IG, their second win of the split against a top 4 team. And, you know, I had basically counted IG out for playoffs, but 7 losses is not too much. It's still possible, and if you can beat a top 4 team, maybe, just maybe, a distant dream of playoffs is still alive.
Maybe. I don't want to be the rain on your parade, Joe, but they have BLG top esports back-to-back, so maybe, you know, I'm not going to hype them up too much. I'm not going to do it. We saw what happened in spring, but it feels nice to see this lineup win, right? After, you know, so much positive fan sentiment from spring, to see them miss out on playoffs is definitely very heartbreaking, and to see the turbulence, to say the least, that has been this summer split, to see them take down LNG like that as well, was very confident back-to-back series for them is great, and hopefully we can start to see this level of confidence come out of them, right? Because I think that's, for me, IG in spring, they were the confidence team. They were a lot about their mojo. When they were on form, because they felt happy about how they were playing, they were just mopping teams left, right, and center. But as soon as they started losing, it did snowball into that massive loss streak. So perhaps this can be, you know, that bump up in confidence to start to give them a little more freedom inside of their gameplay moving forward for the remainder of this split. You know, I will say, true, mathematically, not out of playoffs, but, you know, BLG, Top Esports, JDG, Weibo, they still have a majority of the top 4, top 5 teams to play. So, you know, we will hold our horses. I'm sorry to put you in the dirt like this, Joe, but it's
look,
it's
you gotta hype him up in the end game call when they're just 2-0 at LNG, okay? Like, it's just, that's my job, man. That's my job. Yeah, IG though, fantastic day. What a day from them. Cryan especially, really, really good day from him on the Ari. Like, really, really fantastic picks. The flash charms multiple times. I feel like LNG just never got wise to it, or just were never quite ready for it. And Wink always willing to follow up. Their YSKM getting all these multi-man stuns. Arn having a fantastic job on the Draven as well. I feel like the whole team just absolutely dominated.
I just feel like the fact, you know, just to hone in on Cryan for a second, right? I think the fact that he was so decisive around a lot of those engages was just so crucial, because even though they had, you know, the Blitzcrank and they had the Vi, IG generally weren't really looking for engages through those options. It was actually Cryan a lot of the time, starting those team fights, especially towards the back end of the game. And like you mentioned, LNG, none the wiser, and it felt like they were never really trying to set up their own pockets of vision, or, you know, trying to bait IG in to engaging into bad chokes or anything like that. They were kind of just letting themselves get played into and hoping that IG would overextend. But with this kind of composition, it's so hard to really, you know, punish that on occasion, unless Gala finds like the optimal team fight where YSKM isn't jumping on top of him, and he was the other one as well for me, finding those massive 2-man, 3-man, 4-man stuns on occasion in those last 3 or 4 fights. It made it impossible for even Gala to really put in any work. So I feel like everybody was firing on all cylinders here for IG, and I've heard in my ears, Cryan got MVP. Well deserved. I don't think anyone else could have really got it in this game. He was the glue that kept IG stable throughout the entire game.
He certainly was, and he was sticking to LNG, that's for sure. With the resets, he was consistent again on the Spirit Rush, finding charm after charm after charm. Really great team fighting from the side of IG, and again, I'm kind of just blown away. Not just an upset, but a 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion over LNG. Fantastic for IG. You've also got a question for LNG, like, what happened today? This is a massive blip on the radar when this is a team that you expect to be fighting for top 6 at least. Huge question marks being thrown up here, and looking towards the rest of the split. Like, I'm not sure that this LNG team is really the consistent powerhouse that we were told they were going to be. I feel like we've been sold a lie by LNG here on, like, look at the power of this roster. Gala's come over. We've got Scout popping off. I feel like, in general, the team kind of leaving a lot on the table here, and it's hard to exactly pinpoint what's going wrong for them as well, because it feels like the losses are all different too.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, what's at least good for LNG, barring this loss here, this is the first loss where you really do kind of start to question is, you know, they are 6-3, but their losses did come to like basically the other top teams, right? It's JDG, Weibo, were the teams that they've lost to. I'm sure I'm probably missing one other team because they've lost 3 times, but you get the idea, right? They have only really lost a strong team. So to see them actually drop this game to IG, it does give you, I wouldn't say red flags, but it's yellow flags, right? Okay. Are the alarm warning bells signs. Do the alarm bells need to warning flags, do the alarm bells need to start ringing? Is the question in terms of, hey, you know, how consistent will LNG be when it comes to playing against top teams? Because so far the answer has been not particularly great. They mop up the teams that they should be mopping up, but the teams who they need to be contesting against, they don't have a great track record against. So
what you're saying is, for LNG, the teams that have beaten LNG is like an exclusive club of the very best teams in the league.
Yeah.
And now IG have just purchased their ticket to that exclusive club. What you're saying, Jamada, if I'm translating correctly, is that IG is in the top 4 of the LPL right now in terms of form.
Yes. Yes.
We've taken a couple of logical jumps there, but we've got there. IG winning LPL. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2018 all over again, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Forget your golden road, JDG. This is IG's year. Yeah, I mean, what a series, though. This is, honestly, this series was weird, Joanna. Like, I found it, just as a play-by-play, this was really hard to figure out the pacing of this series. Like, so often we go from like all-out action for a solid 5 minutes of just pure kills to nothing for 10 minutes, and then another 5 minutes of just all-out action and pure kills. It's such a weird series, but it is going to finish out in a 2-0 for IG. Our 3 series are done for the day. RNG 2-0, Ultra Prime, EDG just about beating RA, dominant in game 3, 1 and 2, leaving something to be desired, and then IG over LNG in a massive upset to finish out our day.
Yeah, what a day, honestly. You know, EDG very easily could have lost to RA if RA had closed out that game number 2, but EDG came back into it. RNG completely wiped the floor with Ultra Prime, so it's nice to see them potentially returning to a slightly higher level of form, and of course that last series of the day there, seeing IG pick up a win against LNG and, you know, dropping them down to 6-4 when they should have been tying realistically in wins with top esports today. For IG, just gives them a little bit of love towards, you know, that bye. To be fair, you know, 2 wins behind 10th place, Joe. Maybe you're right. Maybe the playoffs run is alive and well.
There's no maybe about it. Sitting pretty at 15th place, I'm pretty sure they're a shoo-in at this point. For I'd go as far as top 4, honestly, for IG now. For anyone who's never talked to a Brit before, that was of course sarcasm. OMG playing tomorrow though against LGD. They're on a 4-win streak, and you would anticipate that goes to 5 against LGD. But then it's top esports against WE. WE won their first 4 series, lost their last 2. Top esports going to be looking to replicate that kind of performance here as they fight for that #1 spot.
Yeah, exactly. Top esports want to try and restabilize here a little bit, right? Dropping their most recent series and somewhat falling behind JDG, right? They want to try and keep pace as best they can. As we know, you know, that race for the top 2 is always going to be super important. Being able to secure double elimination in playoffs from the get-go can be massive. And we saw what it meant for certain teams like Weibo in spring. So they want to be able to take down the WE, who have been struggling since they've come back from representing over in the Asia Games. But potentially the buff has finished for WE, and we could start to see them continue to struggle now as they come up against a couple of strong opponents.
We'll have to see how WE are going to be able to do for themselves. That's going to be it from us, Jamada. It's been a pleasure casting with you, as always. But that is going to be the end of our day. We will see you in chat tomorrow, everybody. But until then, we'll see you in Champs League.